Interlude Isolation 3. The Dark Elves of the Eternal Dark did not have a capital city. That didn't mean there were no big or important cities, of course. As Armin had started to learn, in effect it meant that there were several mini-capitals out there. Storied cities of cultural and political importance. His current location, Litirian Nas, was one of them. The Dark Elves did have a central government. It wasn't as centralized as what the Empire had built in some cases, but even more so in others. The lack of a proper capital was hindering them, though, that was plain to see. There were several offices, branches of the government, distributed across several cities. They had very sophisticated magical communication links to make sure those departments could stay in contact, but he suspected it was still far less efficient than if they'd simply been housed next to each other. There was only so much one could transmit in any given day. Because of that, the notables of the Eternal Dark regularly met in large gatherings. Which cities had the honor, and expense, presumably, of hosting them varied, rotating through the bigger cities of the Eternal Dark. There was jockeying around that, since it was assumed the house in whose home turf the meeting was held had an advantage, and they wanted to grasp it when important decisions crucial to their interests were on the agenda. He wasn't quite sure what that meant in view of the fact that this gathering was held in this city this year. House Oloran wasn't the only house native to this area, although it was one of the biggest and most powerful. Or so Armin had been told. What he'd seen since arriving here hadn't contradicted that information, though. They were apparently busy and powerful enough that while his arrival attracted notice, it had hardly shaken them up much, and it took a while for him to actually get an audience with their matriarch. They finally met in a semi-formal receiving room. Apparently there were different types, in the house's main estate, where only the main family lived, the actual high nobles, essentially. Currently, that meant its lady, Lerman, and a few aunts and uncles with the occasional child. Ignis was her only child, which was normally not unusual for dark elves, although Lerman had mentioned that people expected them to have more children. She could have had them with someone besides him, too, but that would be stupid, apparently. "I am glad to see you, Sir Armin, and hopeful that you bring me news of my dear daughter," the matriarch greeted as they sat down. Teddy's Oloran, level 68 whisper in darkness. Mistress Oloran did not look much like her daughter, coloring aside, but there was something about her gaze that he found reminded him of her, anyway. She was obviously not a young woman, though she looked a bit younger than her husband, quite unusual in the Eternal Dark. He'd learned that women were typically older than their men here, rather opposed to most human cultures. "I would be glad to do so," he replied, inclining his head. They spent the first few minutes talking politely about life in the Eternal Dark and, especially, the surface, with him updating them on their daughter's activities. He knew Ignis Oloran had sent letters home, so they were hardly unaware of what she had been doing. "It pleases me to hear that Ignis has settled in well and enjoys spending time in this new empire," Oloran said. "I take it she has also reconciled with her half-sister, your Lady Madras?" Armin hesitated for a moment. "They have had the opportunity to reconnect and spent some time together, yes." "Good," Teddy said, her lips curving up slightly in a smile. "Madras' departure may have been regrettable, but that is no reason to stop speaking to each other." "They seem to get on well, then?" He relaxed a bit. "They did, indeed," he said, then added, "I believe it is only due to Ignis that Madras would have any involvement in what is happening in the Eternal Dark." "She is not planning on coming back, then?" "I am dismayed to hear that." Armin shook his head. "She has not shared any such plans with us. And Madras is not the sort of woman to keep such secrets from family." Teddy smiled a bit again. "She didn't look like she was too disheartened Madras would not come back," he noted. "Indeed, she rarely bothered with deception when she was one of us. I am disappointed she will not be available to help our cause, although I suppose that her presence might also radicalize some elements against us. Our tentative allies with the dwarves, for example," Lerman added. "You have allies in the dwarven states?" He hadn't heard about that. "No firm allies, but a few see the sense in supporting our policies," Teddy said. "They want increased contact and trade between us." Armin hesitated. Now it got to the dicey part. "I had the impression that your proposed actions were, Not necessarily friendly to the dwarves, he said carefully. The two exchanged a quick look. Unfortunately, there is truth to that, Lerman said. I, personally, would much prefer peaceful cooperation. However, not everyone thinks this policy would be worth its return. Among those with similar opinions as us regarding the society of the eternal dark and the need to look outward, well, some do not care who else gets hurt in our name. So, you make political alliances with people who are expansionist and who are in favor of suppressing the dwarfs with violence, he surmised. I dislike the way you both put it, but I must admit that is the long and the short of it, Teddy's agreed with a sigh. There is no way to convince them to come around? In the long term, mutually beneficial cooperation is usually much more advantageous. So he had heard, anyway. Madras and Empress Regina herself had both espoused this opinion, and they should know what they were talking about. We have been trying, Lerman said, frowning faintly. It is not an easy ask, Sir Armin. He raised a hand slightly, canting his head to the side after a moment. It wasn't a bow, but made him a bit less prepared and situated to fight, which must have determined it as a gesture of mild apology or abashed agreement. I admit I was not expecting you to be so eager to decry violence, Teddy said thoughtfully. Or to show such care for the dwarves. You are a Delver, are you not? Armin frowned. I will try not to feel offended at your words, Mistress Allerin. Not all Delvers are xenophobes, or, indeed, human. Just look at Madras. Do you think she would have shown me such trust if I was a brute or human supremacist? Maybe many Delvers would have reacted differently. But he had always counted himself fortunate that his own home was rather less steeped in bigotry against different races, at least compared to many others he had seen in his travels. Not to mention, what was that expression he'd heard in Sarah, about throwing stones in glass houses? I apologize for the implication, Sir Armin, Teddy said. Although Madras is hardly above using violence, or worse. There is a reason her name is still used to evoke fear in many places, especially the dwarven kingdoms. Armin dipped his head. That was something he was curious about, but now wasn't the time to ask. He didn't quite feel comfortable asking Lerman or showing vulnerability to Teddy's Allerin. Regardless, he said. I would try to aid your efforts in moving things in a less violent direction if possible. I assume important decisions will be made at this year's gathering of the councils? They will, she answered with certainty. It will be interesting to introduce you. Of course, we needn't wait for the gathering proper to start. I would have preferred an official envoy from the Empire in some respects. I don't think you qualify, do you? But perhaps it's better this way. Not quite, he said. I have spoken to the Empress and several other people of importance in the Empire before departing, so I could convey their stance and opinions. But they thought it would be better to send me instead of a regular diplomatic envoy first. Also because there was no one available of sufficient status that she wanted to send, he was sure. And they couldn't simply name you an envoy? Lerman asked, frowning. I suppose the surface is different. There are political considerations. I am not a lord or even a native of the Empire. My citizenship is in a bit of a gray area, supposedly. And there is the fact I was adopted into her family by Madras. Which technically made him a citizen of the Eternal Dark, he supposed. It was why he'd counted on being able to move freely down here. He could have easily become a citizen and gained a position within the Empire, of course. But he preferred to keep his independence. This was only supposed to be a short visit. And look where we are now. Of course, Teddy said. I understand, some things are better handled less officially. Your presence will still be valuable. I will make sure to give you the chance to advocate for the Empire, as it were. Armin smiled. He had spoken a bit with Lerman on the trip here, as well as during his stay. They clearly knew most of what he would say, and Teddy seemed fine with it, if not a bit uninterested. He supposed there would be time for advocacy later and she was more focused on the political situation within the Eternal Dark. In the meantime, I would like to see more of the Eternal Dark, he said. To gain a better understanding of it and see the issues we are facing politically out in the world. The city would be a good place to start. Of course, I'll make sure Paris is available to guide you, Teddy's agreed with a wave of her hand. Is there something specific you intend to look for? I appreciate that, he replied with a nod. In fact, I would like to visit the street market at the lower ravine, and there is one important matter. I have noted that there are no captives working in your estate. I hope that is accurate. It felt like the temperature dropped a few degrees and he had to make sure his expression remained calm as he asked the question. My house has not taken any captives and we do not make use of them either way, Teddy said, her tone cool and her jaw set. But she reminded him enough of Ichnes, who he'd gotten to know relatively well in the last months, to know that she was being defensive to hide negative emotions. Perhaps shame at her people's actions? One could hope. But others still do, he pressed, carefully keeping his tone even and as non-confrontational as possible. They are still traded like goods? Not quite, but there are some, yes, Lerman said. I have been told Dark Elf's captives are not slaves, although I confess the distinction eludes me. They may refuse to work and are still given food and water, Teddy said. Work grants privileges and stipends. They are released after a few years and may go where they wish in the eternal dark, settle where they like. Families are not broken up. Children born to them are free to choose their own paths. There are probably ways to motivate them to work, and what does a few years mean to dark elves? He thought. That is better than outright slavery, he acknowledged. But it still seems a system ripe for abuse with concerning implications. I understand you are trying to change that, for which I commend you. But I would be remiss if I didn't warn you. Empress Regina has strong feelings on the topic of slavery or indentured servitude. Clinging to this practice will strain relations with the Empire. The two Dark Elf leaders exchanged a look. Lerman dipped his head. We are aware, but it is good to hear your perspective, Sir Armin. I look forward to hearing your thoughts when you return from your trips to the city. Thank you, Lord Olerin. The conversation moved on, but it didn't last long after that. Armin stood up, clasped their wrists, bowed his head and left the room, listening to them start talking in hushed tones, but the door closing cut them off. To their credit, they moved quickly. Later that afternoon, Paris was ready to accompany him into the city, escorted by a few household guards. In case he wanted to see the more troublesome, poor areas of the city, she explained. Of course, Armin took advantage of their offer and they set off into the lower parts of the city. There was a gradient of sorts, where the richer people lived on top, he'd seen, although it wasn't consistent all throughout the city. The government buildings were in the center, and connected to the main gates by direct roads or walkways. They walked along one of the main thoroughfares before turning into a side area, then going down several walkways and one slide. Paris stayed quiet, letting him look at the city and the people. Armin tried to simply take everything in, but his conversation with the Olerin leaders played through his head, especially the end, and he couldn't help but look out for the people he knew had been forcibly brought here. Captives are mostly other races, aren't they? He mused. Yes. Actual wars between houses are rare, she explained easily. They are primarily dwarves, considering the areas of the most frequent and most recent conflicts. Armin nodded. He'd seen several dwarves on the streets already. They didn't wear anything that would distinguish their status. He wondered briefly what the imperial government would make of it. The Empire had made an alliance with the dwarves in the southwestern mountains, but that group wasn't one of those bordering the Dark Elves directly, though they must have some contact. I admit that I don't understand the logic, he said. If you wanted cheap labor, then slavery makes sense even if it's reprehensible. But there are protections in place, apparently. And they're even paid, though I'd venture a guess that it's not much. Paris shrugged. Captive taking is not about free labor, she explained. That would be short-sighted. Slaves don't buy anything or create any art. They're simply risks. It is about expanding the population. Ah. He glanced around again, this time noting the subtle but visible differences in styles, the occasional building with smaller door and window frames. I take it that's why children are free, but the parents aren't, so they'll still be raised here and stay in the eternal dark. And many captives would not have places to return to. Paris smiled at him. I believe I underestimated your understanding, Sir Armin. Armin nodded absently, still frowning a little. It occurred to him that the factions with expansionist ideas would wage more wars, take more captives, deport more people, increase the population in their territory, at the cost of other nations. At the back of his mind, he was also considering the actual laws of the empire and the empress' stance on the same issue. Madras had mentioned she feared the country's population would not increase quickly enough for her needs. Would she consider increasing it by force? Chapter 361, Duty and Support. June was lying in the air, basking in the sparse sunshine, and reflecting on the nature of religion. The lying in the air part was literal. She was practicing her skills and air-related spells. As she'd found, flying wasn't that complicated, as long as it was more like hovering and you didn't make any sudden movements. Or any movement, really. She'd bullied some servants into laying out spare mattresses below her, so it didn't really matter if she fell. Worst case, she could always heal herself. Healing magic was still one field she was quite confident in. Because doing it in her room would have seemed kind of pointless, and to enjoy the suddenly nice weather, for winter, she was outside. To keep from being laughed at, she wasn't in the gardens, but instead hovering over the roof. This part of the palace had a rather flat roof, and it was nestled somewhat in between two different wings. Flying drones would still see her, and a few others, but it was better than nothing. It wasn't really the right season for sunbathing, but the sun was finally visible after a week of nothing but dark clouds, snow, and hail, and she was determined to enjoy it. Winter had arrived suddenly. They'd been preparing to move to the new capital, but the sudden cold snap and heavy snows had made it infeasible, according to a number of officials. Reluctantly, Regina had postponed the move to after winter, instead. June wasn't sure how to feel about that. She would miss Sarah, it had grown on her, after all, but she was also curious about the new city. And she understood that Regina wanted to make this change happen and settle in before the political situation got any worse. Today, June trawled through the surface minds of the people in the palace, then extended her range to look at people in the city. She was doing little more than get a vague temperature of their moods, but that was enough. She wanted to know if there was any change. The recent religious trouble, if you could call it that, might have left traces. And she could certainly see those. People appeared more uncertain and troubled, although she wasn't sure if she might not just be projecting what she expected to find. Like many Cernlians, June had never been very religious. She found what she had heard from Regina and Galatea about the old world religion, well, religions, more compelling than what she'd learned before, if she was honest. Of course, occasionally visiting a temple and praying or giving a sacrifice was no hardship, but she didn't really understand people who talked about the gods judging their actions. Wouldn't every god judge them differently? Or maybe want you to act in a certain way, even if it wasn't best for you? Apparently, there were at least some people in Cernlia who did believe that doing the will of the gods was the most important thing, and who believed those who said they knew what the gods wanted from them, she supposed. The incident where Regina had been accosted on the street had shown that. When June had heard about it, she'd honestly been a bit shocked. Not that she was very worried for her, the idea of her master falling to some stones and malcontents in the street seemed too ridiculous to credit, but because she hadn't expected it. And it wasn't the last incident, although it was the most concerning. There had been some insults hurled at drones, the occasional obstruction of patrols or officials, loud and obnoxious ceremonies performed in public before a temple, instead of inside, and even questions and complaints about Kiera's stance and why she wasn't showing proper piety or similar. Or building temples like the Confederationists did. It was pretty harmless right now, if annoying, and easily dealt with individually. Still, June misliked the trend it showed. She hoped that things might calm down with the execution of the ringleader of the group who'd attacked Regina. As expected, the court had sentenced him to death for a list of crimes. While she knew the Empress was more conflicted about it than she seemed, June didn't see why. She was just disappointed the others hadn't gotten the noose, too. But they'd gotten off with lesser, if still harsh, punishments. Perhaps it was for the best. The government needed to demonstrate the capacity for mercy and reasoned reaction as well as strength. June, someone called, interrupting her musings. With a sigh, June turned. Unfortunately, she put a bit too much mana into it, and now wobbled in the air dangerously, the world swaying up and down around her. June instinctively spread her arms, which disrupted her spell a bit more, and she started falling. She tried to counter it, but again used a bit too much force. The air spell holding her up buckled, it felt like someone punched her left torso, and she spun around once while rising up a bit before she dropped again. June managed to bring her knees under her and bounced off the mattress once before unceremoniously falling forward. She managed to catch herself on her hands, then let herself fall down, breathing heavily. "June. Are you all right?" She rolled over, then climbed to her knees and stood up, righting her clothes. "I'm fine, Mother." "Never better." Florence Lyns, who had just come up so she was standing on the veranda below her, looked skeptical. She was all but wringing her hands. "Don't scare me like that, June. Do you want to turn my hair entirely gray? Your health is still delicate, must you insist on being outside for hours in this weather, daughter? And then do foolhardy magic tricks?" June grimaced. She used another bit of mana for an air spell she had mastered much better, jumping to join her mother. Although she made sure to land a short distance away. "Don't exaggerate, Mother. I was perfectly fine the whole time. And my health is fine. You might not have noticed, but I'm rather good at healing magic." Florence visibly had to restrain the urge to say something cutting. Instead, after a second her face softened slightly. "I know you are much better, dear," she said. "But a mother worries." June shrugged. It was probably a testament to how they'd managed to improve their relationship that she didn't say anything snide in reply, either. "I know," she simply replied instead. "Was there a reason you came to find me, besides me being outside?" Which she hadn't been doing for hours. "At least not today." Florence frowned slightly. "Yes, 2 reasons, actually. For one, I was trying to see who would join us for the procession at the winter solstice in a few days. With recent events, it seemed prudent to showcase some piety." June hesitated, and had to stop herself from scowling. "I wasn't planning to. But out of curiosity, who else did you ask and who said they would go?" "Not many. Kiera will join, so will several of her most important courtiers and supporters like Lady Margaret." None of the drones liked to give me a straight answer. "I asked your psychics, Lady Madras, Lady Galatea." "Really? What did she say?" June asked, curious. Lady Madras was unable to because of prior engagements, or so she said. "Or if you mean Lady Galatea," her answer was a rather firm negative. "When I tried to ask, out of curiosity, she only said something about other gods before. I think she might have been quoting something." "There shouldn't have been other gods before. What exactly did she say?" Her mother gave her a look. "If I recall, you shall have no other gods before me." June hummed, tapping her fingers together. "Interesting, that does sound like scripture, it sounds familiar." Galatea did say exclusive monotheism was firmly established before the cataclysm. "I take it Regina didn't agree either?" "I haven't asked her yet, but I suppose she's not likely to agree, then?" "Probably not. She always said she wouldn't worship any of the gods." June wasn't very clear on Regina's religious feelings, but she suspected that was because Regina's own feelings on the matter weren't very clear. It made sense, since she had lost her entire personal history and anything she would have grown up with. Besides, firmly committing either way would risk betraying her previous self's convictions, and June suspected Regina was subconsciously trying to avoid that. Which made staying in a vague, agnostic mindset more attractive. That's what Janice seemed to think, anyway, when they'd had a late-night talk in the garden a while ago. Still, the options for Regina, and Galatea, obviously, seemed to be either monotheism or believing no god existed, never worship of any of the existing ones. Regina had said once that they were nothing worth worshipping and she saw nothing worth worshipping them for. At the time, June had considered the mindset strange, but she was coming around to the idea. Florence sighed. "That can't be helped, then. But you must be there, even if the Empress isn't. Perhaps especially if she isn't." It will show that the rulers of the empire do not ignore the matter. I am still hoping Kiera can convince Princess Janice to join. June made a face. Must I? Yes. Do it for Kiera if you won't do it for me, daughter. You have a duty to support your sister. Her rule may still be questioned and we cannot let that stand. Reassuring the people is the least we can do. You are in a unique position and you must support the family, even if you would rather laze around and use magic. June started walking, not waiting for her mother to fall into step with her, although she knew she must. You used to tell me I had a duty to support my father and our family, she noted quietly. Her mother stayed silent for a moment. Be that as it may, it is no less true. Kiera is your queen, our queen. Now June was starting to get slightly angry. You speak as if I don't know that, mother. I have never given anyone cause to hurt or disrespect my sister. I will always be on Kiera's side. How could I not? Florence's step faltered slightly. Even if it would mean going against your mentor, she asked quietly. June frowned. Let's hope it never comes to that. But I meant what I said. And Regina is aware, I'm sure. My first duty is to Kiera, as you like to remind me. And I have never wavered in my support. She was the only one who had always been on her side, after all. I see, is that why you declined the chance to join the Starlit Hive? Her mother asked, as if she was realizing something. June just gave her a look. Is she just thinking about that now? Maybe. Regardless, I'm both Her Imperial Majesty's apprentice and the Crown Princess of Cernlia. I'm aware of my status. And if it means that much to you, I'll join the stupid ceremony. But I still need to find Christmas gifts for my friends. Her mother clearly decided to take her wins where she could get them and didn't keep nagging her. Instead, they parted ways, and June returned to her rooms to get ready to go out. She wasn't lying about the gifts, although she'd already commissioned most of them. In the end, Janice didn't join them either, although June wasn't quite sure why. Maybe she thought Regina would disapprove. It ended up being a procession of mostly Cernlian notables. The conversation with her mother in the back of her mind, June found herself thinking about Kiera and her own position and didn't pay too much attention to the details of the ceremony, just smiling at the crowds. The winter procession was a very Cernlian ceremony, although it wasn't usually celebrated as much as this. June suspected they'd made an extra point of it this year, because of the situation. It was cold, but the streets had been cleared of snow and it didn't snow or hail just now, so at least she wasn't wet as they walked. Her mother hovered a bit too close to her, probably still concerned about her health. June didn't care about that, though, and instead she looked at the other people. This ceremony was in principle for all the gods, which already made it unusual, but it meant there were quite a few temples represented. For some reason, the local high priests of Diurionon and Alienize were never at the same position or within a few paces of each other. Funny how that worked. Still, June didn't pay it much attention, at least until the current high priest of Alienize slowed his steps until he drew even with her. She raised her head, glancing around. They were in the longest stretch of the procession right now and people moving around wasn't unusual. Their conversation would also be isolated from the spectators since they were still relatively deep inside the group. A blessed evening to you, Your Highness, he greeted. I'm sure it is, June responded. After all, that was what they were here for, right? Shouldn't you be leading the procession? My colleagues can certainly handle themselves for a while. Though I will let you walk in silent contemplation if you prefer. No, that's fine, June said as expected. I was not complaining, merely asking. Of course. We have not had the opportunity to speak previously, unfortunately. Yes, I'm not much for visiting the temples. He blinked, apparently a bit taken aback at her blunt admission. You are always welcome in my temple, my princess, although of course I wouldn't presume to dictate your actions. Good, thank you. While you may not pray at the temples much, it has not escaped our notice that you act with valor and virtue, Princess June. Especially speaking for my own temple. You seem a dedicated follower of my goddess creed, for which I can only commend you. I know you will bring much progress to the Empire. June smiled slightly. Why, thank you. I do as my master instructs and my sister requires. She paused for a moment. Not that I don't appreciate your words, but we are in the middle of a ceremony, so I'd think both of us would prefer to dispense with pointless words. Given that, what is it that you want, High Priest? He took that question in stride. As you say. You might know that Her Imperial Majesty has visited the temple several times in recent weeks. As such, I had the opportunity to talk to her. I emphasized the threat posed by certain other elements, the discontent they are sowing, guiding people from the true path onto a hypocritical path to conflict. I think I know what you mean, she acknowledged. There would be much less such temptation, much less agitation, if they were simply forbidden and thus unable to do so. June frowned slightly. There are laws against inciting people to violence, she noted. I take it you mean to increase them? I was thinking of something a little bigger in scope, Your Highness. June almost stopped walking. You want to forbid Diurionon's temple in the Empire? The priest inclined his head. It would certainly lead to an increase in safety and stability in the country. At least it would lead to a bit of a vacuum you could fill, June thought. And I'm not sure about that part. It could cause riots instead, she said after a moment. And certain foreign powers would be incensed. Riots could be weathered, unlikely as they are. And forgive me, but aren't certain nations already hostile to the Empire? June chewed on her lip for a moment. Maybe he had a point. I take it you suggested this to Empress Regina? Yes. She did not agree, although she did not dismiss the idea, either. But if you were to prevail on her. June shook her head after a moment. I'll think on it. It's certainly an idea worth considering. She paused, looking behind them. For now, I think it's best you intervene there, High Priest. If she didn't miss her guess, it seemed like several of the younger priests had gotten into a fight. As June watched, carefully getting a sense of their minds from a distance, the heated argument devolved into fists. The High Priest bit off a curse, gave her a quick bow and strode to the back of the procession to separate them. He was beaten there by Diurionon's chief priestess, who none too gently shoved them apart. Raised voices floated over after that. June had to swallow down a laugh as she listened. At least this procession wouldn't be entirely boring. Chapter 362, Parties and Problems. We have a problem. There were, Regina mused, few sentences people liked to hear less than those 4 words. Even if she wasn't sitting in a crisis meeting or administrative committee, just getting ready for a celebration. Hopefully it wasn't anything serious, although the solemnity she felt from Max, as he leaned against the doorway, seemed at odds with it. Did someone steal Christmas cookies, or is it more on the order of people getting into another fistfight? She asked, as she adjusted her necklace and examined herself in the mirror. She was wearing a gown made from a lot of silk and a bit of gold thread. It was paired with rings, bracelets and a necklace set with emeralds, real ones this time as the jewelry had been gifts. She also wore her crown, which had made the hairdo a bit tricky, but Ira and a few other drones called in to help had worked wonders with it. Regina would have preferred to just turn up in everyday wear, but the party had become a bit too big and public for that to be a good idea. She had resolved months ago that this year, she would actually celebrate Christmas. It was unfortunately not the best timing considering everything, but her drones had convinced her to still do it. Keeping it secret would have made it seem worse, so it wasn't an exclusive event, although she'd avoided any major public celebrations beyond a celebratory dinner at the palace. They were just downplaying the religious aspects and presenting Christmas as a traditional ancient holiday focused on family, gift-giving, and winter cheer. It wasn't like they were lying. Thankfully, no one started fighting, with fists or otherwise, Max replied, smiling slightly. Don't tell me it's actually about Christmas cookies. No, of course not. Although Lady Margaret has brought cookies that are surprisingly close, one wonders how she found out. Max sighed. Several documents have gone missing. It's possible that they simply got lost in the confusion of preparing for the party, but there might also be more to it. Regina paused. She turned fully around and walked to the doorway, absently waving Ira over from where she was looking at some cosmetics. What documents? He shook his head. There doesn't seem to be a clear pattern. At least not an obvious one. Nothing really critical, though. Tim is looking at it right now. Maybe he can hand that task off to someone else for now. We should go to the party. Come on. Regina walked out, accompanied by both drones. Max had at least put on fancier clothes and Ira was wearing a similar gown to hers. As did Mia, Tia, and most of the female drones present today. Though Tia's was a bright pink that most of them wouldn't touch and that she must have picked in an argument with Mia. As they entered the place where the celebration would take place, Regina caught sight of both of them, as well as Ben and a few others. The hall was dominated by a large Christmas tree, a fir tree decorated as traditionally as they could manage, although the actual candles made it enough of a fire hazard in her view that someone had to keep an eye on it. They were already burning. Branches of evergreen trees and mistletoe decorated the rest of the hall and connected rooms in careful arrangements, along with decorations themed around stars. The motif was quite popular for obvious reasons. People already filled the hall, and Regina breathed out and let herself simply start to enjoy the atmosphere. The party got off to a good start with a prepared dinner. Regina had decided to skip using geese or other traditionally appropriate dishes, and instead they served a variety of other things. Regina saved some space for the Christmas cookies they had set out, though. She stood after finishing her plate and started walking around, signaling it was all right to do the same. There were more people here than she'd originally hoped for, but still not that many, so it felt relatively informal. As she had expected, the Delvers were the most enthusiastic participants. Even Madras joined in on trying to sing the Christmas carols Galatea or a few of the drones showed them, or asking her questions about the symbolism and traditions. Regina paused by their group, seeking a moment to speak with Madras, who she hadn't seen in a while. They exchanged Merry Christmas wishes and a few other pleasantries, before Regina asked after her friend who'd gone to the Dark Elves. Have you heard from Armin yet? Madras nodded. Yes, we received a letter, though of course it was dated a while ago. He has arrived safely and met with my father and the other leadership of House Alleran. He seems to be doing fine so far. I'm waiting for his report on the gathering of councils. That will be the most important thing. Regina smiled. Good. I'm glad they're fine. You still have no plans to go back? Not until I must, Madras replied laconically. She nodded. Regina would be sad to see her go anyway, even if she wouldn't stand in her way. As it was, she was glad to hear that answer. Tim walked up beside them. I think they're trying to figure out more about the background of the holiday based on the lyrics, he said, jerking his chin at the group of people. Regina sighed. She'd noted that Galatea had tried to avoid the more overtly religious songs, but some things obviously still slipped through. Still, instead of getting angry or trying to stop it, she just nodded and turned to the Delver-dominated group. She cleared her throat, then started singing. Adest Fidelis, in Latin of course. It was lucky it rhymed enough she could remember. A lot of people actually stopped talking and listened. Maybe they were surprised she could sing. Regina didn't let it bother her. Instead, she started in on "Oh Christmas Tree" as she walked closer to their Christmas tree. Then she switched tactics and started singing in German, daring to do Silent Night and a few others. Galatea joined her, and a few of the drones tried hesitantly before other people joined in, even if they didn't know the lyrics. They had just gotten through Jingle Bells again when Regina paused. She ignored the curious gazes of the party-goers and instead frowned absently as she focused on the feeling in the psychic link. Something was off, it just took her a little while to put her finger on what. She'd been actually enjoying the party and hadn't paid much attention, besides thinking about gifts and if people would like hers, so it took her a moment to mentally switch gears. There were slightly fewer people than she had expected, she noticed after a second. A few drones who should have been here weren't, but were instead in their room, lying in bed together. She'd been informed before that a few drones were feeling sick, and a drone keeper with healing magic was going to see them a while ago, and hadn't thought much about it. Hive kind were resilient, but they could still occasionally catch an illness, even if what might have spelled serious trouble for a human would be no worse than having the flu, and these were all younger and lower-level drones. Some of her more recently born children, from just before she'd decided to seriously slow down, or rather those of that group who'd stayed here. Then she tensed as she noted another absence. Florence wasn't here yet, but still in her family quarters. A quick brush against her mind showed she was concerned, though not excessively worried, and young Robin was clearly throwing a tantrum because he didn't feel well. Regina frowned, then quickly turned to Max and focused on him, Janice and a few other senior drones, quickly apprising them of what she'd found. "This might be nothing," she said. "But it's best to check. Max, please make sure the remaining Star Guard are alerted and have them do a security sweep if you think it's warranted. Vaya, could you discreetly go and check on them, especially the child?" "Of course, my queen, I'll take care of it. Should we stop the party?" Janice asked, concerned. Regina glanced at her and replied, "No. At least not yet. It may be nothing. We should carry on as normal so as not to alarm anyone. Especially because on the off chance there was foul play at work, it would be better not to alert whoever was behind it until they'd gotten their bearings. And if this was the start of an epidemic, they could impose a quarantine once it was confirmed." Instead, she pasted on a smile and continued on. But she did decide to move to the gift-giving instead of singing more songs. With this many people and presents, it was a little impractical to place them all under the tree, so they'd only done that with a few symbolic gifts and instead just handed them out directly. As expected, this attracted a bit of attention. Most people, even those not of her hive or closer friends, knew about the gift-giving part of the celebrations and had prepared some presents accordingly. Regina still went first with her family. It managed to distract her from worrying about the sick people, as she still couldn't help but be a bit anxious about her gifts. Ironically, it was almost soothing to have such a normal worry. Her presents were well received, though. She had commissioned a new sword for Max, and a matching new dagger for Mia, both the best she could get. Tim she gave a beautifully painted map of the known world, and Mia several new dresses and other clothes. Galatea got a series of adventure books, and she gave another set of them to Ira, who liked adventure stories too. She also had a cookbook and recipe collection for Ben, since she knew he wanted to start learning. For the same reason, she'd prepared a violin for Vaya, but that would have to wait. Other drones who she knew but wasn't as close to got smaller trinkets. Her gift for Janice was perhaps unimaginative but had taken the most effort, several books on magic from south of the mountains. She'd been most worried about her presents for those outside the hive, but they were all pleased with them. She gifted Kiara a set of exercise equipment, mostly weights, and guidebook from the old world, June some jewelry from less usual materials like platinum that she'd made herself, and Madras another set of books on magic from the south and the west. Other delvers she knew also got gifts themed around the ancient world. In return, Regina got even more gifts than she'd handed out, which was saying something. A lot of them were from various nobles and court officials and not very personal, probably either trying to curry favor or fulfilling social expectations. There were some from her drones and her friends, too, though, which she valued more. A lot of books, unsurprisingly, but also a set of clothes designed for flying, pictures from around the world from Galatea, and a few paintings and artistic objects. Her personal highlight was a set of 2 paintings in the style of an official portrait, but instead of her actual appearance, they had switched her likeness in one with how she used to look, and her face gazed at her with the fair skin and sandy hair from the photo they'd found, wearing regal clothes and her crown. However, she didn't have much time to dwell on it. Regina stepped to the side, glancing over the party, and then focused on Vaya, who was sending her an update. She frowned. It didn't look good. Florence had agreed that the little prince was getting seriously ill and the situation with the younger drones also seemed serious. "Tim, please keep the party going for now, make sure people stay in the room instead of wandering off." "Max, with me," she ordered. Then she contacted Kiara and June and filled them in, asking June to go quietly after a few minutes. She also tried to depart discreetly, making her excuses to a few people who approached her. Luckily, no one was rude enough to try and impede her, and Max following her also wasn't considered unusual. She stopped by the drones first, trying to reassure them with a gentle touch in the psychic link. Laying her hands on a few of them, Regina used her healing magic to try and get an impression of their condition. After a few minutes, she sighed. "You're not in immediate danger, but it is serious," she told those awake enough to listen. "I'll come back presently. While you are sick, the infection appears to be secondary and opportunistic. You either had food poisoning or have ingested poison in another way." It wasn't quite clear to her which, since this was clearly not an instant poison even if it was magical. They'd ingested whatever it was a while ago and their bodies had already metabolized it for the most part, but had caused issues, primarily with their gastrointestinal tract, but other mucous membranes were also affected. She could try to heal them all now, but it would take a while and she felt the itch to move on, and a part of her also wanted to have more time to document their symptoms. She transmitted that impression psychically, and they all agreed. "We'll hold out, please don't worry, Mother," the oldest, Ari, said earnestly. Regina smiled at them and gave them all a mental hug before she turned. With Max in tow, she hurried to the other wing of the palace, calling for a few more senior healers and checking in with the guards on the way. They were starting to sweep the palace, but hadn't noticed anything unusual yet, beyond what could be explained by the Christmas party. Regina reminded them to not just look for intruders but also anything out of place, and sent a few to sweep anything connected to the kitchens. Did this have to happen on Christmas Eve? She complained to herself, but didn't share the thought. Besides, the party was probably the reason for the timing if it had indeed been poison. They finally arrived at Florence's home, which connected to a nursery for Robin. The lady in question had visibly grown more frantic, and was pacing up and down the floor while Vaya and June waited for them to arrive. "Your Majesty," she gasped as soon as Regina entered. "Lady Vaya said it is serious, and there may be poison involved. Please, do what you can." "Do not worry, Lady Florence, I can handle it," she said reassuringly, then crouched down over the little boy, who was lying in the bed. "Hey there. How are you feeling, little guy?" Robin only stared at her for a moment before he turned his head away. He'd clearly been crying before he'd stopped just recently, but his mind, being so young, was an open book and she could sense he was still in pain and felt unwell. Regina glanced at Florence for permission while she absently disinfected her hands, then carefully felt his temperature. What she sensed was alarming, although she managed to keep her composure outwardly. There were some differences to her drone's symptoms. In particular, he was running a fever and his temperature had been climbing up quickly to dangerous levels. The onset was much more sudden. There was still clearly inflammation in his intestines and also his respiratory tract, and bacteria were starting to multiply although it hadn't developed into a truly serious infection yet. Regina quickly killed them and channeled healing magic into his body. She was extra careful not to cause any sudden shock, gradually cooling his body down and using a new trick she'd been developing to try and soothe his immune system. But while she worked, she was acutely aware of the others' worried feelings. It was good that Vaya had called her. Small children were tricky, and while it wasn't clear-cut, she didn't think this was entirely natural, either. Without intervention, he very well might have died from this. "I will need to monitor him and periodically act for several hours, but he should be out of danger," she said, lowering her hands and turning to face the adults in the room. "Lady Florence, please wait until your assigned guards join you. Max, lock down the palace. June, you will help me find the culprit." Regina sighed. "We will proceed on the assumption this was a deliberate attack. One that might have cost a toddler his life. Probably as provocation or even just collateral damage." She ground her teeth. Whoever was behind this was clearly quite ruthless. Chapter 363, Targets. Janice had been looking forward to the party, and had been quite enjoying herself until it turned into more of a nightmare than a pleasant distraction. It wasn't the first time she'd celebrated Christmas with the Hive, of course, she'd been with them for a few years now. But it was still fun, especially since she was spending the holiday with Kiara, and June, and the others. Now it seemed like she'd overlooked enemy activity right inside the royal palace. And Robin, sweet little Robin Louise who liked to tug on her hair and had just started pronouncing her name properly and always wanted to be lifted and spun around by her, was poisoned and seriously hurt. Janice didn't have children, of course, but the little Cernlian prince was basically her brother-in-law, or honestly closer to a stepson. With the age difference and their father exiled, not without good reason, but still, she knew Kiara was more like another mother to him. No wonder Kiara was so pale right now, and she knew only her queenly composure managed to prevent her from shouting or throwing things at people, or storming off to see him right now and stay there. Janice? Ira's voice ripped her from her brief contemplation. Your hair is starting to set that shawl on fire, and isn't that charge hurting you? Janice glanced down, and irritatedly tugged the silk shawl she'd donned to fit the season off. It wasn't on fire, it didn't burn that easily, but it was smoldering. She ignored the pricks of pain she felt at the slight electrical charge gathering around her. She was wearing her crown, but the silver still held up, and she really didn't care right now. An impression through the psychic link from Ira showed that her eyes were basically sparking right now. They'd been compared to the sky endlessly, but right now that sky was filled with thunder and lightning. She also ignored the people nearby backing away from her. In her current state of mind, a part of her just wanted to hurl fire at them. If they hadn't gathered here, she could rush off to see the kid and help find whoever hurt him and the young drones. Unfortunately, while Regina had ordered the palace put on a security lockdown, someone of authority needed to manage the situation here at the party and make sure the important guests didn't panic or cause problems. Or try to disappear if one of them was connected. Normally, Janice could pass for human easily enough, some minor peculiarities to her appearance aside. But there were times she felt the monster blood rise to the surface, a dark, but not necessarily evil, side to her, a different slant to her mindset, instincts, and perspective that didn't quite fit how a human might have reacted. It had grown more pronounced as she gained in levels and magic and expressed her elemental heritage more obviously. It was always there, of course, manifested in minor things like an inclination to be possessive, territorial, or restless, but sometimes it was stronger. Or maybe she was just making up excuses for her temper, but she didn't think that was all there was to it. Please remain calm, she said, keeping her voice firm and commanding and infusing it with a bit of mana, so her words boomed around the large room. The palace is locked down for security reasons. We have no reason to believe any of you are in danger, but it is safest for all of you to stay put here. You will be informed when the lockdown is lifted or you are allowed to go home. Do not take any of the food and drinks until they have been cleared. The crowd had already gotten agitated, and some people were not so subtly angling for the doors. But the announcement seemed to help them settle down. Maybe it was just intimidation, but she didn't care. She didn't actually think the food would be poisoned, but they needed to be sure. A lot of people had already eaten, and some of them definitely had poison detection skills or something similar. There were nobles and court officials present, after all, and even some drones specializing as healers had them. It did raise the question of how they'd transmitted their actual poison. Maybe Robin had just picked up something he shouldn't have. Little kids like to put things in their mouth. After all, maybe it was something specifically targeted at hivekind and humans wouldn't be as affected or even notice normally. A small child was just more vulnerable? Or maybe she had it backwards and they deliberately targeted him. Janice mentally reached out to Regina. She bounced back, though, as Regina was too focused on her current task. She'd sent something back, but it was like putting up a sign or message saying later, unavailable right now, except not in words, and clearly not consciously. She really was the best at psychic stuff, even able to do things like that. Instead, Janice focused on June. She was also focused, but clearly a bit more open to contact. Hey, she greeted her, have you found anything? What's the situation? I think I'd find more if people would leave me alone, June responded, then sighed. Sorry, not your fault, and I'm not even sure that's true. I've been trying to look for anyone suspicious, but it's not going well so far. Sorry. It's fine. At least Robin is out of danger. Regina is still monitoring him and the others. If you want to help, talk to the drones trying to trace the food and who might have used poison. I will. Also, I'm going to let Kiara go see him now. The guests are calm enough for now. Do that. I'm sure Mother will be happy to see her. She could use the reassurance. Janice looked at Kiara. It didn't take long, and they only had to exchange a single glance for both of them to know what the other was thinking. Kiera nodded in thanks, then turned to say something to Margaret and Sir Willard. Then she left and Janice focused back on her surroundings for the moment. The Queen's departure caused a bit of a stir, but it was muted, thankfully. Janice paced up and down one side of the hall, while Ira and Jay, who'd stuck to her side, made sure no one approached her. She watched the gathered guests. Many of them were drones, who were waiting calmly, most of them talking in the psychic link to each other and others outside, offering to help. They could be let out, but it was better to leave them here unless they were needed for now. Janice noted several Delvers and military officers whose composure was a bit lacking and made mental notes to have a talk with them later, but also a few administrators who stayed admirably calm. Some people even managed to get on with the party, despite the tense atmosphere. Janice focused on the other drones in the palace for now. The guards were out in force, unsurprisingly. They were coordinating with the human members of the Star Guard, but the drones were also talking to each other a lot. She checked on the younger ones who had been affected. Currently, several other healers were with them, trying to document their symptoms extensively, making mental notes and storing information in the psychic link with the help of Jem, who was in Forest's haunt but still helping over the psychic link. Then they started to heal the young drones and documented that, too. Vaya contacted her after silently watching for a few minutes. "It's fine for now, they're out of danger," she said, jumping right into it. "Thanks, Vaya," Janice replied. "That's good to know. Any clues so far? Do you have any idea what happened?" Vaya was quiet for a bit. "I don't like this, Janice," she finally said. "It's definitely not food poisoning. That means someone must have deliberately harmed them, even if I don't know how exactly. So you don't recognize the poison used?" Assuming it was actual poison and not something else, Vaya pulled a face and sent the mental equivalent of a shrug. "No, it's not something I've encountered before. However good I might be at healing injuries, we've only been around for a short time. There's bound to be some things we just haven't encountered." "I understand," Janice replied. "The Cernley and royal physicians have been called in, right?" "They're consulting," Vaya affirmed. "But to be honest, ever since the Empire's founding they had been kind of sidelined. The old court physician already retired and I have no idea where he is. I'm not sure how much help we can get from them." Janice grimaced. Regina was clearly an unparalleled doctor in the current time and place, and she'd been teaching others, especially drones, but perhaps they'd traded some other things for that without realizing it. The both of them stayed quiet for a bit, and she could tell they were thinking similar things. "This doesn't bode well, Janice," Vaya said. "Most of us have higher con stats, these drones are barely more than hatchlings. It makes sense that they'd be affected. Maybe others were also exposed to whatever this is but simply didn't even notice. And that's the other thing, too. What if it was deliberate? What if whoever is behind this is testing, to find something that hurts us?" "I know," Janice replied quietly. She'd had the same thoughts. "I suppose for now we can only thoroughly check everything. And every drone who might have also been affected. In the meantime, I'll make sure the kitchens and the cooks are thoroughly investigated." There was nothing more to say, and they ended the conversation there with Vaya refocusing on the patients. Some guards had already started interrogating people working in the kitchens. Janice supervised them via the psychic link for a bit, trying to get an overview of the situation. But she couldn't shake the thought that they wouldn't find anything. That would be too easy. Whoever had done this clearly would have known there'd be an investigation. They had to have done at least something to cover their tracks. It really would be easier if she knew what they wanted. The next hour or so passed quietly but tensely. Janice occasionally paced up and down the room and reluctantly gave in to the pressure to talk to people. She tried to reassure them and cut off their complaining when that didn't work. She also kept up with the investigation. Not that it was going anywhere, yet. They were interrogating the people involved in preparing food and testing the kitchens and food stores, but she knew most of the guards didn't really know what they were looking for. A few of the healers with better skills were sent to join them, but they were stretched thin. Meanwhile, Max was going through the records of everyone who entered the palace trying to find unauthorized entries. Janice didn't think he'd have much luck, at least not quickly, but it was probably necessary. Finally, June reappeared at the main hall where they were, or had been, hosting the party. Her entrance caused a bit of a stir, although she kept to the edges of the room and headed directly to where Janice stood with a few of the others. June didn't look good, she noticed. She was pale, had clearly been sweating, and walked almost unsteadily. "Are you all right?" Janice asked quietly as she reached them, resisting the urge to reach out a hand and steady her. June nodded. "Just stretching my psychic muscles," she said. "I'm fine. Though Regina made me take a break. I thought I'd come and relieve you. We can switch." Janice paused. "Are you sure?" "Of course. Go check on Robin. And the drones, of course. We've got this. Right, Tim?" Tim had come up beside them and now nodded seriously. "All right," Janice agreed. "Thanks." She didn't let herself be bid twice, and turned to head to the other wing. But as she almost reached the doors, she paused and turned to look again. A group of young people were inching towards the back exit. She recognized them as some of those orbiting around Kiera, which was how they must have been invited, Margaret's friends, though she didn't think they could be called Kiera's friends. Frowning, Janice raised a hand, focused her mana, and sent a spell across the room. A wall of fire appeared in front of the door, causing a few people to yelp. One young lady had been close enough she might have been a little singed. She scrambled backwards a few steps. "The next person who attempts to leave unauthorized will be chained up and relocated to the cells," Janice called, projecting her voice around the room again. "Or possibly sent out through the window instead." They were several stories up, that wouldn't be pleasant. But Janice ignored their stares and didn't wait around. Instead she turned and resumed walking, leaving through the other door, as she let the flames dissipate. Keeping them from affecting the wood was an interesting exercise, but there was no point wasting mana. She quickly checked on the younger drones first, who seemed to be in good spirits, all things considered. One of the senior healers ushered her out after a few minutes, and she went to check on the Lynn's family instead. Regina was still sticking around, presumably to monitor her little patient. Kiera and Florence were sitting together close by. Her girlfriend jumped up when Janice entered and they shared a quick but heartfelt hug. "How is it going?" she asked. "He's out of danger," Regina reported absent-mindedly. "I'm mostly monitoring now. We do need to make sure we check everyone properly," Vaya added. Janice knew she'd been in and out of this room and other areas of the palace. Right now, she slumped in a nearby chair. "Can I take a look?" Janice asked, then stepped closer as they waved permission. She carefully took the boy's hand, thankful that he seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. Healing magic wasn't her specialty, but that didn't mean she was bad at it, either. Of course, right now she didn't really see much. Regina's healing had probably covered the most egregious signs of what had been affecting him. Janice removed her hand, suppressing a sigh, and took a step back. She caught Via's eyes, who was staring pretty vacantly into the distance, but then refocused. Over the psychic link, Janice could sense her sudden spike of interest. Regina seemed to be pulled out of whatever she was doing as well. She blinked, then turned to look at Janice and frowned. "Via, is it just me or?" "I think so, my queen." Regina stepped over to Janice, extending a hand. "Let me examine you, please." Janice raised an eyebrow, her heart beating quicker, and grasped Regina's hand. She felt a minor tingle as her sister's mana swept into her body, just the barest of touches. "Shit," she cursed softly. "Have you been feeling unwell at all recently, Janice? And Via, please check her as well." Janice offered her other hand to Via without complaint. "Not really. I had a bit of a headache yesterday and this morning, but that's not too strange. And I've been feeling tired, but I thought that was just that I didn't get enough sleep." "Do you think I've been poisoned as well?" "Almost certainly," Regina said. "It's hard to get the details, this isn't like a toxin I'm familiar with." "It must be a magical poison," Via added. Regina nodded, continuing. "But I can sense traces. I'll spare you the technical details for now, but your intestinal walls seem somewhat affected, Your lungs are mostly fine, but your blood vessels are not quite dilated as far as they should be, and you have a slightly elevated temperature, and your blood cells, yes, you might have been fighting off a minor infection, but that's clearly not the actual issue. Kiera stepped up beside Janice, crowding close to her. Is she in any danger? Janice is fine. Regina shook her head. Her body clearly handled it just fine. Which is interesting, as a point of comparison. Janice grimaced. They tried to poison me? That was not exactly a comforting thought. Why did I fight it off so easily, not even noticing, when others are much worse off? Janice asked. Did I get less of the poison? Regina exchanged a glance with Vaya. That's possible, but I think there are other factors, Vaya spoke up. Your con stat is considerably higher, for one, that makes you somewhat more resilient. Janice nodded. Her con was at 21, much lower than her magic-related stats but still higher than Regina's. She did get 2 stat points every other level from her Archmage class. Compared to young drones with levels in the single digits, of course it was higher. The other possibility is that your innate magic helped, Vaya said. This is clearly using mana in some form. Hivekind might also be magical, but I don't think it's in the same way. Hivekind can survive without mana, Regina interjected. Elementals clearly can't. I'm not sure about demi-humans with elemental blood. Yes, there's that, Vaya agreed. So, it probably wasn't just some kind of test, Regina said, her expression visibly darkening. Along with her presence in the psychic link. Whoever did this clearly meant for you to die. Janice swallowed hard and breathed out sharply. She tried to calm herself. She felt Regina's anger, restrained for the moment, and it called to her own. But she couldn't afford to get lost in it, and neither could Regina. Or Kiera, whose grip on her arm was tightening painfully right now. Whoever tried this will rue the day they made the attempt. Yes, they will, Regina replied with icy quiet, frozen rage matching the feeling of her mind in the psychic link. Florence cleared her throat. I quite agree, she said diplomatically. But I find it quite suspicious that both the Empress' cherished heir and the Queen's beloved little brother, who is also expected by some to be her heir, were targeted. Janice exchanged a look with Kiera. Maybe someone wanted both of you hurt and angry, she suggested quietly. And even with just an attempt, they'd clearly succeeded partly in that aim. Though she was rather relieved to be alive and unaffected. Chapter 364, Missing. June didn't think she was a very good or very powerful psychic. Of course, it might be that the quality of the people she was comparing herself against was too high. She was definitely more powerful and more skilled than her master's later students. Madras, her ultimate teacher in the psychic arts, was apparently something of a legend in her own right, and Regina was a Hive Queen. She basically cheated by existing. That still meant she was far from their level. Still, good psychic or not, she barely had to do anything to find out that Janice had apparently been poisoned, too. It was almost possible to watch the news spreading through the psychic link, like a drop of water causing waves in a pond. Except that it wasn't anything as benign or unremarkable as that. Instead, she felt waves of anger and agitation from the drones. It was perhaps a good thing that June didn't need to exert herself much to pick up on it, because she still felt like her mind was splitting apart at the seams. Privately, she could admit that she had perhaps pushed herself a little hard. She had been trying to find whoever had attacked them in the palace and even looked into the city beyond, but there was little to go on. Instead, she'd just tried to canvass everyone's state of mind, trying to pick up on guilt or aggression, and trying to dip into the connections between drones as they were talking and coordinating. Please do calm down, Tim, she said, massaging her temples. Janice is clearly not in any immediate danger. Tim shot her a look, an unspoken what, me, in his expression. After all, Ira was currently pacing up and down and a few other drones looked outright murderous, while he'd just been standing there. She returned an unimpressed look. You're hardly trying to shield your mind, she said. But please, all of you, remember that cooler heads will help in investigating matters. There was obviously some sort of feedback loop going on with the Hive, presumably originating with Regina being very angry. Which was fascinating to watch, from her perspective, as a psychic familiar with them but not part of the hive herself. And it was understandable. June herself was quite angry. If she hadn't been this mentally exhausted, perhaps she'd be the same as them. Janice was one of her best friends, and it was her little brother whose life had been in danger from poison. She really didn't need this right now. I'm sorry, you're right, Tim said, nodding. We'll all control ourselves. For now, perhaps you could run damage control with the party guests, she muttered. The gathered people had obviously noticed something else had happened. June herself smiled at a few who looked her way, but didn't quite feel up to answering questions right now. Luckily, Tim wasn't psychically strained and he was generally cool-headed and known for it. He stepped forward and started giving reassurances, not letting on that he'd probably rather be anywhere else in the building right now. June herself sighed and subtly leaned back into Ira, who'd stepped up closer to her. Apparently concern was overpowering her darker emotions for now. She smiled at her in reassurance. Not using her psychic abilities, just the prospect of talking with them right now made her shiver. She still had an enormous headache pounding against her temples, and even her body felt tired, although she'd hardly exerted herself physically. What now? Ira muttered quietly. Keep everyone calm, make sure no one enters or leaves the grounds, and investigate, she muttered equally quietly. It was the obvious answer. Once the healers are available, we need to check everyone who might also be affected, and have specialists checking the food and drink everywhere. Ira nodded decisively. I'll organize things. There are some people present who will be useful for that task. You rest. June sighed and then sat down in a chair one of the other drones had pulled up for her. She rested her eyes for a moment. Or at least that was the plan. In actuality, she found herself almost drowsing off. She was disturbed when a minor commotion got closer to her. June blinked her eyes open, grateful that her headache had subsided somewhat. It hadn't been long, maybe half an hour or an hour. Curiously, she watched a group of several drones and a human in Star Guard uniform make their way through the room, toward her. Eventually, they reached her and June looked skeptically at the drone in the lead, whose name escaped her at the moment, although she'd seen him before. We need to run a diagnostic, Princess June, he explained. Checking everyone over, as ordered. Especially the highest potential targets, he didn't say, but it was clearly what he was thinking. June nodded reluctantly. Of course, go ahead. Tor, whose name she finally looked up, proceeded quickly. June barely noticed his mana moving through her, he clearly had a lot of experience at this. She contained her impatience, waiting quietly as he ran his diagnostic. Finally, he withdrew his hand with a nod. You're clean, Princess. No undue magic or toxins that I could see. And great work with your own healing magic, if I may say so. June exhaled in relief. She returned his nod. Thank you, Tor. Who else have you checked yet, and have any of them shown any signs of poison? He rattled off a list of names, which was surprisingly long but also rather diverse, with no one particularly standing out. None of them were found to have any poison or any foreign magic, as far as we could tell. June smiled hesitantly. Well, that's good. Then don't let me keep you. Tor nodded and moved on, starting to make his way through the gathered party attendees. June watched quietly for a minute. Then she turned her attention to the larger situation again. Despite the pain, she quickly reached out to the others. Regina was the easiest to contact, so she looked there first. Mentally calling on her, she was immediately met with some concern. I told you to rest, Regina chided her. I did, Master, she responded. I just want to help. They poisoned my little brother. What did we find so far? Regina sighed mentally. So far, it looks like no one else was poisoned, she responded grudgingly. That means this was most likely a targeted strike. We are still looking into how it happened. The other apprentice psychics are also starting to help track people down and question them. So, we have this well in hand. You're doing more good where you are rather than running around and overstraining your mental muscles. But you can move to coordinate them if you must. Thank you. After that, June did honestly try to rest further, while still being helpful. She was exacerbating her headache again despite trying to be careful, so she had to reluctantly stop trying to talk to other people with her mind. Which made her paltry efforts feel rather useless. At least not everyone else was feeling the same. She perked up slightly as Helen, one of their senior psychics, approached her. "Princess?" she asked. "I have some news, and I'm afraid I might have made a mistake." "I'm sure it's not that bad," she said reassuringly. "What's the matter?" The other woman took a deep breath. June could sense the anxiety and even a hint of fear inside her, although she mastered herself quickly. "It looks like 2 of the palace servants are missing," she reported. "They're new hires, brought on temporarily on probation, like some of the others? I was the one who checked them. I might have not looked closely enough, though." June paused. She'd thought the delegation of minor security checks to the senior psychic students had been going well. Helen was usually competent. But if someone had received training before, it certainly wasn't impossible to fool her. Or herself, for that matter. If they're already missing, did they get past the security lockdown somehow, or were they already out when it was declared, she asked. Helen shook her head. "I've checked in with others and it seems no one has seen them for a while. I think they had already fled." She took a deep breath. "Let me go after them. I still remember their minds clearly. I can easily find them and make sure they're brought back." June frowned. "I'm not sure that's a good idea." "Please," Helen pleaded, her anxiety spiking. "Who else should do it? Psychics are much better at finding people. The others can take over checks here, I'm not needed. And I know how to get around and how to take care of myself. I've even got tracking skills. From before I moved to Sarah, I hunted for my food sometimes and I even found and avoided monsters and a bandit group once." June hesitated, but looking at the expression on her face made her give in. "All right, but take some of the Star Guard with you. You can help them and they can help with actually apprehending those 2 servants." "Of course," Helen nodded. "I was asking one of the officers. I'll clear it with the others." She reached out to Regina to check, but her mentor was already busy again. Helen left and June lingered, hesitating for a moment before checking in with the other psychic students once more. She had taught all of them at some point, and she was proud of their progress. It was galling to have to sit back and let them do most of the work, though. 2 others stopped by to talk to her and update her on their findings. Apparently, most of the people they'd checked were obviously clean. There were a few issues with others, but mostly because they were upset at the security checks or didn't want to cooperate. It didn't seem that they had anything to do with it. Unsurprisingly, those were mostly senior officials and nobles that had been on the list. June helped to smooth things over. She was starting to get a picture of who had been where, that day, and most importantly, what their opinions were. A few people that might have been innocent, as far as they could tell, were still quietly flagged for later review. Another team had been going through the kitchens and checking the food stores. It took a while to get through everything, although they'd started with the most recently used things or those planned to be used for the upcoming meals. Apparently, testing for poisons had also not revealed anything yet. June suspected that whoever did this had clearly been careful and used their poison precisely. Perhaps they'd destroyed anything left over, but either way, they wouldn't have left poisoned food lying around. Unless, of course, they'd hoped to go undetected for longer and to poison more people, perhaps, so the tests were still important. Eventually, Janice herself showed up as well. She looked tired, but otherwise fine. There was still anger seething around her, and her hair still looked like the ends had turned into flame, but she'd clearly calmed down a little. June hugged her, ignoring the fiery appearance. "I'm glad you're well," she said. "And I'm glad you're well," Janice responded. "It's a relief that you weren't attacked, too." After all, perhaps she was still less resilient, June supposed. She'd never been poisoned, at least not since she learned proper healing magic, or seriously sick since then. Something she was rather glad for. "Have they found anyone else?" she asked. Janice shook her head. "No, it seems you, little Robin and the young drones were the only ones affected. We also haven't found anyone else suspicious, unfortunately." Regina is considering just letting the party guests leave for now. There's probably no way to hide what happened by now, but we also don't need to feed unnecessary concern and panic. June made a face. She didn't like the prospect that they might fail to find anything. Well, perhaps those two servants can give us some answers. Although honestly, I doubt it stops with them. They wouldn't have had much access, surely? Janice frowned and stayed quiet for a moment, probably checking something in the psychic link. Then she nodded slowly. Yes, there might well have been someone else here in on it. I'm afraid we might be looking at some sort of highly placed traitor in the palace. Or perhaps someone else who got in because of the party, but that seems less likely. Just because we are letting them go for now, does not mean we'll stop further psychic checks and interrogations. And if we let them go and someone tries to disappear, that's going to be another lead, too, June realized. You're giving a potential traitor a bit of rope to hang themselves with. Janice grinned. We can hope. For now, I should head back. You can go visit your brother again, if you like. June nodded, turning to leave, before she stopped. Wait a moment. I almost forgot, but wasn't there an issue with missing documents before? Have you found anything regarding that issue? Janice visibly paused. I almost forgot, too, she muttered. Her eyes grew distant for a moment, before she shook her head. No. No further clues about that, either. The two of them exchanged a look. She knew they were both thinking more or less the same thing. No one would have had the access to steal all of those this easily, June muttered. At least no one without proper security clearance. What about those documents? Was there anything in them that had any connection to these poisonings? Not that I can see, Janice replied with a shake of their head. They were mostly about operations of the imperial government. Nothing really secret, or at least not regarding any top-secret projects, but still, some material on education, positions at court, and staffing. The most concerning ones might be regarding security screenings, but those don't contain incriminating information. Even if one of us were to find something like that, policy is not to write it down. June nodded, aware that Janice had been partly responsible for those policies. Maybe we're looking at it wrong, she mused. It could be a test, someone proving how much access they have to imperial affairs. They both fell silent for a moment, and Janice was frowning heavily. If that's the case, will they be using that access for worse things in the future? June considered. For now, I'll call all the psychics together and get some updates, Janice said. She looked at June, raising an eyebrow. You should go rest, June. You need to be in top form tomorrow. As if I could sleep right now anyway, June scoffed. She remained sitting and watched Janice walk away for a few meters, before she closed her eyes again and reached out with her mind. She would be helping them get to the bottom of this, regardless of her condition. Chapter 365, Poison and Revelations. Regina had thought she'd had a good handle on the palace. Recent events were making her reconsider that assessment. It was the early hours of the morning now, before sunrise. Regina hadn't slept at all that night. Most of the guests at her ill-fated Christmas party had gone home already, except for those staying in the palace, obviously. Even many of the drones that didn't usually sleep here had hung around. Tiredness was starting to drag her down, but she was still angry enough that it barely seemed to touch her. Instead, her anger was keeping her warm and alert. She had made an effort to rein herself in, for the sake of June and the others, particularly since she could tell that her own state of mind was being reflected by the drones again. But she was still pretty upset. Someone had dared to come here, into the home of many of her family and herself, a center of her territory, and had attacked her adopted sister, young and vulnerable drones, and a vulnerable child under her protection. In this instance, both the Hive Queen side of her mind and her human mind were in full agreement. They couldn't tolerate this. Unfortunately, as much as she wanted to punish someone, they still had to find the guilty party first, and that was proving frustratingly elusive. Although she was quite sure she knew who was behind it. Maybe not the specifics, but in general? Obviously, her enemies among the Essaman and the Western Confederation, and the temples of the gods, were behind this. They were all obviously working with each other anyway. I think they might have been doing this specifically to provoke us, Janice muttered when she stated the obvious. They were currently having another meeting, sitting together in person and speaking out loud for the benefit of June and, to be honest, others who had overtaxed their psychic muscles. Even Regina felt the strain, although she could certainly continue. There weren't many of them present, just a few senior drones, Janice, June, Kiera, and for once, Florence Linz. She'd refused to be excluded and Regina had permitted it, under the circumstances. Luckily, Janice Ant wasn't in the city at the moment or she might have to deal with even more of that. No, really? June asked, earning a dirty look from her friend. Regina cleared her throat. I'm afraid Janice is likely correct. There is more news which may confirm this, in my view. Please remember to stay calm, she reminded them, maybe a little hypocritically. They exchanged a concerned look, then turned to her with expectant gazes. We've got some news from our contacts further afield, she said. The psychic link was proving its use yet again. The powers that be in the Western Confederation reacted quite quickly. Almost as if they'd expected it, although I'm sure there are other possible reasons. The Essemen, too, apparently. Their leaders have half-heartedly offered us good wishes for a speedy recovery of the little prince and the princess, but that was clearly only noise. Some elements in their government and the temples are a bit clearer. What did they say? Janice asked, frowning but still pretty calm. There has been criticism of our Christmas party, of all things. They made some noise about the Empire daring to perform pagan rituals and therefore clearly attracting the wrath of the gods. Regina snorted and shook her head. To call it pagan, of all things. I wouldn't believe they even knew that word. It does just mean belonging to a different religion, Janice pointed out. Yes, I know, but still, it's just ironic. So, they condemned you as a pagan? June interrupted. They didn't go quite that far, although that would be the obvious conclusion. More importantly, they not so subtly said that, clearly, Robin's and Janice's illness, which they overstated, perhaps they were just expecting more. Either way, that it's clearly a punishment from the gods. You know, for the godless pagan feast. There was a moment of silence as the others took that in. Regina could sense their emotional reactions, and noted the looks they shot each other. I see what you mean, Kiera said, her jaw clenched so she had to force the words out. They must have been expecting something. That means they knew what was happening. Or someone in a position to coordinate them did, Tim put in. I doubt they would have shared the news widely, that would pose far too high a risk of word getting out to warn us. Regina nodded. True, but that's details. The point is, this was clearly concerted enemy action. Janice leaned forward in her seat, her eyes burning with a low brewing storm that hadn't really stopped since yesterday. I get you're all angry, I am too, they targeted me, but we need to think about this. There are too many open questions, not just regarding how they managed it. But before we discuss how we should respond, we ought to consider why they would do something like this. Why didn't they just try to kill Regina? Kiera asked. She seems like the obvious target. Maybe it was a matter of feasibility? Janice suggested. They poisoned some younger drones, those more likely to succumb. It would make sense if it was a test, and they wanted to see if it would affect Hivekind at all. Perhaps they didn't think their poison could hurt Regina, so they went for the best available targets. It still seems like a risky play, Max said. Was it actually, though? June asked, sitting back in her seat and crossing her arms. I mean, I think it's clear what they wanted. To provoke us? Tim repeated. Yes, and they basically meet that goal either way, right? I mean, I'm sure they'd rather they succeeded. It would take Janice out, one of our best military commanders and the Imperial heir, but they would have also made us really angry. I don't think it's a coincidence that Robin and Janice were targeted. They clearly wanted Regina and Kiera blinded by rage. And a failed assassination attempt is still quite the provocation, Janice agreed. She ran a hand through her hair, clearly thinking through the situation. Even if we caught whoever their person on the spot was, they could have just disavowed them and claimed it was all some plot against them or whatever. It would have come down to their word against ours. And if we didn't catch anyone or get any proof, then you would just attack them over groundless allegations. They could easily paint themselves as innocent victims of aggression, get the moral high ground in others' eyes. Regina made a face. That sounds just about right. Which leaves the question of why now, Janice continued, but I guess the simplest answer is likely the correct one. They just thought we were getting too strong. So they wanted the Empire to attack now, at a time and with circumstances of their choosing, Kiera muttered. We still have the advantage, I think. But it's true that the gap between the Empire's capabilities and theirs is likely to only grow wider. If they want a war, they may want it as soon as possible. And then it follows that we should not grant them that wish, Regina said, raising an eyebrow and sweeping her gaze over them. Janice met her eyes calmly, then picked up the cup of tea she'd brought with her and took a sip, visibly unconcerned. Over the psychic link, Regina could sense the nonchalance was a bit of a front, but Janice was quite sincere. She didn't disagree with her, of course. Her prior reasons all still stood, and she disliked the idea of doing anything their enemies wanted her to do. We do need to offer some kind of response, Kiera pointed out. We can't just let this happen and not do anything. She could feel her anxiety and even a hint of fear, but Kiera was locking them away quite well and presenting a composed front. She wasn't the only one, either. The prospect of a major war with the Western Confederation and Essaman, everyone knew they would fight together, clearly had an effect on the group. Regina herself felt some trepidation, if she was honest. But it was manageable. Regina nodded in response. That was the bad thing about politics sometimes, you always had to consider how something looked and what message it sent. Not that she would have wanted to let them get away with it. It will be easier to decide what to do if we catch whoever is behind this, she pointed out. Thoughts? The others were quiet for a bit, again exchanging glances. Regina caught the existence of several side conversations happening psychically, but didn't pry into them to learn what they were saying. I think our best bet is the 2 servants who are apparently missing, leaving before the lockdown, Janice finally offered. Regina nodded. I'm not sure about the decision to send Helen with some guards to apprehend them, she noted. Can I ask about your reasoning? Janice shrugged. That was on June. She glanced at her and mouthed sorry. June gave her a brief, distracted smile and focused on Regina. She was insistent, probably eager to prove herself, and I didn't see the harm. After all, if she screened them, she does know their minds best and would be better placed to recognize them, and it seemed prudent to send a psychic along with the Star Guard. After all, we needed to send more than just one person, and backup is good, right? Regina nodded, mostly satisfied with that explanation. They haven't checked in yet, have they, Max? He shook his head. We got a brief update when they left the city, but nothing since. Regina frowned, reaching out with the psychic link. She held up a hand to stall the conversation, finding it needed more focus than she had thought. Something is up, she muttered, to warn the others. Give me a minute. It took her a while to actually find the group. And a bit longer to figure out why. Their number was cut down. For a heart-stopping moment, she thought the guards had been killed. But no, they're still there, just very faint. Unconscious. Had to be. Unconscious minds were more difficult to detect with psychic powers, but they were still there, unlike people who died. And these were very faintly stirring, probably getting close to waking up. She also, with some effort, found Helen, who was shielding her mind hard, further away. For the moment, Regina focused on the guards. Only a few of them were sleeping. 3 others were stationary and seemed awake if tired, clearly having stayed behind at some point. She quickly contacted them. The group were already quite a distance from the palace, but they were still inside her range. What is going on? She asked them. They all snapped to attention, metaphorically speaking. My Empress, the senior guard reported, we are currently waiting to hear back from the rest of the unit. Madame Helen found our quarry and warned that they were on the alert, so we let the most stealthy members approach while staying back to provide support and backup. She should check in soon. He didn't say it, but it was clear that he was a bit anxious because she hadn't actually checked in yet. Regina frowned. They had clearly ridden swarm drone mounts to get here. She could still sense the flying drones, minus a missing one, nearby. That was not unusual. The Star Guard had an assigned complement, and at least her senior psychic students were generally included in a blanket order to swarm drones in the palace to obey their orders, and had traveled on flying drones in the past. They were currently in a dense patch of forest somewhere in northern Nerlia, breaking their sight lines, and far from any village or town. It wasn't unreasonable to think some fugitives might have tried to hide here, but she certainly couldn't find the two of them anywhere close by. Your comrades are knocked unconscious, she told them. There is no one else around. Go and retrieve them. Hurry. They responded with hurried affirmations, and Regina left them to it, focusing on her wayward student instead. This was starting to look very concerning, and she disliked what it implied. She took a closer look at Helen's mind, or what little she could sense of it, since her mental defenses were very much up. In fact, they put anything she'd ever seen from her to shame. It was like the mental shields from one of her students had suddenly jumped in quality so much to make her almost unrecognizable. Although, it has been a while since I even watched her seriously try to shield her mind, Regina admitted to herself. The thought made her a bit uneasy, but she focused on Helen again. The young woman, probably a bit older than Regina had been, was moving quickly, despite being alone. Regina recognized the effects of a class skill from one of the female Star Guard, who was currently unconscious. Helen must have had the soldier cast it on her before that happened. Regina didn't recall how long it lasted, but Helen was moving quickly towards the border. Resolved, Regina gathered herself and lightly pushed on the metaphorical wall around her mind. If she'd expected it to make way and Helen to let her in, however, she was disappointed. She tried again, pushing a bit harder and sending a mental call to Helen through it. She could sense a reaction, faintly, but it was indistinct, and nothing more. Helen's speed picked up slightly. Regina clenched her teeth. She tried to muster more of her focus. They were pretty close to the edge of her range by now, and even just talking to the soldiers had involved a not inconsiderable effort. Trying to force her way into someone's mind was much harder. But she'd be damned if she didn't try. So she rammed her mental shields with all the grace of a rampaging bull, then quickly followed up with several needle-like precision strikes. It helped her feel out her target's defenses. Unlike the visualization technique she'd taught her students, there was barely anything in that vein, just a simply image of a labyrinth with high walls. Mostly, it was just a sheer wall of determination and willpower weaponized to deter intruders. Regina didn't stop, but kept it up, varying her approach a few times. This might be new, but she still knew Helen, and she was a much more powerful psychic. She'd get through eventually. Just as she was starting to get the wall broken up, it broke on its own. In a deliberate, targeted manner that Regina hadn't seen before. She tried to metaphorically jump in after it, but she was too slow. It had already resealed, or maybe revealed a second layer of defenses. She could sense Helen's surface emotions and the occasional stray thought much better now. She had more access, but she could tell it came at an even worse cost. The other woman had locked her core self, her deeper emotions and mind and motivations, deeply inside her mind, sealing it with even more impenetrable mental defenses. And since one of her main drivers at the moment was burning determination to keep going, which she might have been psychically magnifying, even, Regina wouldn't be able to make her stop moving. "What the hell are you doing?" Regina asked. "Right now?" Running away, Helen admitted freely, stating the obvious. "What did you do, Helen? Do you actually need to ask, Your Majesty?" Regina didn't answer that. "Who put you up to this?" Helen didn't answer this time, although there was a faint feeling of "wouldn't you like to know" in the background. "I didn't teach you to shield like that." "Well, as it happens you're not the only psychic in the world, Master." Helen paused for a deliberate instant. Or rather, former Master. Regina gritted her teeth harder, but reined in her anger. There would be time to rage at this betrayal later. She couldn't afford to get sloppy right now. "Clearly, you're not the person I thought you were. You tried to murder an innocent toddler. What sort of monster does that?" Now she could sense a faint impression of guilt. "I didn't murder him," Helen said tightly. "But you tried." There was no answer again. "You will answer for this, Helen. But I can be merciful." Turn back while you still can. I don't need your mercy. You're not the woman you claim to be, either. After that, no matter what Regina tried, Helen wouldn't answer her anymore. She was fairly sure her messages were still getting through, she was just ignoring them. Regina mustered another attempt to break through her mental defenses and control her, but it made little discernible progress, and eventually, she had to withdraw. Her target was getting further away and she was already mentally exhausted. Instead, Regina very grudgingly broadened her focus again and turned to inform the others of what had happened. She'd found their traitor, and it had not come from a direction she had anticipated at all. Regina hadn't actually taken a deeper look into Helen's mind in a while, so she didn't know when she'd been turned. Had she always been a spy? That seemed unlikely. But she hated not knowing. She hadn't been close to her on a personal level, but to have one of her own students betray her, she didn't know what to do with that. Interlude, Cooperation 2. Helen stumbled as she dismounted from her flying beast, almost face-planting into the dirt. She wearily climbed back up from her knees onto her feet, half-heartedly cursing the stupid overgrown bird. She'd flown on flying drones a few times, somehow, those were much nicer to ride on than tamed monsters. That just figured. Not that she wasn't grateful to be given access to one, of course. Even with the exhaustion dragging at her, she felt much safer being a good distance away from the imperial borders and out of reach of the Empress. The one she had just scorned. "Are you all right, miss?" a man asked. Focusing a little, she could sense a rather typical slightly condescending concern from him. "Just fine," she answered, brushing her knees off and standing straighter. She glanced at the small group of soldiers around her. At least she assumed they were soldiers, they didn't seem to wear a standardized uniform, but they were carrying stylized emblems. "I need to speak to your superiors immediately," she continued. "Lady Sazator should be waiting for me." The apparently leader nodded and bowed slightly. "Just this way, Mississippi." Helen glanced back at her borrowed giant eagle, then turned to walk after him. She tried not to let her exhaustion and anxiety show, although it felt like she had to drag her body through molasses every step of the way. Her surroundings did not manage to hold her attention, despite being in a town she had never seen before. She was proud of herself, but the burst of pride she'd felt upon first realizing she had managed to escape Regina had faded over the hours of travel. She had made it across the border and to an outpost of the Confederation military, who had taken her to a larger base and there given her the tamed riding beast. Then it took several hours to travel here. She had been traveling for almost the entire night now, and been awake since dawn the day before. While the sun had risen, she'd like nothing more than to crawl into some bed, any would do, and sleep the day away. What she didn't like to dwell on was that pride wasn't the only emotion she felt about her actions. A part of her was glad to avoid trying to sleep for now, because she little liked admitting it even to herself, but she did feel a little guilty. The Empress parting shot about a monster trying to murder an innocent child still haunted her. "I didn't try to murder him," she told herself, for the 10th time. And she didn't. It wasn't like she had doubts about that. She didn't know the poison she'd used, but she doubted it would kill him. The lady had certainly spoken as if it wouldn't. And besides, the Empress phrasing itself showed that he was not actually dead, so clearly it was indeed true. Besides, why would they want to kill little Robin? It made no sense. Helen might have been born a peasant, but she wasn't stupid, and she knew what went on at court. Trying to kill the prince would be a bad move. She assumed their preferred target would be Queen Kiera, who would be harder to get to. She had seen her occasionally, but the queen was closely guarded, and she was an adult, with some sort of magical knight class, which had to have decent physical stats. Unlike the other princesses, her enemies would likely try to kill her as well, in time. If she was assassinated, or died on the battlefield, certainly it would be split on who to support. June was the current crown princess, a grown woman and close to the Empress, which would be a point in her favor for some, but the opposite for others, and Prince Robin, while still a child, was a boy. Many nobles would rally behind him for one reason or another. But if he died along with the queen, they would all consolidate behind June. For the Empire's enemies, that was absolutely worse than if he lived. Why wouldn't they want the Cernlian nobles divided? It wasn't like they had a candidate of their own to advance that would benefit from his death. Janice was more obvious and also a logical target, though Helen had more doubts about the poison's effectiveness on her. Although what did she know? Maybe it was particularly lethal to demi-humans. At least she was an adult. She could defend herself, and if she was careless enough to die from a drink she should have tested, it was basically her own fault. Not that it was likely to matter. Helen was rather sure they would all be dead inside a few years and all the long-term plans for their succession were worthless. Finally, after almost sleepwalking through the town, she reached a walled fort at the edge, with guards posted around it. They let her and her escorts in, perhaps having received a message sent ahead, and Helen forced her tired mind to focus. It was not hard to find the mind of the woman she was looking for. It was too weighty and powerful to be easily ignored, but it was also currently locked up behind tight defenses, not letting any stray thoughts leak out. Helen went in that direction. Inside the building, she found a sort of meeting room where the woman in question was speaking to several men, one of them in what looked like a custom-tailored uniform and the other two in rich Western fashion. Helen quickly scanned their system notifications. "I see our final agent has arrived," Sazator said to the men. "Pray give me some minutes to speak to her myself privately and call you in afterward for a common briefing, if you would." They grumbled a little but filed out. Helen focused on her teacher. "Honor Sazator, level? Psychic connector." She looked the same as before, though more richly dressed in a sumptuous pink gown. It should have clashed with her complexion or made her appear frivolous, but it didn't. Her face was unremarkable and lined enough to make her wonder about her age, her hair still full and brown. She looked collected, powerful. "I am glad you have made it safely, little hawk," she said. "Sit down, drink some water. Tell me, were you successful?" "Thank you, master," Helen replied, sitting down and pouring a cup of water from the jug. "I am not certain if I was." Sazator smiled slightly. "No need for that. You may call me teacher if you wish, my apprentice, but I do not require displays of submission or flattery." Helen returned the smile, inclining her head. "Of course. I administered the substance, or oversaw its administration, but I fled before I was entirely sure if I was successful. However, I am afraid it seems unlikely. The Empress personally went to heal Robin Linz, and Princess Janice was still up and moving." Her teacher sighed lightly. "It seems they discovered it in time, then. A shame. But you still did well, my dear." Helen nodded, grateful for the praise. She did not ask further questions about the poison, she was smarter than that. Anna regarded her silently for a moment. "Do not be anxious, little hawk," she said softly. "We will win this." Helen smiled back. If anyone else had used such a nickname, she'd have been annoyed, but somehow it was different with her. "I know, teacher. How could we not? They are trying to fight the gods." "Exactly," she agreed with a brisk nod. "It is rank arrogance. They will never prevail against the will of the gods. I can scarcely imagine anyone even being stupid enough to attempt it, progenitor or not." Helen nodded as well. It was, ultimately, why she was here. She'd started being concerned before, of course. But the all-but denunciation from the churches and the lack of any proper reaction from the Empire had rather settled the matter. Helen would not pretend to be pious or devoted to the gods, but she did not have to be pious to rather be part of the conquering army than sitting in the castle that would be sacked. And now she was with a teacher who would actually teach her and not neglect her education. Hopefully, at least, an inner voice pointed out. "We have only met twice before." It was easy to forget, they slipped so easily into a comfortable familiarity. Helen wondered if it was influenced by her psychic power. She wanted to learn it. "Regardless, I will protect you, and teach you to protect yourself," her teacher continued. She paused for a moment, then smiled almost impishly. "I also have something to show you that I think will rather cheer you up. We could consider it a reward for your performance and successful escape. But first, we must discuss what you have seen and heard in more detail." "Of course. Have the documents I have sent ahead arrived?" "Yes, we safely received them." Helen smiled. She wasn't sure about the exact path they had taken, except that they were supposed to be smuggled with a merchant's wares. Though it was quite fast for that, perhaps some trader of luxury perishable goods? It didn't matter now, though, but they would help to prove her worth. She hoped to earn a favorable position in the Confederation, and while her teacher's patronage would be vital, evidence of capability would also be useful. Unfortunately, she knew it would be harder for her to advance here than in the Empire, but she'd simply have to do her best. For now, she shared everything she'd seen and done with her teacher. Then, as they called in the other men, recounted it again. Helen confirmed that she had managed to affect a group of younger sapient drones, but they did not seem to be in serious danger of dying, although they fell ill. One of the men present must have been involved in the planning or procuring of the poison and asked detailed questions she answered as best she could. She made a note of his face and name. At some point, she managed to slip in a question and learned that the two men she had worked with, the probationary servants she had checked, had also safely arrived in the Western Confederation. She did not know them, but they were capable and willing to follow orders. She wouldn't mind working with them again. It had really been easier than she had feared. Students of the Empress were trusted and given access to most of the palace, and the inner gardens, which had almost become an unofficial gathering spot. She had met Lady Florence as she was taking her son Robin out there several times. And, of course, while they weren't close, she had also trained together with Princess Janice on rare occasions. Altogether, it had positioned her perfectly for this work, although perhaps not quite enough to make an attempt on the Empress, who was also the strongest of the hive kind. If the poison had only made the younger drones sick, it wouldn't even harm her. It hadn't been said in so many words, but she understood it was why she had not been a target, which was good for her, even if having Regina still alive and out for blood was not. Privately, Helen was thankful that she had not been tasked to attack June. She was, at this point, almost more of her teacher than the Empress had been, although she was not far beyond June in ability. Well, it seems the assassinations themselves failed, one of the men concluded finally, but it is hardly a loss. We have managed to enrage the monster and her most important supporter. We will wait for further news, and in the meantime, we can hope that it will lead them to foolhardy action. Sazator smiled and nodded. Quite so. I trust you will make sure it reaches the right ears. For now, this should conclude our discussion. They exchanged a few more words before parting. Sazator rested a reassuring hand on Helen's shoulder and steered her from the room. Will war truly break out over this? She asked. We can only hope, her teacher muttered. I personally doubt it. Now, come on. Helen regarded her thoughtfully as they left the building. She doubted her teacher had ever met any of the people involved personally, except perhaps years ago. She had clearly made a point of not visiting Sarah or getting within a certain distance of Regina, presumably to hide. Which had given her the advantage, as Helen doubted the Empress was aware she was involved in this conflict at all, even if she might have heard her name from Madras Yulavan or elsewhere. After leaving the fort proper, they walked along the edge of the wall and then crossed a street and followed a dirt path to a ravine. The placement of the location and the dip in the landscape meant that while it was close to and protected by the fort, it would be hard to see from the town or most positions. Helen wondered what they were hiding. She found out quickly, as they passed a fence into a yard attached to several sheds and stone huts. In fact, she stopped, turning to stare at what she was seeing and her teacher. You have built cannons? They looked less refined than the Empire's, although to be fair, she had never gotten a close look of those. Big hunks of dark metal, on wooden frames, gaping open maws like some monsters. Several of them were currently lined up with men swarming over them. Her teacher smiled, a self-satisfied smirk which had mischief dancing in her eyes. Of course. We need to even the scales somehow. Even with the gods' support, their armaments are formidable. But they are building enough of their cannon, training enough men to use them, that it was not too difficult to obtain proper plans and information. I didn't even need to do anything. Helen inhaled deeply, looking around. I assume this is not the only place where the Western Confederation has been secretly building artillery? Sazator's smile widened. No. We have taken great pains to keep the secret, so I will not be sharing further details with you. Suffice to say, it takes a lot of experimentation and must be away from civilization. Still, it is worth it. Watch. She followed her teacher a few meters further, and they got behind the cannon just as one of them was rolled out and aimed at an earthen berm quite some distance away. She had to squint to make out details. The cannon was prepared and fired. Helen watched avidly, wincing slightly at the sound of the explosion. The shot struck its target, throwing dirt and stones into the air. After a moment, she turned to her teacher. They are not as good as the Empire's, I assume, Lady Sazator? Her teacher shook her head. Call me Honor, dear. Helen nodded. Of course. Honor. And no, not yet. We have had trouble producing rifled barrels, and I am told it will take more time to be able to properly deploy canister shot. However, those are minor setbacks. She smiled slightly. They are not the only ones with mages, after all. Our men have worked out good techniques for shaping iron. They watched as several more pieces were rolled out for test firing. Helen noted the different types. Ones further back seemed lighter and their carriage was different. If she didn't miss her guess, they were her host's answer to the Imperial equivalent and would be moved around the battlefield by horses or tamed monsters. Other types were presumably good for sieges, or conversely to defend fortifications and break sieges. She couldn't help but smile at the sight. She'd never doubted their ability to win, but it was still inspiring. She had wondered about the practical realities of the war. Having artillery would do much to put her mind at ease. Now it was only a matter of time until the Empire got an unpleasant surprise. It's a shame, but what can you do? Interlude Isolation 4. The gathering of the councils, while sometimes spoken of as such, was not actually a single event. Instead, it was a series of them spread out over some time. It was not a single gathering, but several, sometimes with a varying roster, some of which were open to diplomatic guests while others were not. It also needed quite a bit of preparation time leading up to it, so when it finally arrived, Armin was relieved. Of course, he could have done without participating in the formal ritual that marked the gathering's start. Of course, being invited was an honor, and he certainly wouldn't reject it. That could be seen as an insult to his hosts or even to the gods, which he certainly wouldn't want. But he didn't want to get it wrong and offend them even worse. At least the ritual was relatively simple, and he'd made sure to be prepared. It was also a good opportunity to see the gathered Dark Elf notables who would be participating in the following events. Most of them were in wide, dark robes which were apparently their ceremonial clothes, with symbols and sigils painted on their faces and bare skin, so they looked quite different than normal. He had done the same, of course, carefully trying to choose inoffensive symbols. Interestingly, dark elves of all ages and both genders participated, though there were more women, and he even saw some dwarves and the odd gnome or surface elf. It only reinforced the diversity of the eternal dark. They said some ritualized prayers, which he followed along with, and conducted some sacrifices, which he watched, but didn't seem very different from what he was used to. Of course, everything had to be done properly, so he didn't mind waiting and watching silently. It was only common sense to want to propitiate the gods. They'd done this for centuries and their gatherings were still observed and useful, so the ritual was clearly not inappropriate. Even if it wasn't what he was used to, but different places, different customs. Eventually, they cooked the meat of the sacrificed animals over an open fire, something he was sure they wouldn't normally do, considering they were underground, but it was a special day, and passed it out to the worshippers. Drinks and other food were brought out, and the statues of the gods they had used were covered with cloth while the gathering moved to an adjacent room to indulge in celebration. Now the gathering has officially started, he mused. If you have questions about any of the food, we can explain, Paris said. Some of it may not be suitable for your people's digestion. Armin grimaced slightly, but nodded. So far, I have not encountered any problems, so I doubt it will be an issue. But thank you for the offer. Paris seemed to have been appointed to stay with him for now, which he didn't mind. Armin watched the crowd, trying to decide how to act and who to approach. It was rather big. There were secondary leaders, guests, and aides, like them, he supposed, also present. Finding the truly important people, the leaders of the major houses and high government officials, was fairly easy, though. The other people tended to cluster around and orient toward them. Luckily, many of them seemed to be interested in talking to him, if only out of curiosity. Armin took advantage of this, speaking as an informal advocate of the empire and also as someone close to Madras. However, he deflected most questions about her, especially the personal ones. Madras held no government office, but in theory, she should have a voice in the council of the leaders of the most important houses that discussed issues of administration, law, and war. It was the most regular and perhaps most important of the council gatherings during the gathering of the councils. In theory, since she held the title of eminent mistress, Madras was also eligible to be elected as their leader. The current leader, a position he'd seen translated as sovereign, hegemon or just matriarch in the texts he'd read, eminent mistress Anevian, seemed unworried about that possibility, although of course she wouldn't show it if she was and perhaps others might be. Instead, Armin told some tales of the founding of the empire and the events that had happened during and after it, and narrated the reaction and actions of the Delvers. The latter issue was clearly important to the gathered Dark Elves, and he understood why. The return of a progenitor was already sending ripples through the order, even to lands much farther away. It was easy to see it might change the Delvers' relations with others, like their partners in the Eternal Dark, too. Unfortunately, he had been gone for a while and really wasn't the best authority on how the local Delvers actually took all this. While he'd exchanged some letters and stopped in a few towns on the way here, it was hardly a comprehensive overview. I assume that means we will not have to face increased hostility, eminent Mistress Irisen, an ally of his hosts, noted. That would depend on the details of what diplomacy you conduct going forward, I assume, he replied. But generally, I would hope not. Empress Regina does not support the idea of a humanity-first ideology, and in the Empire, the local Delvers have moved away from more xenophobic positions toward tolerance. I would hope this push for more inclusion is going to spread. Of course, there might be reactions against it and some may make a point of distancing themselves from all non-humans, including old allies. She cocked her head and gave him a more penetrating look. A fascinating analysis, Sir Armin. You are able to speak about your own people with remarkably little bias. He grinned wryly and shrugged. Obviously, it is something I have spent a great deal of thought on and talked to many others about. It makes sense, Paris muttered. You are one of the Renioni people, aren't you? He raised an eyebrow, a bit surprised that she knew that. Yes. Though I have not been back home for years now. They talked a little further about the Delvers' opinions and impact on foreign policy, while he acted a bit more confident than he truly was. But it wasn't like he was lying or misrepresenting anything, he just couldn't afford to seem to be vacillating. A few other people joined the discussion before long, and then a few of them moved on to other knots of conversations. Unsurprisingly, the conversation eventually turned to matters of trade. He had expected that. It was probably the most important way of interacting with the outside for the inhabitants of the Eternal Dark. Especially those outsiders as far away as the Central European Empire. Armin also wasn't particularly surprised at their interest in food production, when he mentioned that Empress Regina and her hive had introduced new types of fertilizers and they were seeing initial, positive results. He immediately got a lot of questions and tried to answer as best he could. Perhaps surprisingly, people seemed less interested in understanding the details and trying to appropriate it for themselves than the further-reaching results. He had to wait until the conversation died down and he had a bit of a breather to ask Paris about it. Why aren't they more concerned about getting their hands on it, if they are so interested? His guide shrugged. Our ways of farming are quite different than those on the surface. Not just in the way it is organized socially, but also regarding the actual mechanisms. Many things that might work for you wouldn't work for us. We usually farm entirely different crops, for once. Among other things. Armin nodded. He'd seen some of that during his time here. It made sense that they wouldn't be trying to cultivate wheat underground, for example. I understand that. Although it still strikes me as amazing that you managed to have agriculture underground at all. Paris smiled faintly. We do have intricate systems that make sure nutrients are properly shared and cycled. And farming is done communally by larger groups like houses, which means there are no single farmers trying to cultivate several different crops, as I've heard humans tend to do. Perhaps to minimize risk? If a harvest fails, less likely since we don't need to worry about storms or changing weather, well, the house has other economic ventures and our laborers aren't left to starve. From what I have read, and Ignis has written quite a bit on the topic, our system is simply more efficient. But we do import quite a bit of food from the surface. Particularly grain. Armin paused, then nodded. I will need to consider this further, but your explanation makes sense, he admitted. He had never been a farmer himself, but there were some things everyone knew, and her characterization seemed correct as far as he knew. So, importing grain, then they are concerned about prices, I assume? Between the edges of the Empire's territory, were Essemen, and their current position or its equivalent on the surface were several smaller countries, located largely on flat plains of arable land that were good for farming. It made sense they could export some grain to the Dark Elves. We are, Lerman said, appearing beside them and bringing a few other Dark Elves trailing after him. Do you think the price is likely to fall, with increased agricultural output from the Empire? I am unsure how much will be exported, but I would say so, he guessed. He was really glad he had discussed subjects of commerce and trade with Madras and others before leaving. It is a bit far for direct export to the Eternal Dark, but if the Empire sells more grain to its neighbors, the price there will fall and it will probably do the same here in turn. In the long term, their productivity will also be increased as they learn technologies from the Empire. I have been told they intend to spread their knowledge instead of hoarding it. Presumably not to the Essemen, though, Irizen joked with a little smile. There were a few polite chuckles in the group, and he inclined his head with a smile, conceding the point. And what have the Essemen ever done to you? Someone else asked. To me? Nothing, Armin answered easily, smiling at the woman who was clearly trying to make some sort of point. They did involve themselves in the war in Cernlia, which might lead to some hard feelings. I do not feel I can speak for them or the imperial citizenry, though. Perhaps you should ask Clausen, I'm sure he knows something, Irizen suggested with another smile, discreetly pointing to someone a bit further away. Armin followed her gaze, then started and barely kept himself from giving a more visible sign of surprise. Somehow, while he'd been distracted talking, another man had entered the room, or maybe he'd simply overlooked him before, and made his way closer to them. It was definitely a human, which he had not expected. Armin was not familiar enough with forms of dress in the nearby kingdoms to be certain, but he did not look like he came from a local nation. He was wearing a sort of amulet with a religious symbol, in this case a feather which was associated with Diurionon, which Armin knew originated in Essemen even if it had spread to adjacent countries from there. Of course, even more interesting was what the system told him about the man. Lucas Clausen, level 67 psychic counter. A psychic? Those weren't exactly common. And a human psychic here, suddenly? He glanced at Paris and Lerman. Paris seemed unbothered, although he knew she was just composed. Lerman was staring at the man with narrowed eyes. Then he glanced at Armin, who raised an eyebrow slightly. In response, the dark elf just shrugged slightly and tilted his head. He wasn't entirely sure, but the gesture seemed like a vague apology. Maybe for not being prepared. Then, before he could ask, the psychic in question reached them. Armin straightened up a bit, trying not to look like he'd been surprised. Greetings to you. I admit, I was not expecting to find a human psychic here. I am Armin Nizazulaven, pleased to meet you. The man inclined his head the slightest fraction. I am Lucas Clausen, fourth son of the Lord Mayor of Leberg. This time, Armin was pretty sure he couldn't keep his surprise of his face. You are from Liongen? And a noble from its capital, who's also a psychic. He had not heard of him before. Was his father newly appointed, maybe? Indeed. I am glad to see you have some basic knowledge of geography. Did your introduction omit anything, or do you not have titles to add? I am not trying to be offensive, simply curious. Armin gave him a tight smile, still trying to figure out why a psychic from the Western Confederation was here. He did not come up with any answers that reassured him. I am a delver, little more. I do not have any great titles to offer. Clausen smiled genially. Now I am sure you are putting yourself down, Master Armin. They would hardly have invited someone of no renown to these festivities. Well, he is the adopted, primary male house member of one of the Eternal Dark's most powerful scions, eminent Mistress Yulaven, Lerman said, keeping his tone so light and airy that the irony was obvious. Of course. Madras, Clausen nodded. I have met her before. Armin suspected the smile he was trying to firm up on his face was edging closer to a grimace. Now he remembered the name. It was one of several psychics his party leader had mentioned before, some time ago. He had not paid particular attention at the time. He hadn't had the impression that this man was important. How nice, Teddy's Allerin chimed in, stepping up beside Lerman and smiling slightly. My stepdaughter has not mentioned you. Her words were polite, but the tone and implication did raise a few small smirks in the people listening in. Clausen didn't seem to mind. He only bowed courteously to her and exchanged a few polite pleasantries. Well, Master Armin, it was charming to meet you, he then said. Unfortunately, I have important people to speak to. I am sure we will see each other around. Until then. He nodded and turned to go. Armin looked after him, finally allowing himself to frown. He had to admit he was a little thrown by this encounter. What is he doing here? What does he want? He asked quietly, glancing at the Allerin couple. Teddy sighed. I wish I knew any specifics, but we can only speculate. I was not aware of his presence until today. Apparently, he only arrived yesterday. I think we can assume he will be set against us, trying to prevent any cooperation with the Empire, Lerman muttered. Armin nodded, watching as Clausen joined another group with high-ranking dark elf women. He was rather sure that was true. But the question was what else he might be aiming for, and how he aimed to accomplish it. I will find out who invited him, and what they want to accomplish, Teddy's promised. And I will need to send a letter to Madras, Armin muttered. It's a shame we'll have to wait for her reply. By the time it came, the gathering might already be over. Chapter 366, Failure and Morale. And you didn't see fit to look or tell me about this before? You failed me, and our students. Madras raised an eyebrow, looking distinctly unimpressed. I think you failed yourself, Regina. Regina snarled soundlessly. Her partially retracted claws dug into her palms. They were mostly alone, so she didn't hide her anger. And for all that she was angry at Madras, she was at least as angry at herself. She'd just come to tell Madras about what happened and get her perspective, but somehow it had devolved into an argument. Probably because both of them were tired and grumpy. She probably could have done better than to have Madras dragged out of her home and bustled to the palace, Regina had to admit. Especially since her teacher had only just returned. I don't have the experience you do, she gritted out. When there is another psychic doing their thing anywhere close by, I want you to tell me. She took a deep breath. Who was it? Madras hesitated, then inclined her head. I started looking as soon as I heard what happened, she said. I'm almost sure it must have been Honor Sazator. I sensed her before, close by, but not on your side of the border, when I was in the north. And your description of their mental shielding sounds like something she can do. It's one of her specialties. Regina nodded, searching her memory for information about that particular psychic. Madras had given her info on all of the important ones a while ago, but she hadn't thought too much about it since. So, someone from the Western Confederation, that makes sense. She's actually from a minor principality that wasn't included there, at least originally, but she spent some time in several of the Confederation's countries, Madras informed her. Right. She doesn't have a mind control affinity, right? Just communication and shielding. Those are her talents, as far as I can tell, yes. Regina nodded and paced a few meters up and down the room. What else? Are there any other psychics who might be working with her? There could easily be, Madras shrugged. I know of a few who it wouldn't surprise me to hear joined her, and there might be more. She frowned. I imagine they must have shared concerns about your own use of psychic power. Regina bit down on a curse. I suppose Madras did warn me, she thought. So, did she influence Helen or not? June asked. She was sitting in a chair close by, her arms crossed. Madras glanced at her and tilted her head to the side, subtly sending a note of regret and sympathy psychically. Undoubtedly she did manipulate her. But with psychic powers? No, I doubt it. As I noted, control or influence is not her strength, at least not getting past proper mental defenses. That figures, Janice muttered. She leaned against the door, looking thoughtful. Helen has more talent in psychic influence, June said. And also less scruples than most of us. You should have been more careful with her, Madras said to Regina, clicking her tongue. Regina sighed. I knew who she was, or at least I thought I did. She is ambitious, but I offered her power and status. Was it really stupid to assume she would stay loyal? No, but you should have still checked, Janice muttered. And while I appreciate the need to test your remaining students, perhaps you should also keep in mind that their loyalty will be strengthened by generosity and mercy, not collective punishment, June said, not quite meeting her gaze. Regina sucked in a breath. She had confined the rest of the psychics, true, but I never intended to punish them for her betrayal, she said. I just wanted to be sure. She was one of the most senior and most capable. We need to be sure she hasn't unduly influenced the others, especially with her abilities. Or recruited them the normal way. If one of them could betray her, why not the others? She certainly couldn't afford to keep blindly trusting them. We can ask them to let us assure ourselves of their trustworthiness again, June suggested. I'm sure they wouldn't object, under the circumstances. Regina nodded, glancing at her and Madras. I will need your help. The three of us will do it. Each student will be screened at least twice, by one of us and then another. That seems a bit paranoid, Madras noted. It will take time. And you will not allow the other students to take part? No, Regina snapped. She rubbed her temples. Helen managed to hide her real thoughts and affiliation for a while, clearly. Who knows what else that psychic may have taught her, or taught someone else. I won't take that chance. We'll take care of it, and they can stay under lighthouse arrest in the meantime. They'll understand. Madras sighed and straightened. Then, of course, I'll fulfill your request. It was not a request, Regina grumbled. But she didn't want to drag this out arguing with Madras. I won't let you down again, Master, June interjected. If any of them know anything that can help us, we'll find out. I don't think one of the others was involved, but it is prudent to be cautious, and we'll follow your orders. Regina paused, and smiled at June, radiating some soothing feelings towards her. You didn't fail, June, if anything, I did. Madras is right about that. I have every confidence that we will all do this properly and find any problems there may be. That's nice and all, Janice spoke up, crossing her arms as she kept leaning against the door. But it still doesn't answer what we should do otherwise. Regina settled back down in a chair, tugging on her mandibles. We should test the psychics first before we move on to other people that may have been influenced, she reasoned. Clearly, at least the senior ones will be able to help with that. We will also intensify our normal checks and make an updated schedule for regular screening of government officials and military commanders. The others nodded. She sensed their agreement, coupled with various other emotional shades. If it hasn't already, news will begin making its way around the Empire shortly, Janice said quietly. We need to put out some kind of statement, to react somehow, but we don't want to play their game and start a war. Should we make it public that Helen was a traitor? June asked. Regina frowned. We could do that without directly implicating the Western Confederation or Esseman, or anyone else, she said. Everyone will know they were likely behind it, but we can say we don't yet have any proof and it will be true. I'm not sure how public I want this to be. We can put out a warrant for her arrest, even without going into too much detail. If we say it was just food poisoning, or something, it will make our response seem like an overreaction, Janice pointed out. Regina stood up, starting to pace up and down the room again. She had a major headache, and was starting to feel a tightness in her core that she recognized. It seemed like Hive Queens had a biological instinct to respond to stress with making new drones, presumably to defend them. She tried to push the urge down and promised herself to take a relaxing bath later, but right now she had to focus on the situation. We might be looking at this the wrong way, she said. This is also an opportunity. A princess and prince were attacked. A cute, innocent young boy, and a popular heir. People should be upset about this. There has already been a rise in nationalism, and while I would usually be ambivalent about it, this kind of thing is just what can lead to people coming together as a nation. They basically handed us a recruitment tool on a platter, Janice muttered. Exactly, we just need to use it carefully. Janice nodded decisively. I will give some speeches and make sure our commanders take this the right way. I was going to keep doing tours of our military bases and factories anyway. That way I can show strength, show how we beat this cowardly attack, while still using it to motivate our people. You didn't want to start the war too early, Madras pointed out. And they won't. It's not like our men are going to go ahead and invade the enemy on their own, June responded. They need a lot of support and logistics and such, right? Of course, Janice said. One of our biggest advantages is discipline. I think we can be reasonably free to choose our actions without worry that the troops will mutiny. Regina half smiled, half grimaced. That was of course a good thing, but she still didn't like what it all meant. Maybe we should do some maneuvers. I'll speak to Ben about our schedule for operations in the mountains, so we can give more troops combat experience, she said. We'll also be taking another look at the supply situation, and I'll tell Tia to focus on the food and ammunition depots. And we'll speak to our allies, of course. Speaking of, June chimed in hesitantly, glancing at Janice. Will the elementals help us? Janice paused, frowning. They're hardly a unified entity, she said. But I can go south. I think Valence at least might come around to fighting for us in the coming war. Valence would not be happy about this, Regina understood. She nodded. We should also pay more attention to the other countries to the east and west, June suggested. There are still opportunities, for example southeast of Essaman, on the Empire's eastern border in general, and maybe further to the west along the mountains. Especially if you want to forge an alliance with the Dark Elves, shouldn't we pay attention to the lands in between us? Good point, Regina agreed. Some of them had already sent envoys and gifts. They were clearly aware which way the wind was blowing, at least in their corner of the continent. I feel I'd be remiss if I didn't point out that there might be an opportunity for getting more soldiers there, Janice said, frowning. If we quickly subjugate them and then extract tribute or draft fighters. We should have the strength for it, and even the strength to do it quickly. However, I don't think it's a good idea. Besides the obvious moral objections, it'd be hard to integrate such conscripts, and it might cost us more than it's worth. Regina resisted the urge to start pacing again. Yes, she agreed quietly. I had the same idea. But you're right. We need to be careful how we act. But that doesn't mean we can't get anything from them. Instead, I will send delegations, perhaps Tim or you, Janice. We can offer some of our knowledge and technology. And in return we'll build connections and influence. At the very least, we can get official permission to recruit auxiliaries if and when the actual war starts. Any people we recruit will need time to be trained and integrated with our army, Janice noted. Yes, but I don't expect the war to be over in a few weeks, anyway. Madras hummed quietly. If I have learned anything in my own experience with war, it is that everything hinges on morale. That is partly why psychics can be so effective. Soldiers need to have bonds with each other that motivate them not to abandon their comrades in battle, but they also need to have faith in their cause, their officers, and their matriarch or king. Your hive will keep fighting for as long as you want them to, Regina, but this is not the case for most fighters. Regina nodded. The reading she had done largely agreed with her. That is why the idea to use this attack to strengthen morale is a good one, if you can leverage it. But you also need to consider the larger picture, and your enemy and their advantages. Men who are convinced the gods are on their side will fight hard and be harder to break. I know, Regina replied, a bit annoyed at the reminder. Then consider this, if Diarianon or another god descended to show himself to the soldiers of the enemy, even to fight beside them, would your own men still fight? Regina paused. She had not considered that question directly before. If she was honest, it did not look good. Perhaps not, but I'm not sure there is anything we can do to change that. Getting them to actually fight the gods? That would be a tall order. We can at least try our best, Janice said. Prepare as best we can. Yes, Regina agreed, we will do that. Madras looked contemplative. Delvers have rarely been very fond of the gods. There is a long, institutional tradition of skepticism, let us say. It will be difficult to transfer to the general population, but, if anyone is in a position to do it, you are. Regina nodded, feeling a surge of determination she didn't bother to hide, but instead letting it leak to the others. You are right. We need to not just build our military or disempower the temples, but forge our own cultural mythos and philosophical traditions, our bedrocks of civilization. One that leans heavily on what came before. You have already been doing that? June said, more of a question than a statement. Yes, but we will do it better. Be more coherent, more bold. Regina straightened up, clasping her hands behind her back. I will not be daunted by fear of backlash or upsetting people. The temples can disapprove if they want, I will not let them stop me from living by my own culture. We can bring back more holidays, instead of trying to hide them. We can be bolder in our art, architecture, and music. And while we set up more schools and universities, open to all, we can give them more radical texts to read. Perhaps I should write some myself? The others exchanged a look, and Janice shrugged. Sounds good, she said laconically. Regina sagged a bit, sighing. All right. I think that's all. I really need a nap. Perhaps you should do the same. They quickly dispersed, with June and Janice leaving together. She could tell they were looking for Kiara, while Madras went to the psychic students. Regina would visit them as well, but later. She wasn't joking about needing a nap. She told Ira to wake her after a few hours regardless. There was a lot to do. She should probably write a speech, and maybe make time to talk to various important officials, and generally smooth things over after the lockdown of the palace. Not to mention take the reports of the Star Guard and spend some time with her younger drones, and with Janice, and with Kiara and her family. Still, before getting to any of that, Regina sat down and paged through the bundles of papers and books on her desk and bookshelves. I'll need to ask Galatea for more material, she thought absently. Much more. Then she pulled out a new sheet of paper and a fountain pen and wrote down a few names and titles while she thought. Voltaire. John Locke and David Hume. Immanuel Kant. They would need new translations, perhaps summaries in easy-to-understand language with the vocabulary and context of the current time. Perhaps I should write my own treatise or texts, she mused. Commentaries on the Enlightenment? There would hardly be any ancient philosopher she would agree with unreservedly. But perhaps that was for the best. And if she could get a new movement going, inspire new thinkers and writers, that would be even better. Or just make reading and debating fashionable at court, and from there have it trickle down further. At least it would be something. The important thing was to get people thinking about reason and rationality, empirical study and principles of morality. She didn't even have to attack religious sentiment directly. It should be clear whether or not you should follow the temples or the gods on their own merits. At least in principle. She would have the ability to spread any of her texts pretty easily in the empire, especially if she sent them to the new schools, perhaps even to be used to teach people to read and write. She should take advantage of the capacity, while also sponsoring the construction of new printing presses and publishers in the private sector. In the long term, perhaps Regina would even be making things much harder for herself, as a monarch. But she didn't care at the moment. If she eventually got problems because people wanted sovereignty and democracy, it would be worth it. Chapter 367, Concerns. When are we going to get proper planes? Max asked. Ask me again in 5 years, Tia said. Really? I expected a higher timeframe, he admitted. No, but in 5 years, I'll be able to give you a good estimate. He laughed over their psychic link. Tia was not in the capital right now. She'd been going from place to place recently and only stayed in one spot long enough to sleep, cuddling with whoever of the other drones was around. It had let her meet more of her little siblings, so she didn't mind. In contrast, Max had stayed in Sarah, and stuck close to their mother's side. He'd been just as busy, but he still prioritized her security. It made sense, he was the commander of the Star Guard after all. Why planes? She asked. They had talked about a lot of things, including several technical challenges, but he had to know actual airplanes were a bit of an unrealistic goal for the moment. I was thinking about flying drones and how we can use them, and wishing we had something sturdier. Also getting standardized equipment for them is a headache. You don't say, she commented drily. Equipment for their army was more or less her bailiwick. And Tia had done her best. With all due humility, she thought they had done pretty well. There were still weak points and trade-offs, of course. She couldn't expect to actually equip an army with the standard of an industrialized nation. But that was fine. There was a lot that went into outfitting their soldiers, even if you looked past artillery and weapons. They had set up manufacturers or hired craftspeople in large numbers. Many things were needed, from flasks to belt buckles to tent pegs, and of course uniforms. Proper footwear was important, for instance. Some of its soldiers even brought themselves. There was no need to standardize everything, even if she'd prefer that in an ideal world. The army still employed a lot of cobblers. Tia had looked at their budgets. If they could use all the money for weapons and ammunition that was spent on various sundry equipment, they'd have a lot more firepower. That said, it was usually easier to equip Hive drones, especially swarm drones. Mostly because they just weren't given as much equipment. But for important and somewhat specialized roles like flying drone mounts, they did need something, and the constraints of their task didn't make it easy. You haven't rethought their armor, I take it? Max asked. Tia sent him the feeling of shaking her head. She was currently sitting in view of other people and didn't want to seem like she was talking to herself, so she didn't emote outwardly. No, we ran tests and Ben agreed with our analysis. Switching to heavier armor would not be worth it when weighed against the decrease in their endurance and top speed. We may make enough such armor for some drones, for cases where defense is most important, but it won't be standard issue. We'd be running into material shortages, anyway. Currently, there were several variants of light armor used for flying drones, all obviously optimized to hinder them as little as possible and to weigh as little as possible. They couldn't use conjuration for everyone, so they largely had to make do with normal materials, but cloth, good steel insets and the occasional bit of monster hide were still useful. Some laughter drifted over on the wind, and she glanced at the terrace below her. She was currently in Nerlia City, or more specifically, being hosted in their royal palace. Not that Tia really had much to do here, but it was a convenient base for overseeing several matters and facilities she did want to visit. Her current location was about as sheltered as it was possible to get in their expansive palace complex, overlooking one of the sparse gardens, rather unimpressive even compared to Sarah's. The season also made sure that not many people were out and about, although some seemed to take it as a challenge to brave the conditions. It wasn't the first time she'd been here, and there were a few other drones around, so she didn't feel isolated. But the atmosphere felt a little different this time. Tia wasn't a psychic, of course, besides her connection to the psychic link, but it was easy to see why. She turned and raised a hand, looking through the wide and open doors leading onto this terrace and getting the attention of a young woman waiting a respectful distance away. The human approached, bowing deeply as she reached her. Your Imperial Highness? I find myself curious who else is out here. The girl, actually a young noble sprout and probably a squire or something, she believed, hesitated for a moment. I believe it is Princess Adelaide and some of her companions, my princess, she said. They are training outside. I have also seen Princess Rosalie, she sometimes likes to observe and offer encouragement. I see, thank you, Tia replied. She tapped a finger against the rim of her cup absently, ignoring the sound. If she is still there and is amenable, invite her to come speak to me. Yes, Your Imperial Highness. I would also like another cup of tea, please, she added. The girl scurried off to do as she was bid and Tia turned back around. Sometimes, it was good to be a princess, she mused. Shortly after, a servant showed up with more tea, and it took a few minutes longer until the older princess appeared. She curtsied with, Tia was sure, a bit of reluctance. Princess, please come and sit, Tia invited her. I do hope I didn't take you away from anything pressing. The older woman smiled courteously. Not at all, Princess Tia, in fact I was hoping for a chance to speak to you. Splendid. I was looking over some figures and reports and considering some concerns raised when I visited our nearby works. I thought you would be a good person to talk to, regarding some complaints from the Nerlian court. Your input would also be appreciated on the administrative details. Rosalie Harlan frowned slightly, answering after a momentary pause, this is about the ironworks and forges, then? Of course, what else would I want to speak about? Tia smiled. There have been regular requests for more swarm drones to work the mines and smelters. She was a little ambivalent about that. Recently, the Empire had concentrated much more on local production of metal, partly because imports were becoming untenable. The Western Confederation and Esseman had stopped selling, obviously, and other countries were both hesitant and did not have large surplus. Rising demands from their fledgling industries meant just using magic was also not a solution. She'd anticipated this and prepared, of course. In principle, it was fine. Getting iron was easy enough, comparatively, although a lot of deposits were apparently emptied, and she'd heard from delvers that even finding old ancient mines wasn't rare, plus they were in reach of some tin and copper for the occasional bronze working or wires, and they could still conjure the truly rare earths. Of course, the actual work was still demanding. They'd done a lot to try and reduce the labor required, but using traditional methods were still sometimes necessary. Mining in particular still used some unskilled labor, and switching workers to other places where labor was in demand, where they might use some skills, made sense. Though swarm drones were often weaker than human laborers because of their lower stats, and also needed oversight. Introducing technological upgrades, like blast furnaces with better heat management, had increased their efficiency a lot, but it was still far outstripped by their need for steel and other materials. So this wouldn't go away anytime soon. That is unsurprising. I feel your regional managers are in a competition regarding productivity, the princess said, smiling slightly. But the smile faded quickly. Although, forgive me, but I am not sure why you would speak to me about it. Like I said, you are experienced, and have a reputation for shrewd acumen, Tia shrugged. You know the court, and the local conditions. Anything you would like to share would be appreciated. It was also a bit of a job interview, at least if things worked out well. Tia was flattering her a little, but she wasn't lying, and giving the older princess a position managing their infrastructure projects would be good for several reasons. If she wanted to and if she was trustworthy. I will do my best, Rosalie replied. She clearly understood at least some of the subtext, and did give good answers and comments as they kept talking. She also managed to slip in several references to her niece and how Adelaide was smart and capable, too, and would perhaps shine in a position with more responsibility. Tia appreciated the effort, although she would have to disappoint her on this point. That certainly wasn't something she could or would try to decide on her own, it was Regina's decision. Not that she was against an effort to give the rulers of Nerlia a bit more of a personal stake in their industrialization. They had talked for almost an hour before they were interrupted. Tia's attendant came back, hovering enough to be seen and signal that she had something to say. A few seconds later, Captain Theron, the leader of her current protective detail from the Star Guard, showed up as well, looking more impatient. Excuse me, she said, stopping her conversation partner, and turning to them. Yes, Chloe? Your Imperial Highness, and Your Highness, she seemed nervous as she bowed her head to her own princess. I have been told to inform you that His Majesty the King is feeling unwell. He appears to have suddenly fallen sick, with symptoms of vomiting, fever, and a wet cough. There is some concern that he may have been poisoned, given recent events, Theron cut in. We must make sure you are safe, milady. I will stay with you and I urge you to return to your quarters. Bad news indeed, Tia said, glancing at Rosalie. I hope he has been seen by physicians? Have healers from the Hive been called? Court physicians are attending to him now, Your Highness, the young woman reported. I am uncertain about anything else. Yes, as far as I know, Theron cut in. She nodded, mentally reaching out. She'd make sure a good healer got here quickly. My brother will not be pleased, Rosalie muttered. She looked a bit pale. Let us hope they will be up to the task. They certainly will, Tia reassured her. Please also be careful, Princess. You should consult a healer to examine you as well, just to be sure. She knew the Nerlian king had been ill before, quite a bit, apparently. It might simply be some kind of autoimmune disorder or infection compromising his immune system flaring up again. Though that was as far as her medical knowledge went. He hadn't wanted Regina to see to him, but hopefully, he would be more reasonable with another healer right now. Rosalie smiled sardonically. I doubt anyone would bother with me, but thank you for the concern, Princess Tia. Rest assured we will do all we can to assure your safety while you are our guest. I wouldn't doubt it. But I should at least reassure my guards. If you will excuse me? They split and went back inside. Tia wasn't particularly concerned. If this was the same poison, then it clearly had trouble working on Hive kind, which made sense given they had rather different biology. She also didn't think their enemies would try to poison her like that. But, if they had actually made an attempt on King Roger's life, that was troubling. She withdrew to her assigned quarters mostly for her guards' peace of mind and because there were more Imperials around. Tia reached out and talked to a few of them, trying to get a picture of the situation, and what arrangements they'd made. It didn't look like they had locked the palace down yet, and she suggested it, though the local authorities might want to wait for a proper diagnosis. Her mother contacted her after a few minutes, asking for more information. Tia reported everything she knew. She could tell that Regina was also concerned. Their talk was brief, before she moved on, presumably talking to other people as well. After a brief hesitation, Tia instead searched for Dan and connected to his mind. Have you heard? She asked him. I did. Are you safe? Of course. But I was going to ask you that. She let him sense some of the concern she was feeling. If this is part of some coordinated strategy, they might be making moves. Have you seen anything? No, but we're reporting everything anyway, you could just look in the psychic link, he pointed out. And I'm not a scout. Sure, but you're still close to the border to keep an eye on them. Dan had been going through various positions either in the mountains or on the northern borders. She knew that he wasn't just sitting in one place and would make sure to learn what was going on around him. Maybe, Dan grumbled. They haven't done any large-scale troop movements, and getting any eyes in the Western nations is always dicey. Too many flying beasts, compared to what there should be. I'm pretty sure they've been breeding them. I could have told you that, Tia interjected. Obviously they need an answer to our flying drones, and we've conclusively demonstrated the virtues of air superiority. I know, he said, irritated. She knew the irritation wasn't aimed at her, but at the situation. Regardless, I think for once, you might be looking in the wrong direction, sister. The Western Confederation has been calm, as far as we can tell. The South has not been, the monsters in the mountains are still putting up a struggle, and people from Varigals and the other southern cities are also venturing into the mountains. And what's more, the Essamen are also stirring. Or, whatever the opposite is. They basically stopped any travel through the border, and guard it more heavily. Tia frowned. She'd been vaguely aware of that, but Dan sounded downright annoyed. Is it that much of a change? I don't know, I just don't like the feeling. These religious orders have popped up there, too, Tia. By now, they're everywhere. Only excepting in the Empire, and even then only because the government has taken a stance against them. I wouldn't bet that there aren't things going on beneath the surface. June already suggested sending more psychics there. I'll support her suggestion. Now that they've all been cleared, it should be fine. They can help suss out if there is any reason for concern. Or, are you thinking the Essemen are behind all this and not the Western Confederation? I don't know, Tia. He sighed. I just don't like the way this is going. Mother is right not to give in to their provocations, but the initiative is still far too much on their side right now. Tia hummed consideringly. She could see where he was coming from. And we have too many enemies. Yeah. That too. But still. We also have many allies, she reminded him. And, if you can come up with a good proposal for how we might regain some of that initiative, I'm sure everyone would appreciate it. I'll try, he sighed again. You know I'm not the strategist type. Then talk to Ben. Or stop giving yourself too little credit. Tia smiled as she ended the conversation. She would give the matter some thought, too, and speak with others. They were already doing a lot to prepare. And she trusted in her hive. They were strong, and they would manage whatever may come. Besides, she knew Dan was looking forward for the actual fighting to start, and he was hardly the only one. Chapter 368, Correspondence. Regina was starting to be seriously miffed at the Nerlians' attitude. Not that most Nerlians were an issue, of course. They were still her citizens, and the country had largely done just as well as Cernlia at adapting, integrating, and taking advantage of the new order. Better, in some respects, if worse in others. No, it was the king she was having an issue with. Although he was the victim currently, she understood that he disliked her. It was fine. She would dislike herself if she was in his place. But it seemed to have made him petty and stubborn about the wrong things. Like the fact that he clearly didn't want to see her if he could possibly avoid it, and thus didn't want to be healed by her. And, perhaps he saw the drones as an extension of her, which wouldn't be entirely wrong, after all, but he was only marginally more receptive to being healed by drone healers she had taught. They still sent them, of course. If nothing else, it would be harder to turn them away if they were there. But in the meantime, the local doctors at the Nerlian court were treating him. Regardless, she'd used her new ability to talk to several people at the Nerlian court, making sure she was kept informed and that they knew she was watching. They were a bit recalcitrant, which she knew was because of their king's attitude. She'd withdrawn mentally and was currently half-heartedly going through some other correspondence, giving the matter some space. It had been a while since the original attack, and Regina was keeping a close eye on the atmosphere at court and reports of public opinion beyond it. Unsurprisingly, there was a lot of anger, and a bit of fear. So far, the Empire's response seemed to be good enough. They couldn't afford to just do nothing, but that was the issue. If she publicly accused her enemies of being behind the poisonings, it would mean war. If someone tried to assassinate the heir to the Empire, she was bound to declare war on them. It wasn't something that could be ignored. Regina could already see how it would play out. She could demand they extradite Helen and everyone behind the attempt or who was associated with it, at minimum. The Westerns would refuse. Maybe there would be some skirmishes or minor incursions. And then that would be it. At least, so far, their policy of essentially saying, sure, it was probably the Western Confederation, but we are not absolutely sure and so we won't do anything irreversible yet, seemed to be enough. Either way, it was the wrong time for problems to crop up in Nerlia. And if the Essemen or Confederationists were going around poisoning her key supporters or allies, she couldn't keep sitting around either. Her dark ruminations were interrupted when Tia contacted her again. Regina almost snapped at her, but reined herself in. At least Tia didn't seem distressed or upset, as she linked in a few other drones currently staying in Nerlia City. What is it? Regina asked. There is news about the king's condition. I thought you'd like to know right away, my queen. Of course. Our healers aren't there yet, so did his doctors manage to diagnose or heal him? They did, Tia answered with an almost visible smile. They are treating him now. I managed to speak to one briefly, and he told me that they've identified the poison almost with certainty. Regina blinked. They have? Oh, yes. Of course we can't be sure if it was the same one used in the attempts here. The doctor also said that doing the treatment, they would eradicate all traces of it, so it will be hard to analyze later. But he recognized it. Apparently, it's a concoction using venom from certain types of monster chimeras that are found in the Great Forest and the area beyond it, though they're rare. Regina sat back in her chair, cracking her neck. She could admit she hadn't expected that, which was her mistake. Of course, experienced physicians here might have encountered poisons like this before. Tell them they are to write up everything they know about it and about how to treat exposure, she commanded. I will set some people to research previous notable cases. Until then, what can you tell me? It's known under several names. He called it manticore fire, for some reason. Apart from that, I'm afraid I haven't learned much, my queen. Regina dove deeper into the psychic link and focused on every bit of information Tia was sending. Unfortunately, it really wasn't much. The description of the symptoms she could get was mostly the same as before, and while it aligned reasonably well with what she'd seen, allowing for some variation between species, since he was human instead of hive-kind or demi-human, as well as sex, age and individual factors, that didn't say much since it was still rather general. Of course, they couldn't be lucky enough to get a poison with very specific and distinct symptoms. That would have been too easy. The relatively sudden onset of fever and indications of intestinal vectors as well as inflammation were suggestive, but not enough to conclude it had to be the same. At least she knew it responded well to judicious application of greater heal. That was something. I hope they have raised the alert and are starting to investigate, she said instead, changing tracks. Now that it is clear poison is in play, we must secure the palace to ensure no one else is affected and catch the culprit. That's a tall order, Tia muttered, but we'll do what we can. They have already closed the place down. There's been some conflict between the regional Nerlian officials and imperial ones. Regina bit down on her irritation. They had better get over it, or I will make them if I have to, she said. Also, I'm sending June. She can help find who is behind it, if there's anything to find, and they can hardly turn her away. Don't be afraid to use your own power, too. You're a princess of the Empire. Just don't put yourself in danger. I will, Mother. Thank you. Regina reached out to several other people currently there, giving them a few stern words to hopefully help settle the matter. She didn't want to be too overbearing, but this was important and she couldn't let it be mucked up. Not that she was very optimistic about catching the poisoner. Clearly, they would have to enforce stricter implementation of security protocols here, too, including ones aimed at protecting against poisoning. Regina had already been made to accept additional food tasters in the royal palace of Sarah, including dedicated shifts for her own food as well as Janice and the most important drones, and of course Kiara and her family. It was a pain, but she'd rather that than leave themselves open. It was a bit of closing the barn door after the horse had left, though. She didn't think the culprits would try the same thing again, at least not right here. Now both a little hopeful but also still irritated, Regina turned back to her correspondence. She tried not to let her irritation affect her work, although she might have been a little shorter than usual. No, taxes and rents had to be paid in coin and not in kind, no ifs, buts, or exceptions. She was aware it might make things harder for a few people in the short term, but that was fine. The idea was to make sure everyone in the countryside was thoroughly used to using money. Though she didn't put that last part in the letter. And no, lords were still not allowed to hire mercenaries anymore. Why would they even want to? She made a note someone should look into that case. No, she would not judge this case, or that one, or this one, there were courts for that. And no, a knight would not automatically get an officer's commission in the army, they had to be accepted first, which really shouldn't be a problem for most. And, oh, yes, that was actually a clever suggestion, setting up Sunday schools of sorts for older adults who could supervise children to receive more education was a good idea. She could provide legal protection and tax incentives, as long as they were held to a certain standard. It might close a gap for some, at least a little. While she'd tried to found as many new schools as possible, they were still rare in the countryside and so many people didn't have access to them. Sponsoring local solutions, perhaps in combination with local people of influence, and perhaps focused on practical trades as well as basic literacy, could be useful. In the long run, a lot of people would be moving from the countryside to the cities. That increasing urbanization might lead to some social unrest and would have to be carefully managed, but Regina was still counting on it. They had already introduced many technological developments and machines that reduced the labor required for agriculture and related cottage industries like textile production, notably harvesting machines, spinning machines with several spindles powered by pedals or gears, and flying shuttle looms for the same. Of course, they would need to find jobs for all of these people, but she wasn't worried about that, since new factories and more skilled trades could use all the labor they could find. Some work might be devalued, but they should hopefully be able to adapt, freeing more time for women to get an education and other jobs, for example. And meanwhile raising the standard of living a lot. She could already see the effects. Regina smiled a little as she went through the next few letters on her desk. As long as she could keep the empire standing through the coming war, she was optimistic. There were already new inventions and improvements coming from some of the schools or universities, and people would develop more as long as the right conditions were given. If she could protect them, the Central European Empire really might offer a degree of liberty, equality, and standard of life the world hadn't seen in 1,000 years. Of course, she would have to ensure their equal, legal rights and protect them from exploitation, but isn't that what I'm an empress for? So I can make laws and enforce them. Like safety standards and minimal wages to ensure the horrible conditions of 19th century factory workers aren't repeated. Not that she was unaware of the irony of talking about equality and freedom while ruling as an absolute monarch, or close enough, of course. But still, Regina pushed the thought out of her mind. She needed to focus on her work and on protecting the empire against her enemies, not philosophizing. The next document made her pause. She frowned, reading through it again. There was a note that it was forwarded from a letter Armin had sent to Madras, which made sense. But the content was interesting. Carefully, she reached out to her psychic teacher. Madras? My empress, she replied. What is? Ah, I see you got the letter. Yes. We should discuss it. Do you have time to come now? I'll be there in 10 minutes. She cut the connection before Regina could inform her she'd also invite others, but she shrugged, then made her way to the receiving room by her office. Max and Tim came in shortly, then Janice. June was out at the moment. She didn't have to wait long until Madras arrived. You could have told me directly, Regina stated. I only just received the letter myself, Madras answered. And I saw that you were busy, given what I've learned is another assassination attempt. They are really not holding back. Apparently, Regina grunted. Which is why this is concerning. If they manage to turn the Eternal Dark against us. That's unlikely, Madras snorted. However good Lucas may be, well, he's not that good. He's a single psychic in an empire that has knowledge of and some measures against psychic power. I could, perhaps, bend them to my will if I was willing to abandon my principles, but not entirely on my own and not without the knowledge and experience I have from living there. Regina nodded, not particularly surprised by that little revelation. Perhaps if he can't accomplish much himself, that just means he has local support already. Obviously, someone must have invited him to this gathering. Doesn't it really depend on what they want? Janice chimed in. Madras, you used his first name, so I assume you know him? In passing, Madras said, shrugging a little. We've met a few times. The last time was just before I moved here, I think, when I went north for a quick trip. At a certain point, when you've been around long enough, most psychics at our level know each other. We're hardly friends, but I never had much reason to think badly of him. He always struck me as more concerned with honor and the typical concerns for a nobleman from his home region. I think he has a bit of a chip on his shoulder about not being a real knight. Honor? Regina mused. Is that going to constrain what he's willing to do? Maybe, but I wouldn't rely too much on it. Honor or chivalry doesn't preclude being brutal to your enemies. Have you considered, what if this is just his distraction? Max asked. They could have just sent him there so we would be distracted by the threat he supposedly presents, and meanwhile have another psychic working much more subtly against us somewhere else. Maybe, but we still have to honor that threat, right? Janice said. Regina sighed, leaning back in her chair and rubbing her temple. What I'd like to know is why they're suddenly acting up like this. Are more psychics going to pop out of the woodwork? Madras looked at her seriously for a moment. They're still people, and just as susceptible to nationalism, religious fervor, or the like as others. In particular, as I mentioned, some might be concerned about you and how much power you're accumulating, or even how you have used it. Madras tapped her fingers on her chair, clearly thinking hard for a moment. But you haven't visibly abused psychic power, by taking control of people or otherwise. No, the catalyst is likely the Temple's actions and maybe the Western Confederation's preparations for war. I doubt any more of my acquaintances are with them. Regina exhaled, sitting up a bit straighter. That was good, at least. Can you make sure? I will check in with some, Madras acknowledged. Those I can reach. In the meantime, have you come to a decision on whether to respond to this? Regina glanced at the others, then at Madras. I think it might be time to send an actual delegation to the Eternal Dark. You know, an official, bigger one. Unless you have objections? Well, they have so far responded reasonably well to Armin, Madras mused. Ikmes will likely want to send at least one or two of her people along, too. It's your decision, but I don't think it's a bad idea. Their travel will take time, though. I know, Regina acknowledged. She paused, thinking. Do you think you can take a few of the psychic students along when you reach out to your compatriots? Madras paused. You're willing to trust them with that? Of course, they'll be under your supervision. She hummed. All right. It won't always be practical, but I'll do what I can. I understand why you're too busy to come along, but I would take June. It would be good for her. And Edmund, I think. Regina hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Okay, if she wants to go. That's fine. Perhaps she could send someone else along with that delegation, too, if it didn't take too long. For now, she had a list of candidates to draw up. Why did these things always produce more work, rather than less? Chapter 369, Build Up. I still think we should have just done the same. If they can send people to assassinate some of our people, why can't we send some of ours to assassinate their leaders? Take a page out of their book and do unto them as they would do unto us, you mean? Mia hummed, absently tossing a wooden stick she'd been examining back on the ground. Exactly. Dan gestured with a sweeping motion. Look at all that nice, free airspace. It's not like we can't get flying drones to the Western Confederation. From there, how hard can it really be to cause some damage? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I was under the impression they were usually shot down once they crossed the border, Mia said drily. Well, not always, Dan pouted. They don't have that many flying monsters of their own, or ranged fighters watching the skies. Just some. Mia sighed, clapping her hands to rid them of sawdust. She usually liked woodworking, and it wasn't like she'd done much of it just now, just a few finishing touches, but it was different than sitting behind a desk. Even if it was that easy, and I'm not saying it is, I think you're missing the point. We're not retaliating like this because political assassination is, you know, a bad thing. We don't want to encourage that behavior. And we don't want to be the aggressors anyway. At least in people's minds. No war was ever won by staying entirely on the defensive, Dan muttered. I'm not sure that's true, but regardless, that's why you and the others have all these new weapons, isn't it? I've seen some of Ben's plans, too, most of them include striking quickly and taking territory. But it doesn't matter. Mother has decided we're not doing it, so we're not, or do you want to argue with her? Of course not. Dan kicked his feet. It is funny you're, what is that, anyway, whittling? Something right out here in the open. By an actual shitty palisade. It's not that shitty, Mia said. And it's not my work, I would have done better. I think they repurposed some fencing around fields. Besides, our enemies are going to entirely underestimate something like this, don't you think? It was a slightly unconventional palisade, given the netting of branches and bits of extra wood propping it up, but the basic shape of a tight fence of sticks on top of a mound of earth taken from a ditch was the same as usual. Mia was pretty sure there were more of these fences around, even if this area, the border zone of Nerlia and Cernlia to the north and stretching out to either side, hadn't usually seen that many monsters. Admit it, you only came out here to get away from cities, or your factories where everyone wants your attention, Dan said. He paused for a moment. And to see me, of course. That's the most important reason. Sure, Mia agreed easily, that it was. Dan blinked, then smiled at her. She dipped a bit deeper into the psychic link, and they exchanged a closer brush, sensing and sharing each other's affection. It was basically like a mental hug. And Mia wasn't even lying, she hadn't seen her little brother in a while and had missed him. Other benefits to coming here were naturally secondary. Dan was rarely in the capital these days, but she knew he preferred it that way. And since they had started the planned maneuvers in the northern parts of the empire, he was mostly there to oversee them. She knew soldiers complained about doing these exercises in the winter, but he didn't seem to mind. Conversely, a lot of Mia's work up here was focused on disaster-proofing their industrial and infrastructure projects and making sure there were enough redundancies. Though this general area was decently populated and there was potential for trade and industry, they did have quite a few facilities, compared with, say, southwestern Cernlia. At least it had given her the opportunity to meet some of the others she hadn't seen in a while. Besides Dan, Ada, Ace, Ivy, Len, Leah, and Ken were also in the area and she enjoyed the chance to catch up with them. Most of them were senior officers with their own commands and responsibilities, or important in the overall coordination and administration of the Hive but usually not working in the same place as her. Well, Ada was a general and should be filling a more administrative role, but she still liked to be hands-on on occasion. I think we're finished here, she said. Let's go? They had some flying drones waiting nearby, although they weren't going far enough to really need to fly. Considering the recent tensions and how close they were to the border, Dan had also made sure they had a military escort, who'd been giving them a bit of space but now climbed on other flying drones alongside them. Mia urged her mount to fly a bit higher and turn in a spiral, looking out at the countryside below her. It looked picturesque, but even from here, there were signs of potential trouble. The palisade and other fortifications. The empty space that marked the border. The forest to the southwest was visibly getting cut back, and she made a mental note to bring it up with the local authorities. They couldn't afford to have the country be too deforested even if they needed a lot of wood or charcoal. She frowned, squinting a bit as she looked closer to the horizon. They were pretty far up right now, it was getting cold, and she could feel Dan's mounting impatience as she focused on it. Hey, she nudged him. Aren't those a few too many dots in the sky over there? What? She could sense his exasperation as he turned, then he grew more serious. Probably just birds, he said after a few moments. But we can send a few drones closer to take a look. Do that, it won't hurt, she agreed. She noticed him turn and open communications with a few of their escorts and soldiers farther away, while Mia focused on the area around them again, taking the chance to solidify her mental map of the region. She also drew on the equivalent already stored in the psychic link, making something like annotations. It was always nice to have resources like that, but different people tended to focus on different things when it came to the details. The landscape had noticeably changed over the last few years, she noted. Not to a very large extent, but it was still remarkable. Despite the rising tension at the border, settlements had actually increased, existing ones were larger and there even seemed to be a few newly founded ones, though those were still few and far between. Overall, she wasn't very surprised. While demographic changes would probably take a few more years to really be visible, a push to urbanization absolutely should already be. But, looking further and getting the info from a few drones who had flown closer to the border, it was clear that the Empire wasn't the only country in which something was happening. There were also changes across the border, although it was probably more in line with military buildup. Ada is going to meet us at the next base, Dan told her, interrupting her analysis. Mia urged her mount to move closer to his and nodded. Lead the way. It only took a few minutes before they sat down in the yard of the base. It was clearly newly built and not very fortified, since the prevailing opinion was that palisades or stone walls would hardly do much to help against a serious attack. Instead, this was mostly a place for barracks, logistical support, and a training ground. As they arrived, Mia saw a lot of soldiers moving around, accompanied by some swarms of war drones. Most of the soldiers were human, but there were some drones and a few gnomes. If she recalled correctly, they had recently moved out and come back from an exercise, so the activity made sense. There was a cavalry force based here, larger than most, and the stables to the sides of the main building were bustling with activity as horses were brushed down and stabled. There were also swarm drones meant as mounts, of course, but they had their own stable and didn't require as much care. Both sorts of cavalry were probably mostly experimental, and she was pretty sure Ben and the others weren't quite sure how they would actually measure up. In the meantime, they presented a mobile force that could move quickly without actually flying and being visible in the air. Most of them will be useful as scouts, Ada said as she reached her, clearly noticing her look. Mia turned to smile at her and shrugged. I was considering whether the expense was worth it. Horses eat a lot of hay and grain. We're not that strapped for food, and I think we can manage the logistical burden, Ada replied. You should know, right? The railways will help, even if they don't reach up here yet. Mia nodded. The railways were still a headache. For obvious reasons, a proper route to the north of the empire was currently given preference in their planning, and they had finished at least one major section. It wasn't in regular operation, but she supposed that in a pinch, it could probably be used. There were basically two lower sections, coming from two base camps close to Sarah and Forest's haunt, with another branch close to Nerlia City and the Nerlian Center. They connected to a single major through line, but would hopefully also be useful in connecting those cities in the future, at least before she could build a better and more direct connection, though at that point, they would probably focus on the new capital. If all else failed, they could always use or modify regular wagons for using the rails and have them pulled by draft animals or swarm drones, which would still be an improvement in their capacity for bulk transport over roads, though obviously proper locomotives would be much better. And there were also a few rivers they could use. Unfortunately not best positioned to reach this area, but there were still population centers on rivers that went in this direction, so they could at least use them for parts of their required logistics networks. Shipping material was much easier than sending it by road, even with the Empire's new roads. All of this made her wonder how the Western Confederation handled things, but they probably relied primarily on river transport, or sea transport for some of their northern regions. Hey, Dan said. Earth to Mia? Where are you floating off to? She shook her head. Sorry, I was just thinking. Logistics really are pretty complicated right now. She paused, looking at the horses again, before she shook herself and turned to leave with the others. How are things here? Dan asked Ada as they started slowly walking away from the stables. As expected, she said with a little shrug. I've been collating our intelligence reports. The Westerns seem to be moving more than I hoped. Is that what we're calling them now? Mia interjected. Well, the gnomes are also a confederation, so there's room for confusion with that term, and Mother doesn't like the term Westerners, so sometimes we just call them Westerns instead, Ada said, smirking slightly. I think Galatea hates it. But I'm sure you've heard it before. You said they're moving? Dan asked. Ada nodded. I think they've tried to obfuscate their movement patterns. There's a lot of general noise, and I'm fairly sure they've sent the same men walking around a lot. Not in ways you'd normally deploy a unit. But, yes, I think they're gathering forces. Slowly. Mia sighed. That was, of course, not a surprise. And these religious orders? Dan pulled a face. Still a problem. We should just forbid them in the Empire. Make it very clear they're not allowed to cross the border. Way ahead of you, Ada said with a smile. The local authorities have some discretion. We may forbid entry to some people. Like those who are armed and seem to us to be belligerent. Mia paused. Wait, you're forbidding them from crossing the border already? Shouldn't that be the civilian authorities' decision, and what does Mother think about it? And since when? A little while now, Dan said. He glanced at her and raised an eyebrow. The local authorities cooperate closely with the military. Didn't you tell me how much easier it was to arrange supply depots here because of it? And Regina clearly knows about it, but hasn't forbidden it or anything. Mia stopped walking, closing her eyes for a moment. Well, then I think we have a problem, anyway. You know, earlier, I saw some shapes and thought we should check them out, so we sent drones? That is where my flying scouts went. I was missing some earlier, Ada said, clicking her tongue. Mia sent her a wordless apology and nudged Dan. Well, take a look. They all fell quiet as they focused on what they could make out from those flying drones. The dots in the sky she'd seen earlier turned out to be a few tamed flying beasts. They weren't moving very fast, but circling over a group traveling on the ground, mostly on horses or a few tamed monsters as well. Those people must be from their religious orders, Dan stated the obvious. There's too many for a regular adventuring party, and we don't have many of those coming through anyway. They're pretty heavily armed. Ada turned to look north, although they couldn't see anything from here. Perhaps they want to force the issue regarding being granted visa status? The three of them exchanged a look. There's just a small border checkpoint, they won't be able to cope with this kind of situation, Dan said. She could sense his concern. But it's too late to increase our security protocols for it. Mia clicked her tongue. Well, it's not like there's anything you could do. If only you had a standing army, and soldiers close by, with very mobile units. She jerked her chin back in the direction of the stables. Oh wait. Dan and Ada looked at her for a moment, then exchanged a quick psychic message she only caught the edges of. You're right. Looks like we have the first test for this outfit, Dan said. Let's hope this can be solved without violence. Or not, I'm fine either way. Having a cavalry company with you generally makes people more inclined to listen to reason around here, from what I hear, Ada said. I've let them know to be ready, we'll be off right away. We? You're a general, isn't this a bit below your pay grade? Mia asked. Ada shrugged. I can always evaluate the officers we do have in command. By now, there was more noise coming from behind them. Mia looked over to see people bringing horses around again, saddling them and generally getting ready. Swarm drones were assembling in tight formation to not get in the way. Some flying drones also congregated on the roofs of the buildings, and she caught Ada sending some instructions. Well, I'll stay here and make sure the magistrate is informed, Mia shrugged. Let me know how their equipment performs. And detailed data on the mount's speed and endurance would be appreciated. Also theirs, take them alive or at least let them give you a good fight if you can. Noted, Dan said drily. Chapter 370, Borders. There was a road network connecting several towns across the Imperial Western Confederation border in this area. Besides a main road which was reasonably wide and useful, at least by previous standards, the Empire had not paved these roads yet. There were also several minor ones. Some of them were little more than dirt trails, though most were a bit better fortified than that. It was one of those roads that Ada and the people with her were currently riding toward, since it was what the group of travelers they'd spotted had clearly chosen. Probably because there was only a comparatively minor security checkpoint here. Given the current political climate, they weren't leaving any of the roads into the Empire unguarded, but there were more fortifications and higher-ranking personnel at the major road in this area. The latter might even be the more important factor. But that was why Ada and her current company were here, though it was technically Mia's decision, she supposed. They could have gone there more quickly if they'd all used flying drones, but that wasn't a good idea for several reasons. For one, they didn't have that many flying drone mounts. Also, combining flying and ground-based fighters gave them more tactical flexibility. And besides, she didn't necessarily want to give the religious blockheads they were meeting more of a look at their real strength than she had to. Do you have any further orders, General? The captain with her said. He was currently riding beside her, and she noted the way his hand was surreptitiously clenched around the pommel of his saddle. He was clearly a bit nervous to have her accompanying them. She gave him a reassuring smile. Cecil was young and, unlike many other new officers in the army and especially the cavalry, not a knight or otherwise from a noble family. Nothing in particular, she said. I'll be here if I'm needed. You may command your unit on your own. Of course, ma'am. Ada had never wanted to be more than a good scout, but she didn't really mind being a senior officer in charge either. Unlike Dan, who didn't make a secret of his feelings. Maybe that was why she was now higher ranked. She glanced at him, but he was silent, staring straight ahead and probably focused on the psychic link. It was honestly overkill to have both of them here, but she supposed they might both be feeling a little anxious. At least Mia was doing the sensible thing and staying back. The company and attached troops advanced in good order and at a fast pace, taking advantage of the road they had. Most of them had switched horses, or drone mounts, so their mounts weren't tired from the field exercise they'd just finished, although the soldiers might be. The flying drones up above were also fresh, still circling far enough up to deny the incoming men a good look at them. Ada quickly touched base with their commander over the psychic link, a young drone flyer who hadn't had her first evolution yet, but she wasn't operating on her own and only controlling some swarm drones anyway. Unfortunately, even hurrying they didn't have enough of a head start. Looking through the scout's eyes, it was clear the other group reached the border first. At least they stopped, clearly arguing with the soldiers stationed there. Faster! Ada called, urging her own mount on. It only took a few more minutes. They galloped most of the way and then slowed to come to a stop at the border checkpoint. It was made of stone with a wooden gate, which was currently cracked open. Although the foreign party wasn't through yet, 2 men were still standing inside the gate, Ada realized. She'd have to make sure those soldiers got commendations later. Captain! Another soldier hurried up to them, clearly addressing the first-ranking officer he saw, and saluted. He was a corporal given the chevrons but probably still the highest-ranking soldier here. They are demanding entry, we've been refusing, but we didn't have the strength to hold them off. That's fine, Dan drawled, urging his mount forward. We're here now. Let's keep the trash out. The captain gave him an uncertain glance, before looking back at his unit. Yes, sir. Keep the ranks, men. Don't draw your weapons, but be ready. Ada stayed with him and they passed through the group to reach the gate proper. She let Dan draw ahead, mentally nudging him to take point for now and letting him know she was there. What seems to be the problem, soldiers? He asked as they stopped by the gate, the 2 young soldiers scuttling out of the way. Dan stayed on his horse and she did the same for now. The problem is that they are not letting us in, one of the would-be travelers spoke up. Even without checking his system notification, she would have pegged him as a knight. There were quite a few of them in the group, she noticed, taking a closer look at them. Their group was smaller than the company, of course, but a surprising number of them had good armor. Not all the same, of course. They weren't wearing uniforms, although it still only took a quick glance for her to identify them, or at least their allegiance. They had a lot of violet in their color scheme, sometimes as armbands or even on cloth flapping from a lance. The Brotherhood of Violets. She didn't know where the title came from, although it must have some cultural significance. Beside that they were a male-exclusive martial order without strict requirements but aggressive recruiting, she didn't know much about them, and a quick check of the psychic link also didn't return much more information. We're only following orders, the slightly older of the 2 soldiers spoke, seeming a bit anxious as he looked at Dan. You are doing fine, Dan said, then turned to address the knights. He gave them a once-over with a cold look, drawing out the moment a bit. You have been refused entry, sirs. I suggest you turn around and leave. We wouldn't want to risk getting your nice armor dirty. The previous speaker sputtered, but another one inched forward to speak. He seemed more collected. Also older. We have no ill intentions. On what grounds do you refuse us entry? Because we will not let foreign combatants into our country. He gave them a don't be dense look. None of us are soldiers. None of us have ever even served in any military force. So on which grounds could you deny us entry? On the grounds that you are armed fellows who look somewhat threatening, it's perfectly within our rights to bar you. The Empire is, after all, a sovereign polity who may decide who enters its territory. Ah, but that's not the case. The man held up a hand. He wore robes and the system notification showing his class as water sorcerer identified him as a mage, but he looked more like he was trying, and failing, to be a teacher right now. By your own laws, immigration and travel are not under the purview of the military, and soldiers, while authorized to carry out border controls, may not interfere with either. We are not carrying any contraband and do not intend to stay, but are only here for a short visit. We even have proper paperwork identifying us. He pulled out some sheets of paper. One of the Imperial soldiers tentatively approached to take the stack and quickly handed it back to Dan, who shuffled through the pages and then handed them behind him clearly without actually reading them. That's not true, he said. Civilian local authorities are allowed to control who enters through their borders. We're carrying out instructions. Oh? The man raised a condescending eyebrow. I don't see a local official here. Do you have a written and signed warrant for turning us away, perhaps? Dan frowned, but didn't immediately reply. Ada caught some glances among the soldiers. He probably shouldn't have even let himself get drawn into this argument, but now that he had, it wouldn't look good for them to lose. Especially since she had a feeling this incident would be featured in various reports and probably thrown at some Imperial diplomats. Dan gave her a look and sent a silent plea over the psychic link, and she sighed, nudging her mount forward a bit. That is actually not necessary, we have direct instructions from higher authority. You are right that normally, Section 10 Paragraph 1 of Codex 3 of Imperial General Law would grant entry to most travelers, but it does not apply in your case. As if on cue, she suspected Dan was responsible. The swarm drone mount she was riding sneezed a bit and shook its head. The horses of the men opposite her shied. There were a few exclamations, and they had to spend a bit of time bringing them back under control. Her own cavalry's horses, who were accustomed to drones, were much more docile. What higher authority? The older man finally asked. He frowned at her. Are you a general, madam? Quite curious that the Empire would send one of its generals to this little outpost. What reason could you have? I was simply along for a routine evaluation, she lied. She supposed the stars on her uniform jacket weren't that subtle, but it was still interesting that he recognized the insignia. Someone clearly considers himself to be a scholar of the Empire. She hid her grin at the thought. Not that it is any of your business, she added. You have your answer, leave. You only said something about higher authority, the other knight piped up again. That doesn't mean anything. You're just flouting your own laws. Ada sighed performatively. If I must educate you about imperial law, she drawled. Immigration policy is an executive decision under the Empress authority. So were most things, at least until they actually had a parliament. Imperial authority may be delegated, under Addendum 2 Section 2 Codex 1, to the princes and princesses of the Empire. See also Imperial Edict 12-51A. We are presently acting under the charge of one of them, and therefore have every legal right to do this. Dan stared at her for a moment. Ada smiled. She had been looking into the psychic link to make sure her references were correct. Mia, who had clearly been watching, sent her a mental poke with an amused smile. What utter nonsense, the younger knight muttered. He glanced at the others. How long are we going to stand around here listening to made-up numbers? The older man was frowning. In that case, I challenge your claim, Madam General. Do you have any sort of proof of this supposed imperial authority conferred to you? Anyone may claim they have spoken to a prince, but there is none here. Claiming orders you have not is flagrantly criminal, and we will be acting to find the truth. And that is assuming your assertion is correct. No law gives a prince the authority to command generals or interfere with proper procedures of travel. I demand you produce proof of such, too. Ada rolled her eyes. I don't need to prove my claims. Paragraph 1, Section 10, Codex 1. Sapient drones in positions of authority were generally assumed to be using and also monitored by the psychic link. Claims of communications received psychically were to be treated as accurate even without paperwork unless there was reason for doubt. And you cannot circumvent or complain about their orders either. Princesses of the Empire are in possession of Imperium Delendum, which does incidentally allow them to raise and command an army of less than 10,000 troops except under specific circumstances. Again, see Addendum 1 to 2 Section 2 Codex 1, and may not be censured by anyone except the Empress or under some circumstances the Crown Princess. Well, technically their diplomatic immunity could be stripped if they were accused of a felony, but that required a parliament that didn't yet exist, or, again, their mother. I suppose you could file a complaint with the Empress, Dan added. Except you'll need to do it from outside of our borders. In the meantime, her decision stands. They glared at each other for a long, drawn-out moment. Ada watched closely as the younger knight's hand wrapped around the hilt of his blade. Several others were clearly readying their lances. The older man glanced around and had his horse retreating a few steps. Cecil whistled, and their own cavalry moved a bit, spreading out further. She saw some of them hefting their weapons, too. Ada silently ordered the flying drones to swoop down closer. If you try to enter our territory illegally, we will be forced to take steps to prevent you from doing so, Ada said. The younger knight snorted and made his horse dance forward a few steps. Despite herself, she had to admit he knew what he was doing as a rider. Unfortunately, that meant he was also lowering his own lance and pulling up a small shield. I will not let you tell me what to do, he said. Ada sighed. A moment later, a small stone-sized object dropped down in front of his horse, just between them. As soon as it hit the ground, a minor shockwave erupted, the wind ruffling the hair of the horses and men. Dirt was kicked up. The knight's horse reared and turned aside, though he managed to get it under control quickly, falling back in their ranks. Major, Ada said. Yes, ma'am, Dan answered with a tiny grin. You are authorized to use lethal force in defense of our borders, should this turn violent. Then Ada turned and fixed a stare on the humans across from her. Go home. Well done, she added to their flying unit. The brothers of Violets exchanged a few hurried whispers, before the old man raised his hand and gestured them back. He turned, and the others followed his lead, their formation shifting as they made to depart. This is not over, the knight warned them. You're welcome to file that paperwork, Dan called after them. Ada silently watched for a moment. Captain, detach 2 squads to guard this outpost and watch for them until further notice. We'll do the same with some winged drones as well. Yes, General, Cecil acknowledged, then turned to choose a sergeant. Ada waited, staying quiet, as the order fighters retreated. She had no doubt they would try something, probably some kind of diplomatic attack, trying to make an issue out of this. She doubted they would succeed, the incident hadn't exactly gone their way and it wasn't enough to blow it up. Wait, actually, does that number of 10,000 troops include swarm drones? Mia asked. The law is ambiguous, maybe deliberately, Ada said. It's for cases where, say, we're at war, a part of the empire is cut off by the enemy army, but a prince or princess is there and can rally the populace to defeat them and reunite with the main government. Though such a case explicitly eliminates the limit anyway. Oh, I take it the empire isn't required to pay for a prince's privately raised army. No. Why, are you planning to raise an army and march on the capital? Sure, Mia replied, deadpan. Let me just check my calendar for openings. Ada had to fight not to smile. It was obvious why rulers historically hadn't usually done this, but it wasn't like Regina had to worry about her children rebelling. Although, come to think of it, only the Empress could name an imperial prince or princess and there were few actual requirements beyond that. Janice is never going to raise up anyone she doesn't trust implicitly, Ada concluded. As they moved back, Ada could still sense Mia's presence in the psychic link, distantly, watching over them. Most of her focus seemed to be on the base, though, or other parts of the psychic link. Maybe she was actually watching through the flying drones to evaluate their horses' speed, since they hadn't taken anyone captive or gotten a good fight after all. Interlude Isolation v. Armin had given up on trying to find out what rhyme or reason there might be for room assignments during the gathering of the councils. So far as he could tell, the current meeting was the most important one he had attended, though he was here only as an observer, of course, and yet it took place in a cramped room that seemed too small for the people gathered, with stone-paneled walls and a low ceiling. There was some wooden furniture and an assortment of other pieces made from various materials. Of course, the people involved were most interesting. About a third of them were men this time, which he suspected was actually high for the gathering, but still seemed low given the subject of the meeting. Armin swept his gaze across them, noting similarities, as he listened to the opening discussion with one ear. "Are you retired?" Matriarch Irizen asked him. Armin gave her a look. She had been seeking his company quite a bit recently, and they'd come to understand each other, so he knew she wouldn't mind some honesty or disrespectful attitude. If anything, she seemed to like it. He was fairly sure she was still sticking around him mostly out of curiosity. She was old enough that she probably rarely found anything interesting, so he supposed that was understandable. "You know, we don't do retirement the same way your people do," he said. "I was never a soldier, anyway. I'm still a delver." She hummed lightly. "Most of the men here are. You can tell by the age, of course." Armin tilted his head. That was not surprising. He knew that the distinction followed the general career path of most men in this society. Most, though by no means all, males were warriors and soldiers. The dark elves saw little difference between the two. If they survived to reach retirement age, which seemed to vary by need but was currently set at below 2 centuries, so not actually very high considering their lifespans, they had several options. They could get a civilian job in their houses, typically in an oversight position, or they could re-enter the military as officers to climb the ranks. Of course, women were also senior officers, typically younger than these men, and with a formal education in matters of warfare, so they were not just anyone, but from the ruling families of the houses. It meant the senior officer ranks were a mixed bag, but he could see the advantages of the system. He also knew that soldiers were almost seen as communal resources by those in power in the Eternal Dark, used for protection and employed in doing whatever tasks happened to be needed at the time. To have any kind of voice in their politics, familial or national, they had to already be veterans. At least, that was what he vaguely recalled Madras telling him, shaking her head and making comments about overconfident nobles. He'd been a little distracted by the language lesson she was holding at the same time. But his experiences here so far bore out her explanation. Either way, that situation was one of the things Lerman, at least, most wanted to change, and he was pretty sure Teddy's Olerin at least generally supported him. "They're past the opening preambles now, and we're getting to the heart of the matter," Lerman said. He was frowning intently at the speaker. If nothing else, Armin had to acknowledge that their gatherings were well organized. There was a clear order to the proceedings, probably determined by custom, and people didn't attempt to speak over each other or start fights. In the last 10 years, expenses for the upkeep of house-given soldiers have plateaued at a stable but high level, a treasury official started her report. Armin listened intently. The report was clearly well written and reasonably concise, given how it went into technical detail. Unfortunately, the speaker lacked the rhetorical skills to make it very engaging. At least the thrust of their argument was easy enough to follow. He couldn't keep his gaze fixed on the current speaker or the other gathered dark elves too long, though. Instead, it darted to the only other foreigner in the room. Clausen watched placidly, clearly listening, with a studied neutral expression on his face. He gave no sign that the occasional uncertain glance from younger officers or functionaries bothered him. It's a bad sign that he's even here, he thought. Armin himself was at least well respected and accepted by houses like Olerin and others. And he was arguably a citizen of the Eternal Dark, a member of Madras House and able to speak for her. No one had really tried to protest his inclusion. Undoubtedly Teddy's would have had legal arguments ready in case they did. But Clausen was just a human psychic from a country even further away than the Empire. Armin would have almost suspected he'd used his abilities to gain entry if it didn't feel like far too much of a risk for little reward. The current speaker finished and 2 more stood up to deliver reports and arguments. At some point, Lerman drifted off to speak to others. Armin listened, then glanced at his current companion, who was again providing commentary. Mostly about their respective foibles and how long it had taken to finalize their drafts while sending writers for forgotten records. Or once almost setting the table on fire with a candle, why were they even using a candle as lighting? No one knew. Who invited him? Armin asked bluntly during a pause. Irizen cocked her head. The sovereign. Armin raised an eyebrow in response. And that would be, he asked in her language. There were, after all, two people with a title commonly translated to global as sovereign, but also separately as hegemon or director. The first led the gathering of the most powerful matriarchs, while the second was the actual executive leader of the central government. The hegemon, Irisen clarified with a small smile. Armin nodded, glancing back at who the person he suspected they saw as his rival. The hegemon had been polite and downright curious towards him, with no hints of any ill feelings, but he supposed that didn't mean much. They were quite highly placed, which answered the question of how Clausen got in. You haven't mentioned your own stance on this issue, he noted instead of pressing further. He stuck to the dark elf's tongue, partially because he was at least sure Clausen wouldn't speak it, on the off chance that he could listen into their conversation, but also because it wouldn't hurt to demonstrate his proficiency occasionally. There is little to say, Irisen shrugged. My house is not one of those who are large suppliers for the military. We do not trade in weapons, our fabric trade is focused on higher quality goods, and we import and export many things. Of course, we also provide a high number of soldiers to the state. I am in favor of lowering expenses to feed, clothe, and arm them on principle, and if that cuts into the profits of some of my rivals, I am not complaining. Armin nodded. From what he had read and learned by speaking to dark elves, they effectively used three sorts of soldiers and armies, although the boundaries were blurry. The first were private house troops, the second were troops the houses sent to the central government and put under its control, and the third were soldiers permanently raised and managed by the state on its own. There appeared to be some variety in how this was actually handled, though, especially for soldiers given to the state. He'd heard of cases in which they seemed to simply stay close to their house's territory and protect it against incursion, and it even seemed common to effectively earmark them for state service but keep them directly under the control of the house. Presumably, in peacetime, so the house would pay for them. I assume the central government is wanting to assert more control over the soldiers, he said. Of course, she replied. I have been around long enough to see how it goes. It used to be quite common houses were simply required to provision their soldiers given to the government directly, and if they suffered from privation, well, too bad. Nowadays the houses send money to the state instead of just troops to pay for equipment, and the rates have even been set by law, a tax in all but name. Technically, sending soldiers is merely custom, but I think any major house trying to refuse would swiftly see itself brought down. Instead, we show status by sending larger numbers and the government laughs. But of course, those selling equipment typical for soldiers may still inflate prices for their own profit, so now comes this law to fix prices instead. It sounded like the Eternal Dark's government had managed to make the houses give it the very soldiers it would use to assert its primacy against them, and even made them pay for the privilege. Armin reflected that dark elves truly could be scary. There was another implication that concerned him more, though. If the costs are lowered, will the Eternal Dark have more soldiers? He asked. Irisen turned her head to glance at him. She stayed quiet for a moment. Perhaps, she said. I cannot see the future. There are obvious limits to the necessary logistics, regardless. We only grow so much food, and many hands are needed for it. That's always the case, he muttered, then turned his attention back to the discussion, which was winding down. He'd honestly expected a longer debate. But it was clear that the focus was on the proposals and reports, not slinging arguments. Still, Armin glanced at Clausen. What is he going to do? He was watching several of the dark elves, Armin noted. Subtly, but it was clear there was some connection there. He leaned forward a bit as the other eminent mistress in the room, Matriarch Eziahen, stood up to talk, to close out their presentations and lead to the voting, apparently. As the highest-ranking person in the room and a relevant government official, it was her privilege to oversee the actual decision-making. He noted her subtle nod to Clausen as she started to talk. My companions, the world is changing, she began, to his surprise. Large armies are being assembled on the surface as new empires form. They will eventually make their impact felt in our homes as well. We cannot afford to be unprepared. Our soldiers are valiant, our officers canny, and our borders secure, and yet, you all know that a bow that is not properly treated will not work. Our soldiers need proper equipment, or we might as well not use them. Armin tried not to frown as he listened to her talk. It was a decently short, to-the-point speech, recapping some previous arguments and emphasizing them, which clearly played well with her audience. He wondered at this tactic, still feeling a bit uneasy. Clearly the momentum of the discussion was in her favor, and it seemed evident the proposal would be accepted. But what was Clausen's play here? He thought he would want the Dark Elves' military weakened, not strengthened, unless he actually thought he could get them to fight on the Western Confederation's side against the Empire? That seemed rather unlikely. Easyhen kept talking, speaking with more passion. "Who is with me?" she asked, coming to an end. "Who will make sure we can provide our soldiers their equipment at decent, affordable prices?" An affirmative call went up around the room. Irisen cocked her head, also frowning slightly. "Now I see," she muttered. "Armin, that's not going to end well." She was interrupted as the speaker continued. "Everyone in favor of passing this law?" There was another resounding chorus of agreement and people raised their hands. "Everyone in favor of giving the Office of Procurement the sole authority to fix prices for soldiers' goods, capped at most at the average price of 100 years ago?" There was another shout and most people raised their hands. Irisen glanced at him, then followed. Presumably, it would be too odd if she refused. Armin hesitantly raised his hand as well. "They couldn't stop this law, so they are trying to make it fail in another way," she told him quietly after the vote was over. "She's the director of the Office of Procurement. I doubt she will do as she should." Irisen sounded bitter. "If they set the prices too low, no one will want to sell to the government." Armin clenched his teeth, trying not to curse as he realized he'd completely missed the actual danger here. "I assume the price level she referred to is low?" "There has been some inflation since then," Irisen said. "There is a bit less silver in the coins than there used to be. People need more of them to pay for the same things. I'm not aware of the actual details, but it sounds low." That didn't bode well. But Armin was distracted from his thoughts by several other people coming up to talk to them, now that the vote was over. He was drawn into a conversation on the supply situation on the surface, and by the time he managed to look for Clausen again, the man had already made his escape and was nowhere to be seen. Fine. If he wanted to play it like that, Armin would just have to play back. He had no doubt that this wasn't Clausen's only scheme in the works, but Armin had also been cultivating alliances, and his allies had done the same. "We can manage to circumvent this by appealing to the other offices." Irisen turned up at his side again, stepping a bit closer. "They were balanced on purpose. I believe at least one might have the authority to adjust their price setting again. Even if not, at least we will know what to expect." Armin hummed. He was wondering about better technologies and whether it would be worth importing things from the surface. If they could compete with low prices, but for now, that was probably premature. Unfortunately, with this law and further discord looming, it seemed likely that the Dark Elves' armies would be less effective in the coming few years. "May we discuss this further over a drink?" Irisen asked. "I can show you my house's city estate." Armin turned and looked at her more closely. At first, he thought she was inviting him to a get-together to make some political plots. Then she raised her eyebrows slightly and gave him a meaningful look before stepping closer, letting her gaze pointedly wander down his arms and chest. "Oh. All right then." He was a bit embarrassed not to have realized that her interest was, well, carnal interest. Now that he gave it a moment's thought, she had not been that subtle. "Of course, I would be delighted." Once they got out of the room into the corridor, he offered her his arm in a more human style. She smiled and took it. "I will not stay here long," he warned her in a low murmur, wanting to be entirely clear. She hummed. "Oh, I know. We will just have to make the best of limited time." Her smile turned cheekier. "I have a few things in mind." Well, Armin mused, there were a few things about Dark Elf culture that he did appreciate. They were many things but not prudes. And besides, he had a newfound interest in architecture. Chapter 371, Reaching Out. "Madras, I like you," the woman in the yellow dress said. "You know I do. But these things, you know I don't hold with that," kings and empresses and the gods will, or who the ancients know will turn up next. That's not the sort of company I keep. I know, Madras sighed, tapping her fingers. I'm not asking you to take sides, Leanne. Not that I wouldn't like it if you joined us. We're objectively the superior side to choose here. I just want a few honest answers. I have been honest with you. Now Leanne clearly seemed angry. Psychic communication made it easy to transmit such things. She looked like she should have been a kindly aunt somewhere, especially considering how she was dressed, with warm brown eyes and gray-flecked brown hair. But she also wore anger well and with familiarity. I know, Madras said. Bad phrasing on my part. My apologies. I meant that I would appreciate answers to some questions. For instance, have you heard from Honor or Lucas? Now the other psychic noticeably hesitated. Honor and Lucas? Why do you want to know? Well, they are on our enemy's side and have been working with the Western Confederation to provoke a war. Specifically, they're implicated in an attempt to kill several people, including an innocent toddler. If Regina hadn't been there to heal him personally, he might have died. Honor especially is almost certainly involved, Madras added. Probably because she sensed the note of disbelief over the psychic connection from Leanne, which retreated somewhat after a moment, turning into a disquieted feeling. Madras had opened a connection between all three of them, psychically bringing their minds to touch in order to talk, but June had mostly stayed quiet and in the background so far. If that's true, it is horrible, Leanne said. I'm not saying you're lying, but it seems hard to credit. She sighed. Either way, no, I haven't seen Honor in quite a while. At least 5 years, really. I did speak to Lucas a bit more recently than that, but he made no mention of such things and I saw no indications that he would be involved in schemes like that. Thank you, Madras said emphatically, and with sincerity, June judged. June glanced around. They were not speaking directly to each other, but they were actually close enough that she could see the other psychic. She wasn't sure why they did it that way, but maybe it was some kind of custom. Maybe psychic communication kept people more honest and made it easier to assess each other's motives? Currently, they were in one of the biggest cities in Precan, which meant it was maybe a fifth the size of Sarah. Most of what they called towns or cities wouldn't qualify for such a title in the empire. The kingdom was rather small and unimportant, one of several with little to distinguish itself. At least to her. The inhabitants probably thought differently. There were quite a few of them out and about currently, taking advantage of the sunny weather. Small or not, the city did have a nice market, she acknowledged, and an apparently new tavern and teahouse with some seating in front of it made of old barrels and the like. She wondered if it was legal or if they bribed the guards. June tugged on her hood to make sure it covered her hair properly and cast her face in shadow, grateful it was still cold enough that wearing it didn't raise any eyebrows. She was not here as a princess and hoped it would stay that way. What about your companion? Is she also involved? Leanne asked with distant curiosity. Or are you teaching someone else? June made eye contact with her and inclined her head slightly. June is actually Regina's apprentice, not mine, Madras replied. It is good to meet you, June added. The other psychic nodded, looking back at Madras. So, the Empress. Is it true, then? Madras frowned and shook her head. I'm not sure what the others have told you, but I'm rather certain most of it is nonsense. Regina is a powerful psychic, of course. But she has solid morals. A lot more solid than most nobles, and yes, I'm including Honor and Lucas in that. And she is only one person. The other members of her hive don't count? It's simply how they speak to each other, June interjected. Hive kind are made to talk psychically. It's like how insects communicate with each other with pheromones, or how many animals use scents, instead of words. They simply do it this way. But that doesn't mean they can reach anyone outside their hive. She's the only one who can do that. Leanne regarded her for a moment, then nodded. I'll take your word for it, she said. Have you encountered any other psychics, Leanne? Madras asked. None you are likely to care about. I did meet Peter and Susie a while ago, they are in Greyhaven now. It clearly took Madras a moment to place those names, before she nodded. I'll still check in with them, thank you, she said. Of course. Feel free to seek me out any time. We don't see each other enough. Leanne smiled sharply. And it's not every day one gets to meet a princess, after all. June stiffened a little before she could stop herself. She lowered her head, again meeting the woman's eyes. You know who I am? I am not that naive or stupid, Princess June. You are rather well known. Should I be insulted that you thought you could fool me? June shrugged, projecting equanimity. I didn't intend to fool you, I just didn't want to publicize our meeting. You're also not lacking in bravery, Madras said drily. Most people don't talk to princesses that way. You're one to talk. Leanne stood up. I know you wouldn't have brought her if you didn't trust her. Don't be a stranger, Madras. She smiled at them, half-bowed, then turned and left. June looked after her, frowning. Well, I suppose I will take that as a compliment, she muttered to Madras. From her or from me? Madras replied. She continued without waiting for an answer, let's go. I'm sure Edmund is already getting impatient. June nodded and slipped into step with her mentor as they left. She suspected she had only not brought Edmund so as not to crowd Leanne, but he hadn't been happy to be left behind and to let them go seemingly without protection. Madras had little patience for that, of course. June knew she was powerful enough to defeat both of them in her sleep. Edmund was maybe still a little too stuck in his ways sometimes. She immediately felt guilty for the thought when they returned to their current accommodations, not that they were staying in this mansion for long. June was traveling incognito at this moment, although she didn't expect it to hold up for very long if anyone looked into her whereabouts. That was fine, she was mostly present and visible on a tour through the nearby countries. Edmund was a knight coming along to protect her, to anyone who didn't know better, and accordingly, he was in armor as he walked up and down the small front yard. Everything went fine, Madras preempted him before he could ask. Leanne didn't want to join our side, but I expected as much. She said she had no contact with our enemies and I believe her. That's good to hear, Lady Madras, he replied. Did you get any other leads? The whereabouts of 2 other, weaker psychics. I will be visiting them for a short chat. Do you know them already? June asked. Madras shrugged. We met briefly, but I have mostly heard about them. They're not very strong. But under the circumstances, we should be thorough. Even a psychic in the 2nd tier can be dangerous to your war effort under the right circumstances. And they could very well have passed into the next tier by now. I understand. When do we leave? Madras paused, frowning. June, the town is in the absolute opposite direction of your tour. You will have to continue on without me. I am sure you can manage that. It's likely best if we don't crowd them with the 2 of you, too. I will catch up to you soon, in a few days at the latest. June frowned back at her. She didn't like this idea. Although she bit down on an immediate denial and a moment of reflection made her reconsider. She wasn't a little girl who needed to cling to Madras skirts. If her teacher believed it was best this way, she was probably correct. All right, she said, catching Edmund's gaze as well. He silently told her he would follow her lead. Regina wanted you to visit several of the local rulers as well, Madras added. This seems like a good opportunity. Perhaps Tim or one of the others can join you as well. Why don't you ask the Hive? June gave her an unimpressed look, recognizing the task for what it was. Instead of complaining, she reached out mentally, looking for familiar minds. It wasn't easy. They were some distance away from Sarah, even if their current location should still be within Regina's range at the moment. June knew she wouldn't be able to have more than a short conversation, but she still looked for them. Luckily, Janice was already closer to her position. June got her attention and established a connection. Hey, June, Janice greeted her. You've gotten better. I think. How are things going? Thanks. Quickly, she recounted their trip so far and what had happened, then asked what they should do. It only took a bit of back and forth until they had established a rough plan Janice would bring to Regina. The Empress had wanted to intensify their contact with the countries in the area, and having them here would only help that effort. Hopefully, June could also combine it with more time with Madras after her detour. Since it was already late, they spent the night there, then left early the following morning. Their horses would appreciate the rest, although they didn't appreciate getting onto the boat the next day. June spent much of the money she'd brought on it, but she knew she could restock later, and if all else failed, she also knew how to conjure silver. Several soldiers of the Star Guard had been sent to accompany them, although they'd foregone their uniforms so far. Between this city and the next, they called a halt and changed. June tried her best with the slightly fancier clothes she'd packed, cursing the fact she'd left all their servants at home. The guards were adequate at making camp, normal chores, or cooking on the road, but this was rather different. At least she'd learned to do simple braids on her own. The trip took a few hours and several of her men had to watch for ice or other dangers. June was just glad the river hadn't frozen over. When they finally reached the docks of the next city, Precan's capital, they were quiet and empty of many other vessels. June ignored the cold wind and looked at the city, her gaze drawn to a group waiting for them just beyond the pier. She descended down the gangplank after Edmund with as much grace as she could muster and received the bows and curtsies of the gathered people. One of them stepped forward. "Your Highness, it is an honor to meet you once again." June inclined her head. "Well met, Baron Theron." She had heard he had been sent here as a diplomat. There were several military officers with him, she noted, but mostly civilian Imperials. From the new Foreign Office and their attendants, she assumed. "May I introduce you to our hosts?" There were several local nobles present, who repeated their greetings, and she returned them. She also introduced Edmund, but didn't mention him being a psychic student. It probably wasn't a secret, but she didn't see the need to trumpet it around, either. "The king is eager to meet you," the Baron concluded. "We have carriages ready. If you would?" With efficiency that almost spoke of practice, she was chivied into a waiting wagon. Edmund joined her along with the Baron. They got moving quickly, and June grimaced. They'd clearly gotten this vehicle from the locals, judging by the bumpy ride. "What is it you need from me?" she asked Theron, refocusing her attention. He seemed like he would have shrugged if he didn't hold himself to higher standards. "Our planned strategy didn't take your presence into account, my princess. Of course it can only be beneficial. Our main focus has been on gathering influence and extracting a few key concessions, mostly regarding trade and protections for the sharing of knowledge. I have not demanded more access than that yet, but the king seems resistant to the idea of obligations for supplying our army or guaranteed recruitment numbers. Gods, I wonder why? She'd be resistant in his place, especially considering Precan was stuck in the past compared to the Empire. Food and men were his gold, and he had little enough of either of that. But June dismissed the thought. Her duty was to work to the benefit of her country, not its neighbors, and it wasn't as if it wouldn't benefit from the relationship tremendously in the long run. "I see. We'll have to work on that." "I have no doubt that with you here to speak on behalf of the Empress, his resistance will melt away," Theron assured her. "My threats may be dismissed, while your words can't be, Your Highness." June nodded, staying silent for a moment. She supposed it would be a fair enough test of her capabilities, anyway. She turned her head slightly to look at Edmund. "What do you think of all this?" She sensed his hesitation. "This, Your Highness? Diplomatic strategy? I told you, you can just call me June." "Especially when it's just us," she replied. "Why did some of Regina's students who used to be actual peasants do better with that than a noble-born, if illegitimate, knight? And I mean this, our trip, or what Madras has told us." "Anything. I want to meet all of the people Madras is seeking out," he replied after a moment. "They all appear to know each other well, and making contacts with them seems like a valuable thing. I'm glad she brought us along, even if the others are losing out for now. As for this trip, I won't pretend to be a diplomat, but I am ready to help you in whatever way I can, June." June hummed tunelessly, looking out the window as they passed over the cobbled streets of the city. "Perhaps you should change that, Edmund. Psychics will be important to the Empire's future, and we may be sent out on more of these missions." Before they could continue, the wagon started slowing, and June smoothed down her clothes and got ready to do some of that diplomacy herself. Perhaps surprisingly, she wasn't nervous. But she had experienced many things in the past few years, and kingly title or not, she was aware that the local magnate was likely less powerful than several people she'd dealt with in the empire. She was still more interested in continuing to accompany Madras to talk to other psychics than in building influence here, which would probably be an easier task anyway. Chapter 372, Positions. Regina was still dripping water as she stepped out of her bathroom into the antechamber of her private apartment, wrapped in a fluffy towel and wringing out her hair with one hand. "I hope there is a reason you called me out," she said. "I was enjoying that bath." "Sorry about that," Kiera replied. "I didn't mean for you to come right this instant." Regina dropped into an armchair, waving a hand absently and using a trickle of mana to dissipate the water on her floor, then, with a moment of focus, heating the air around her to help dry her skin and hair, too. Well, it sounded important. She'd been able to sense Kiera's impatience. She was sensing that right now, too, just mixed with embarrassment. "Yes, we need to discuss what's going on in the east," Kiera said. Then she paused. "Aren't you going to get dressed, Regina?" "Well, I was," Regina said drily. With a put-upon sigh, she got up, crossed into the connecting room and levitated the dress someone had prepared for her. "Since you're here, you can help me." Admittedly, Regina only made a cursory effort to keep the towel up as she put on her underwear, then stepped into the dress and turned to let Kiera zip it up in the back. She didn't particularly care about her appearance or people seeing her indecently. Usually, local standards for that were wildly inconsistent and changing rapidly, anyway. Besides, it wasn't like anyone would care about her body, especially her friends. Or at least, so she thought, but the sensations she picked up from Kiera made her realize she was wrong about that. "Really, Kiera?" She turned her head. After a moment of confusion, her friend's eyes widened and she quickly stepped back as if she'd been burned. "What?" "I could sense what you were feeling," Regina pointed out. That had definitely been a moment of appreciation. "It's not my fault I have eyes," Kiera whined, sitting down on a nearby chair and crossing her legs defensively. "You're a pretty girl, I didn't mean anything by it." "Sure, of course. You do realize I don't." "Of course," Kiera said hastily. "And I would never betray Janice like that, anyway." "Well, I'm sorry," Regina conceded. She made sure her modesty was preserved, this time, and turned to sit in another chair. She wouldn't mention this to Janice either way. "Let's move on. You wanted to talk about what's happening in the East? Define East and happening first, please." That made Kiera focus again, and a bit of the frustration verging on anger Regina had felt before returned. "There is clearly rising unrest. Monsters are getting bolder. And who knows which way some of the Eastern lords will jump. I don't like that you sent June there like this." Regina nodded in acknowledgement. "Just to be clear, is your objection because I sent her with Madras without your permission as her sister and queen, or because Madras is taking June east in the first place, or something else?" Kiera frowned. "She's your apprentice, I know I can't dictate either of your movements," she said, though with visible reluctance. "I just don't like how careless you seem to have been with it and would like you to be more careful." Regina turned away for a moment to levitate socks and shoes over to her, and certainly not to hide her expression. She put them on quickly, letting the silence linger for a moment. Kiera shifted unhappily. "I'm sorry you feel that way," Regina finally said, calmly. "If that's supposed to be a proper apology, it's an awful one." Regina inhaled sharply, tugging on her mandibles. "If I gave you an overwrought apology for my actions, you'd assume I was going to call June back, but I don't intend to do that." Kiera glared at her. "Why not, my liege?" "My point stands, she would be much safer here. I didn't send them with a large escort because it would have hindered their efforts. And she was safe with Madras. 100 guards wouldn't have provided as much security as she does." "I trust Madras," Regina said simply. Kiera reached up to massage the bridge of her nose. "Be that as it may, Madras left her." "Yes, I didn't expect that," Regina conceded. "They are indeed parting for a few days. But June is still safe." She's a good psychic herself, and it's not like the little eastern kingdom she's in right now would attack her. They know I could destroy them without breaking a sweat if they hurt my apprentice. Unfortunately, people don't always act rationally, Kiera countered. But it's not even just about her safety. Although I admit I would feel better if she had a larger guard. Considering monster activity. Kiera, we've been over that, Regina interjected warningly. She could still sense other minds nearby, servants lingering, though giving them some privacy according to her wishes. It was still better not to talk in detail about some things. As I was saying, I would like her to have more guards, Kiera continued. But it is also below her station to travel with so few attendants. She's a princess. What are the locals going to think if she just turns up with Sir Edmund and a few guards? I don't know, Regina frowned. I admit it's still hard for me to think like that sometimes. Surely they will still realize that she's important. We just do things differently. Kiera sighed. Some people might genuinely think she's out of favor, or even that you just sent her there to sideline her for a bit and that it's a punishment, she said. Or they're just going to think stupid things about the Empire. Honestly, June should probably have a much larger household than she does, traditionally. It's simply a bit lost because she's stuck between my authority and yours. And it's not just her, I suppose, Kiera shrugged. I'm not going to tell you how to handle Janna's household, that's between the two of you. Obviously, you can get away with it because you're a Hive Queen and have your drones, and the whole last progenitor bit. Janice is getting some benefit of that, too. Regina ran a hand through her hair. I know we don't have as many personal subordinates as most nobles, but is it really that bad? Kiera gave her a slightly pitying look. You're lucky that we're simply setting a trend with a different way of managing our affairs. I don't even have the same sort of household and court that my grandmother or great-grandmother would have had. But normally, someone in our position would have stewards, majordomos, chamberlains, butlers, scribes, and ladies-in-waiting, in various positions, the same for maids, plus cupbearers, provisioners, tailors, masters of horse, other menial workers like porters to varying degrees, knights and squires and pages. Need I go on? You only have some of those positions, mostly focused on the court and political functions. Regina sighed, sitting back in her chair. Remind me to tell Ira how much I appreciate her, she muttered. And the other drones, too. They are doing a splendid job, Kiera agreed. It helps that you have a very different style of ruling than most. Regardless, do you understand my concerns? Regina nodded after thinking it over for a minute. I'm not going to change the way I do things to conform to outdated standards, she stated. It would probably be a disaster anyway. But I do see your point, and I'll also talk to Janice about it. I know her aunt has been wanting to build her a bigger household since she came on. And I will make sure June will be taken seriously. I am already sending others, anyway, they'll just have to wait for a bit while we assemble a larger party. We can send people meant to serve her with that group. And I'll make sure she has jewelry and other luxuries that will make the locals all green with envy. That should help, right? God, she'd really become used to being rich. It was weird when that kind of thing was almost an afterthought. Let's hope so, Kiera said. How are they doing? And your other people in the area, have they raised any concerns? Regina leaned back a bit, closing her eyes to signal she was looking into the psychic link. There really was increasing monster activity in the eastern parts, and she made a mental note to go back and look into it at some point and try to chart their movement patterns and lairs in detail later. Local garrisons were thin, but at least there were some. Many Delvers had left for the capital, the western border, or simply signed up for the army and been stationed elsewhere. At least there were still some in a few locations, especially around the new excavation Galatea was focused on. Obviously, Regina knew less about what was happening beyond her borders, but they still had something to work with. In concert with her new strategy to pull in the minor powers of the East, the Hive was also sending more flying drones. Only one local potentate had dared complain so far. The Empire had given him some nice words and continued as they were. There were also drones in other roles in various places, including envoys and a few she'd sent as teachers, largely where Imperial influence was already firmly established and they had agreements in place. Of course, there were also more drones in the north, closer to the border to Essaman. And then, of course, there were June and the others with her. Being psychics, even not connected to her psychic link, June and Edmund's minds stood out from the general background once she focused. Regina mentally zoomed in on them, assessing their mental states and tentatively reaching out to them. She could tell both of them were fine, if maybe a little nervous or anxious. That probably had more to do with their mission than any concerns over their safety, though. Edmund jumped a little when she established a connection, but he quickly caught himself. "My Empress," he greeted her. "How can I be of service?" "I'm just checking in," she said. "How are both of you doing?" "Quite well, I think." He started a report on their activities, to which she listened without interruption. Everything seemed to be going well, more or less. "Good job," she concluded as he finished. "Keep it up. Do you have any questions or concerns for me while we're talking?" Edmund was a rather low-maintenance student, Regina supposed. Ironically, she'd actually started to appreciate him more since Helen's betrayal. He wasn't as strong as June, but strong enough, and while he had a lot to learn still, she didn't anticipate any major issues. "No, milady, nothing I would bother you with. I had a few questions for Lady Madras, but I'll ask her when she returns." "Is there anything else I should be doing?" "No, just keep practicing and use this opportunity," she responded. "We can reflect on it once you're back. I'd like your views on the area and the people's sentiments on the Empire." "Of course, I'll do my best." So far, June seemed to have had some success. The local king was not eager for imperial patronage, but he also wasn't stupid and knew which way the wind was blowing. And that the Empire had much to offer. They had a large carrot and an even larger stick to use. Regina would have felt bad about that, except she was sure they would actually improve people's lives here, and she was willing to annoy some elites. Something else still caught her attention. Something felt odd, and it took her a moment to realize what it was. Madras was a little further away, and now that she focused on it, she felt two other minds who were clearly also psychics, though much dimmer. They evidently didn't make any attempt to hide right now. But that wasn't it, either. The minds she could sense weren't limited to the kingdom or its neighbors, they weren't just on the surface. Focusing on it a little more, she could tell there was also life underground. Much more scattered, of course, at least so far. Regina centered herself and sank deeper into the sensations she got, pushing aside the psychic link as anything more than a relay and focusing on what she could sense beyond it, in this area. Yes, going further east did increase the number of other minds she could sense, and especially how many of them were sapient, although it was at the very limit of her range now. She was clearly barely glimpsing the edges of a greater structure. Paths, she suspected. There probably weren't any towns here, or any settlements beyond, perhaps outposts. But the Dark Elves had still reached out and shaped this territory, opened new pathways and perhaps hidden corridors. Some of them might pass through these, for whatever reason. Did the people on the surface know, she wondered? The tunnels were deep enough that she wouldn't expect a random farmer to notice if they didn't see them used, but perhaps the rulers were aware. Regina shook her head and withdrew her awareness, focusing again on her own body and her surroundings. She stretched lightly as she opened her eyes, meeting Kiara's impatient gaze. "Well?" the young queen asked. "They're fine," she said. "They're both safe, and June is doing well. She was busy, but I talked to Edmund and he didn't have any concerns." "It took you that long to find out?" Kiara muttered, but she noticeably relaxed a little. "The Dark Elves' territory is much more expansive than I thought." Kiara blinked and cocked her head, a bit thrown by the apparent non sequitur. Regina could tell. "Does it? Is that what you were looking for?" "It was hard to avoid once I really paid attention," Regina said. "I am not necessarily surprised that most people don't know, but at least some clearly do. I didn't quite get a feeling of where their actual inhabited land starts, but it's still interesting. The Eternal Dark itself, even if you just take the core territory, must be larger than I thought." If their territory and influence has a similar extent to the east, then they can probably cross most of the continent without setting foot on the surface. It wouldn't surprise me if this went up to the Ural, at least with a solitary tunnel. Kiera frowned thoughtfully. I only have very limited knowledge, she said. But from what I can guess based on what I've heard and read, there are probably dwarven kingdoms there, as well as in the other mountain range you mentioned, the Caucasus? Yes, probably, Regina nodded. There might have been some in the Carpathians, too, but it seems like the gnomes took those. Or what was left of them. She wasn't sure if they'd just been shifted, but it seemed like this mountain range had actually been eroded somewhat, unlike the Alps, which were now a monster-infested terrain of peaks that might actually have grown a bit higher. The cataclysm and magic. Utter bullshit. Regardless, Kiera commented, is it important now? I suppose not, Regina admitted. It's just good to be aware. We need to make sure our efforts in the Eternal Dark go well. Or at least make sure that our enemies don't manage to turn them against us. For now, we should, of course, focus on the surface. And June's safety, Kiera said, giving her a stern look. Yes, of course. I already agreed to send more people, didn't I? Regina stood up. Now if you will excuse me, I need to go talk to some drones. And consider whether she wanted to rethink her personal style or even her staff. Although it probably wouldn't be a good idea to have more people listen to how Kiera talked to her, in situations like this. You'd think an empress would get more respect from her closest vassal, Regina grumbled mentally, but she couldn't quite suppress the fond smile sneaking onto her face. Chapter 373, Communication. Currently, Madras was probably the furthest east she had been since coming to what was now the Empire, and she couldn't resist the temptation to linger a little and assess what had changed. Not that she would go back to the Eternal Dark. Even if she wanted to, that would rather leave her two young students alone for far too long, and she really did not want to. Ichnes would slap her if she went back without telling her first, anyway. As expected, both of the young psychics she visited in the sleepy little city of Greyhav were now in the third tier, having passed level 40 a short while ago. Neither of them was particularly impressive to her eyes, although at least they weren't idiots, and they hadn't tried anything, just answered her questions. She had shown her appreciation by giving both of them some tips on the development of their abilities. Peter had still been struggling with projecting his focus any real distance, and Susie needed the pointers on how to sense potential dangers or outliers, judging by how she hadn't even sensed her until Madras was almost on top of them. And she hadn't been trying to hide. Susie was also more than a little afraid of her, although she made a valiant effort at hiding it. Madras had ignored it, of course, there was no point poking people like that for no reason, but it did remind her she was no longer in Sarah, where every idiot courtier thought that just because she was a supporter of their new empress, that meant she was harmless. In a way, she was quite glad at the opportunity to reach out and speak to other psychics again. It had been too easy to fall into a narrow path of thinking, speaking just with Regina and her students. Peter and Susie were no challenge, but Leanne had been a delightful encounter, even if they hadn't truly matched wits. The two younger psychics assured her that they had no intention of joining her enemies, and if they did join anyone it would be the Empire, so her mission was finished here for now. They were the sort Helen might have recruited as stooges. There might still be a few weaker psychics around, but now she had at least addressed any real potential threat. Are you in the market for a new apprentice? Susie asked, tentatively, at the end of their conversation. Madras smiled slightly. Unfortunately, I have my hands full. If I should ever have more time and the desire to keep teaching, I will keep you in mind. Did she have one apprentice already, or several? Or several students? Technically, everyone they were teaching were Regina's students, but that wasn't truly the situation in practice, at least they weren't Regina's students alone, of course. Regardless, adding more, even if they did already know the basics, did not strike her as a wise idea at the moment. Then, may we see more dark elves around in the coming years? Peter asked. I heard from a few people who seem confident in that idea, they're even reconsidering the wares they offer for trade. Madras paused for a second. Possible, though doubtful, she finally said. I couldn't tell you what the future holds, foresight is not one of my abilities. She also wasn't intimately connected to the politics in the Eternal Dark, at least not enough to evaluate the situation in detail. How uncharacteristically modest, Susie muttered, then stiffened slightly and avoided her gaze, not that she could hide her emotional state that easily. Madras just looked at her for a moment, before she smiled. As I said, I will keep you in mind. I'm sure you would get along well with my other students. Peter nodded, bumping Susie's shoulder slightly. Is there any other way we can help you, Lady Madras? Do you have transport available? Arrangements have been made, she responded. I will see you in the future. She could tell that both of them were tracking her as she left, of course. Were they tried to, she could have still hidden from them, but she saw no particular reason to hide her movements. She did lightly push on their own mental defenses to let them know she had caught them, though. It wouldn't do to let bad habits fester. As she walked, she considered her recent encounters. It felt like her organization of psychics was falling apart, a feeling Madras disliked quite strongly. It had only ever been a loose association of psychics with some common mindsets or goals, of course. There was not even a proper name, at least not one everyone agreed to. It had always been understood that political conflicts would happen and not affect their membership or the association. Still, now there were two groups forming, a line straight through their members. At least those in this area. They would be fighting each other soon enough, if they weren't already. Helen had already poached one of Regina's students, something that Madras was confident would be quite frowned upon even under normal circumstances. It hadn't ever happened like this, as far as she knew. Helen might argue that Regina was not technically part of their group since she hadn't met any of the others yet, but that would likely not hold up. But even if the others disliked it, it wouldn't change anything unless they were willing to act to censure her, and Madras doubted it. For now, she shook herself free of those thoughts and glanced around. To the north, outside the city, a drone mount was waiting for her. She felt for its mind and connected with it briefly. It let her enter without hesitation. Regina had told these drones that they were to obey her orders, and even if she wasn't part of their psychic link, she could crudely control them in a similar way as sapient Hive members did with her own psychic power. For now, however, Madras detoured to the city square and took a seat at the fountain in the center, grabbing a quill, ink, and paper from her bag. She penned a quick letter, then set off again. It did not take long to find who she was looking for. Dark elves were not entirely unknown in these parts. They traded with the surface by necessity, and merchants made it to the neighboring realms regularly. One of them was currently conducting business in the city's eastern quarter. He was talking with a local, but quickly interrupted himself and hurried to speak to her. He greeted her with a bow while she noted his system designation. My lady. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Tekmi as I reason, how may I serve you? Eminent Mistress Madras Ulavin, she introduced herself briefly. I will not bother you long. I need someone to take a letter to the Eternal Dark. You seem suitable. Of course, Eminent Mistress, he hastily agreed. She could sense from the sudden spike in focus and the way he was determinedly ordering his mind, visible in the general feeling he gave off to her senses, that he had just recognized her name and who she was. It would be my pleasure, and we will make all haste. Good. Do you take Imperial coin? He shook his head. Oh no, I couldn't accept payment for such a minor service. It's on the house, so to speak. My mistress would certainly want me to facilitate your letter. Madras hummed thoughtfully. All right. You're for my reason? I trust business with House Allerin is still going well? Yes, there are several agreements, as I understand. We buy almost all our dye from them. He paused briefly. I believe we are also aligned in political matters, going by the gossip. Good. Then, if you don't mind, I would perhaps add a letter to your matriarch as well. If you have somewhere I could briefly compose it? He showed her to an empty scribe's desk in the back room. They had probably only rented the storefront, or maybe it was shared, but she hardly cared about such details. It only took Madras a few minutes to pen the letter, and she watched as the merchant sealed the envelope and put both of them with a packet of other correspondence that seemed rather empty. She thanked him and made conversation for a few more minutes. If asked, she would deny that it was because she wanted news from home, although she suspected she might have been lying. The gathering of the councils should still be ongoing, although he had left before it started. She caught up on a few other general happenings, most of which she had already heard about from Ichmes, before she bid her goodbyes and left. After that, she didn't intend to spend any more time in the city. She had been here before and this town had little to recommend it. Instead, Madras finally called on the flying drone mount that had been waiting for her, thankful she no longer had to worry about ensuring it didn't attract a crowd of gawkers while she focused on other business. Unfortunately, it was not to be that easy. She made good time out of the city, leaning on her physical stats given by her high level a little. Around the city, the countryside was of course heavily cultivated, and there were quite a few people around. She still occasionally searched for any anomalies and had also hidden the drone as well as she could in her haste, in a dip in the terrain with some trees and bushes. Right now, someone else was standing at the edge of it, watching the drone. She could sense their calm patience, no hint of ill intentions, but it still raised her hackles. Someone else, a more familiar mind, was moving toward them. After a moment of deliberation, Madras veiled herself from anyone's perception as she approached until she was close. "What are you doing here?" she asked, coming to a step closer to the drone, and quickly summoned it a few steps further. Annoyingly, the visitor only briefly started and didn't move. "Lady Madras," he gave a quick bow, smiling. "I apologize for the disturbance. We wanted to seek you out and realized your drone was probably the best spot to wait for your return." "How remarkable it is," he added in a murmur. Madras frowned and quickly patted the drone's shoulder, which it tolerated. This man was lucky that it wasn't really a combat variant and that he had kept his distance. She quickly brought up his system notification again and examined him more closely. A bard class in the 3rd tier, no last name, a familiar style of equipment. "You are a fellow delver, I assume?" "Indeed." The man, apparently called Oscar, nodded quickly. "I am most recently based in the chapter house in Precan. I met several of your former party members there." As if on cue, she sensed the other, more familiar mind approaching with increasing speed, and calmly turned to wait for him to arrive. "Mars," she greeted as the knight finally slid to a stop in front of them, absently soothing the mind of the drone. "I hadn't expected to see you again here." "Madras," he nodded courteously. "Forgive the ambush, please. I wasn't confident of finding you in the city." "That's no matter," she said a bit more warmly. There had been some friction between her and Mars, certainly. If he hadn't been a very talented knight and the frontline fighter her party needed, when they'd gone north, she might have considered attempting to throw him out of it on at least one occasion. But in the last few weeks before they officially disbanded, they'd gotten along better. She suspected it was the effect of standing on the same side against others. Not every Delver had believed Regina or supported the idea of supporting her. "We were sent to bring you with us," he continued. "With your agreement, of course. Your knowledge and expertise are desired. You've heard of the recent excavation in eastern Cernlia, I hope?" "Of course," she said slowly. "Why me, though? And who specifically sent you?" "The local commanders sent us," he shrugged, "but as I understand, they only did so on the advice of Lady Galatea. She wants you there. If she hadn't been occupied, she might have gone to fetch you herself." Madras was a bit surprised, despite herself. Uncertain, she glanced north. June and Edmund were waiting for her, and others were depending on her, as well. But Galatea was probably aware of their mission and wouldn't try to summon her without a good reason. "Give me a moment," she said. It only took a minute to check in with her students and confirm they were safe and well. Then she contacted Regina. Due to the effort of talking at this distance, they kept the conversation short, but she did confirm she was sending backup for the two of them and that they should be able to handle themselves for a few days. Finally, Madras sought out the mind of Galatea. Even at this distance, it was relatively easy since no one else had a mind quite like a maniform. "You sent people to look for me?" she asked. "Madras?" Good, I really should have tried harder with psychic communication. It's convenient to be able to talk to someone without a drone there to play messenger. I know, she replied a bit sardonically. But yes, I did send them. Trust me, you'll want to see this. Is that all you're going to say? I do have something to do here. My students need my supervision. Regina would kill me if anything happened to June. Hardly. No, it's better if we explain things when you're here and others can participate in the conversation, too. Madras sighed and nodded at the other two delvers. Alright, I'll come with you. I assume you have arranged transport, those drones flying in from the northwest, she added, after sensing their minds approaching. The pair of delvers had either been keeping their distance very well to hide, or they had come from elsewhere, probably by ship, originally. Yes, the local Hive drones were kind enough to arrange it, Mars confirmed. Can you at least give me a hint of what I'm dealing with? She asked Galatea as she mounted her own drone. Alright, how about this? The ruins they found a while ago have been dated with more confidence. They date from the time of the post-cataclysm war against the Hive kind. Madras blinked. The War of the New Order, as she'd sometimes heard it called, even thought many groups seemed to have their own names, happened quite a long time ago, and from what she knew, few things from that time had been found. At least the civilization before the cataclysm had been omnipresent and built with advanced techniques, so their structures could survive quite a bit of hardship, even if they predated the cataclysm, but this quality seemed to have been mostly lost as people were forced to use more primitive means. And most ruins were from more recent times. She waited with growing impatience as the other drones landed, a flock with several more flying drones, but no sapient ones, and Mars and Oscar mounted up. Then Madras nudged her own mount into the air and turned west. If there was more to it than just ruins from a rare time period, she wondered what else Galatea had to show her. Perhaps there were some dark elf artifacts she wanted her opinion on, or even something hinting at psychic power? Regardless, she was curious, and something about this also made her almost nostalgic. It was good to see that the Delvers hadn't given up everything they were and did and could still undertake a project like this. Chapter 374, Remains. Galatea usually considered herself a patient person, living a life as long as hers had consequences. Even if large stretches of it had passed almost in a haze of time slipping by. Her experience of time was not like that of an organic being, sometimes, although it had stuck rather close to that after she'd left her little cave. Still, right now she felt impatient. She had been waiting for Madras to reach them for a while now. It really would have been better if she'd taken some drones along, ones who could actually talk, not just a mount. Then they could have just relayed a message. Or if Galatea had been a better psychic herself. Unfortunately, for what little skill she'd gained, contacting Madras on her own while she was so far away was outright impossible. Therefore, when she finally sensed Madras' magical presence touching down outside, accompanied by several other people, Galatea almost gave a visible sign of relief. Not that she needed to, of course, it would be more of a habit. But she didn't, and instead waited for people to move. Their current location had been fortified in a remarkably short amount of time, especially considering the Empire was currently preparing for war, and not on the border closest to here. But the improved organization that came with an expanded bureaucracy and civil service, ironic as that might be, had helped, not to mention the cohesion among the Delvers. They were rather clearly taking the lead, even if it was still officially a project at least partly sponsored by the Empire. Well, Regina seemed content to let Galatea oversee things here. She and several other people, obviously including Madras, had her trust. So there should be no issues there. Galatea slowly floated out of the room she was currently in and into the open. There were several fences and one wall around this compound, hastily raised and not the most steadfast, but still more than adequate. Several tents had been placed, as well as quickly constructed buildings that would have to be expanded if they were expected to stand the test of time, but that wasn't the focus right now. She had personally also added a few less physical defenses. Zephyr had consulted on them and they'd added a few protective rituals whose efficacy she was not quite sure of, but they would hardly hurt. You seem to have fortified this place rather well, Galatea, Madras commented as they met. Are you trying to build a castle? Galatea smiled slightly at the weak joke. She could see Madras was tired, although most probably wouldn't be able to tell. "I'm not sure a castle would be of much use here," she replied. "Not that I would object if there was one conveniently situated right here. But perhaps I should show you more of what we've actually been doing here." "That would be appreciated," Madras replied, glancing around curiously. She wasn't the only one. The arrival of several powerful and presumably well-known delvers had attracted some interest. There were many members of their order here, along with some Imperial soldiers, a few drones and some other Imperials who were not fighters. "Lady Madras," Gwen greeted her, stepping up to them and bowing her head slightly. "It is nice to see you again." "Likewise, Lady Cern," she replied with a small smile. "I should have guessed you would be here." "Where else would I be, eminent mistress?" Gwen smiled a little ironically. "I would prefer not to stand on formality, even if I am more of a lady now. Please do call me Gwen." They both looked like they were trading a small joke, but Madras quickly turned serious again. Galatea supposed they might know each other more closely, since they were both delvers, and she wouldn't be surprised if Gwen had sought Madras out as soon as she arrived in her vicinity. "You have assembled quite a few fighters, in addition to solid defenses," Madras noted now. "I assume this is connected to the recent increase in monster activity around here?" "Our digging might have had a few unpleasant side effects on the countryside," Galatea admitted. "Come on, I think I should show you a few of the artifacts we have found first, before we go down." She was glad that at least the delvers had experience and knew how to organize everything pretty well. They only had to walk a short way to reach the basement of the most solid building, where ice had been packed into the corners and the airflow was tightly regulated with an airlock-style double door and a ventilation system that could be used, with the help of magic, to cycle the air in the room or otherwise keep it still and filtered. It wouldn't be the same as actual stasis or even truly modern storage methods, but they also didn't have anything fragile enough to fall apart if it was exposed to the air. It had all survived for almost 1,000 years, after all. "Ah, I see why you wanted me here," Madras muttered, going directly to the stone table to the left, where several objects had been carefully placed. She hovered her hand over them before withdrawing it without touching anything and instead bending closer to examine them. "This is Dark Elven script, yes?" Galatea asked, glancing at a dark, curved plate with symbols etched in the center and around the edges. She was pretty sure of it already. But it was only a minor variant of Surface Elven script, and these were pretty old examples anyway, so not completely sure. "Yes," Madras muttered. "This must be part of an armor worn by a dark elf soldier. I don't recognize the house crest, but it's probably fallen in the time since, if it survived this war. The blade is also in our style." "And this?" Galatea glanced at them. The armor and weapon were both clearly damaged, the sword had a visible chip in the edge. More interesting was that someone had clearly drilled a hole through the biggest plate. She didn't recognize the material, perhaps a monster carapace. There must have been thread or wire used to hold it in place with that tiny fastening, though it was now gone. "It implies someone took and repurposed the armor for themselves," she said. "Probably someone with a rather different body type." "Which tells us something about their access to good equipment," Madras murmured, nodding. "This was almost certainly loot, I agree. Unfortunately, I don't think we can identify which battle it came from." "I didn't think much was known about individual battles," Galatea cut in. Madras glanced up at her briefly. "No, but if we were able to determine a location, we might gain information about one we didn't know about before," she explained. "Regardless, I'm sure this isn't the only find you have." Looking a bit reluctant, she turned to the rest of the room's contents. There were several other weapons and sets of armor, all only partial, damaged and incomplete. It would be harder to precisely identify some of them, but Madras did indicate several pieces that might have been used by dark elves, even if the design was not restricted to them. Galatea was glad the psychic had such good working knowledge of weaponry and armor, even historical ones, although she supposed that given her age, it would be much easier for her than for a human even if dark elves weren't slow to change in that field. Several more objects were already identified as different, and she confirmed those evaluations, too. But the weapons weren't the most interesting part. There were bones as well. Galatea really wished they had access to modern technology, what she wouldn't give for a DNA analysis of a few of them. Of course, they could still do morphological comparisons and other analysis, and she was pretty sure of what it meant. There were several species present, and one of them was almost certainly hive kind. These could be from my people or surface elves. We are not that different beneath our skin, Madras said. But these, she stared intently at the remains of especially thin bones mixed with larger ones, all a slightly different shade than the rest. They did not undergo quite the same chemical processes as the others, presumably, due to their somewhat different chemical composition. Almost certainly hive kind, Galatea completed. And interestingly, there are noticeable differences from the hive kind we know. She glanced at one of the drones present, Jay, a drone who had specialized in healing magic and was thus very familiar with their anatomy, and who was working with the keepers, one of whom was also here, but currently occupied elsewhere, to analyze these. He quickly ran through their preliminary evaluation. It turned out that the basic biological structure was clearly very similar to today's drones. If they were able to sequence their DNA, there would presumably be high similarity, but it would hardly be identical. She supposed that made sense, as the starlet hive was clearly related to the few hives Earth had seen before. Regina's egg must have come from somewhere. After all, it was almost certainly from one of the hive queens on Earth, and it seemed likely that all of them, there couldn't have been more than a few who'd made the trip, were relatively closely related, if not actual siblings. Thus, finding such similarity didn't actually say much about how diverse hive-kind hives in general might be, biologically. It was entirely possible there were much larger differences in other members of the species. Regardless, while the makeup might be similar, presumably with somewhat different levels of things like heavy metal accumulation or heavier isotopes, they didn't precisely map onto anything they had seen before. We're trying to analyze them for radiation damage, but it's difficult, Jay explained. Even if we could sequence their DNA, it's all denaturated by now. However, the macrostructure is different, even if the shells seem to be almost the same chemically. This particular bone is clearly reinforced in a way we have not encountered before, and heavier than normal as a result. The general shape is also a bit off, from what we can tell. It's a clear morphological distinction. The best conclusion I can come to is that the type of drone, the template, was different. At least for some of these, Galatea added. Others might as well have come from a living drone. Quite the intriguing find, Madras muttered after a moment. I have not heard of any existing hive-kind remains surviving. Pardon the pun. From what I have heard, and this is more hearsay than anything, some groups tried to bury the hive-kind's existence as much as they could. Galatea nodded, that fit what she'd heard. It's also been long enough that it is very much down to luck, Gwen added. Madras turned back to them. How was all of this preserved? I assume it wasn't out in the open. I suppose it's time to show you, Galatea said. She glanced at a few other objects gathered here. They would be harder finds to analyze, she suspected. There were only scraps of rough parchment with barely any remains of letters, but no real paper, which had probably rotted in the time since. They stayed silent as they left the building and moved to the hut which covered the entrance into the underground dig site, or at least the lower part situated beside the open excavation ground in the center of their new fortifications. Madras only spoke up as they entered beneath the cover, and she glanced at the passage down. How long have you been here? She asked. How long has this been here? I imagine you didn't find all of this immediately. It's been months and you didn't seem all that interested before, but suddenly, she gestured around them. Besides, either Regina or you would have called me in earlier if you were going to. So, did you break through somewhere? Galatea smiled slightly. Good catch. Yes, we did, in a way. This is a recent development. Not that we've truly succeeded yet. She started down the short drop, braced by a few large steps hewn into the earth, and ducked into the short tunnel at the end. There are several layers here, she explained. To the west is a larger structure, or the remains of it, built of solid concrete. But we need to pass through two other layers of construction first, from here. The upper one was easy enough to explore and catalog. They passed through tunnels the delvers had dug in their excavation, which slowly gave way to more natural formations. They were all bare, and while the occasional shard of interesting things might be found here, that wasn't really her goal right now. After a few meters, it became less of a conventional dig site and they once again entered what could be called more of an underground tunnel network. It did not seem to connect to the other tunnels she'd seen to the west, as far as they knew right now, at least, and it was clearly not pre-cataclysm construction. They followed it for a longer time. Earthen walls receded to show more stone peeking through as they went slightly deeper, before they were in fully stoneclad passages. Finally, as Madras came to a stop, the stone changed and she knew this was actually a more artificial material, a variant of concrete. They stepped through an archway and, a few meters further, through a doorway with the remains of a metal door hanging on its hinges, carefully pulled out of the way. "We opened this a short while ago," Gwen explained. "The really interesting part is further within." There were several corridors, but Galatea had decided to show Madras straight to the most interesting one, so they ignored several crossings. As they continued, she could tell the dark elf was building a mental map. "Magic is behaving strangely here," she finally said. Galatea nodded. "Ambient mana is restive," she said. "It's similar to the twisted mana I've seen before. We've also explored far enough and opened some passages that seem to have been used or found by local monsters. Mostly, I think they're reacting to the mana, but their increased activity is too specific and large-scale to be just a natural reaction. This must be a defensive mechanism." Personally, she was excited to explore this aspect of it more. Galatea wasn't concerned about the twisted mana. She'd certainly encountered worse, was made of worse. They'd instituted some safety regulations and were watching everyone who came down here or lingered in the vicinity closely, but there didn't seem to be any ill effects. It wouldn't be the first lingering magical remnant of the cataclysm, blocked off and kept behind meters of stone and dirt. "This is a different kind of structure," Madras observed as they cautiously kept walking forward. "And there's something rather interesting ahead." Galatea nodded, not bothering to reply, as they were coming up on it anyway. A slight bend in the passage and a few more meters saw them standing before a set of great double doors. The tunnel had widened, so there was more space. Off to the side, they'd set up a table and a few chairs. The table was covered with papers full of sketches, and Thaumaturge Zephyr was writing something else down on one of them. He glanced up as they arrived and stood up with what seemed like a bit of reluctance. "What is this?" Madras asked him directly, nodding at the door. Even someone with no mana senses at all would have been able to tell it wasn't mundane. There were symbols etched into the frames and covering the center of the doors in arrangements that formed larger symbols. The concrete to the side also had some symbols etched into it, along with plates of other materials, and she suspected strands of metal covered by the concrete. Most of the symbols were unfamiliar. Or, at least, would be entirely unfamiliar to most of the people here. "A defense, obviously," Zephyr answered, frowning at it. "We've been trying to figure it out for a bit of time now. Your insight would be greatly appreciated, I have to admit. Whenever I stare at it too long, it gets harder to keep looking and to focus, and I can feel increasing strain on my mental defenses. There must be some sort of psychic defense built into it, too." Along with something agitating the monsters, and the plain blocking of the door, Gwen added. Madras stepped forward cautiously. "I can see why you wanted to gather everyone in Regina's circle with magical expertise," she commented quietly. "I haven't seen something like this before. Although I have encountered stronger psychic defenses, certainly nothing this old." She frowned, pointing at one of the clusters. "What language is this?" "I have already called for Isaes, who will hopefully be able to offer more help," Galatea said. "She's supposed to be on her way. But, I think this is Aeshan, High Aeshan or Late Aeshan. Lion might be the only one who could truly tell and analyze it in detail." Madras glanced up sharply. "But, what does that mean?" "The hive kind probably knew it. They probably spoke and used it, if they had a common language that wasn't of their own creation. It implies this might really be their work. It would be interesting if they could confirm this was some kind of hive kind dialect of the language, but her knowledge didn't extend that far. She'd barely ever seen anything written in it or heard Lion speak a few words. Another old Hivekind base, Zephyr mused. Aren't we lucky? Although I have a feeling this one is different than the other. Yes, it does appear there was a battle fought over it, Gwen said sardonically, and we can still find signs of it. Galatea just looked at the door, wondering what else they would find behind it. Not just a few scattered remains of people and weapons, people who must have been fighting a battle and been caught outside the door, most likely, and then placed in just such a way that, by chance, their remains had survived to be found by them. There would probably be more bodies, if nothing else. Someone must have broken through the door at one point. Perhaps they'd closed it behind them, or perhaps there'd been a few scattered drone survivors, who'd perhaps fled and returned. They would have to break through it first to find out. Chapter 375, Chosen. At first, June hadn't minded that Madras would be gone a longer time. She had liked the opportunity to travel with her teacher, to meet other psychics and learn more, but she hadn't needed her presence, especially now that she had other tasks to see about. As her absence stretched on and it became clearer she would not be returning for a while, though, June grew concerned. Mostly, she was curious, and she would really like to travel to join her, but unfortunately, that wasn't possible. Not yet. June fully intended on going to join her and the others on the way back if she could, regardless of whether she had any orders to that effect. June was still kicking herself, not literally, about not paying more attention to figure out what was going on. Now that she had gone looking, she really had missed quite a bit. Of course Regina and Galatea had kept their find very quiet, but she was still a bit upset. At least no one tried to dissuade her once she did start asking questions. Psychically, to the drones, of course, given that she was still stuck in Precan. At least she had received reinforcements from the Empire. Not in the military sense, although there were quite a few more guards, but more for political reasons. Several servants from the palace in Sarah, which made her life easier, as well as a few minor officials. And most importantly, Regina had sent several drones, and apparently she'd given them orders to act so as to boost June's standing. Not that they were great at politics, but it was fine. In particular, Zoe was quite senior in the Hive, and experienced. She was a bit quieter than many of the others, usually, and June didn't really know her, but Janice had spoken well of her. Zoe was clearly quite a capable warrior, but also skilled in other areas. Most of June's time was taken up with the usual political dance currently, though. She was an honored guest of the King of Precan, so she attended court and various activities, and talked to him and to high court officials. It was a bit of an adjustment after what she'd done recently, but she had once been trained for these kinds of things. Granted, not extensively because of her illness, but she also had advantages now she hadn't had before. This mission actually provided good training for her psychic abilities. Following Regina's and Madras' teachings, she tried to be mindful of other people's privacies and didn't try to force information from them, in whatever way, without cause. But even more passive sensing was useful, and gauging someone's mood with psychic abilities really wasn't any worse than studying body language, in her opinion. Just more effective and nuanced. In terms of diplomacy, instead of doubling down on threats or anything like that, June had decided to take a friendlier and more cooperative stance. She didn't begrudge Theron anything, but he had perhaps tried to emphasize the stick instead of the proverbial carrot a bit too much. Instead, it was better to focus on showing how much the Empire could help their new friends. Under the right conditions and with their guidance, of course. Which was also just good sense. June wouldn't let some of their new things loose unsupervised and watch the kingdom descend into chaos. That would be irresponsible. Worst case, there were quite a few nobles interested in getting their hands on as much as they could from the Empire's little technological revolution, and they could put pressure on the king to grant the concessions the Empire wanted in return. Much of the time, June talked to envoys from other kingdoms and principalities. There were quite a few of those in the vicinity, extending roughly from Cernlia's and Esseman's eastern border or the Gnomish Confederation to the east and southeast. She had wondered about that before. In large parts, the terrain should be fertile. If anything, the population was kept limited by the frequent raids and warfare they conducted against each other. Possibly by the limited access to other materials, the Great Plains weren't famed for their ore. And there were occasional hotspots of monsters, and of course a lot of deep forests. As far as she knew, the Eternal Dark also extended for quite a large stretch of territory underground, and the Dark Elves had claimed some areas for which they effectively forbade or limited settlement on the surface. She didn't think they lived there in any large numbers, but perhaps there were other resources and industry, like forests they used for charcoaling and thus forging metal. That was much more of the exception than the rule, though. Unsurprisingly, most of these people were a bit warmer than her current host. June wasn't sure if that was just about ingratiating themselves to the new regional superpower, because they wanted what the Empire had to offer, or because they were ideologically aligned, what with Regina being the last progenitor. Regardless, June took advantage of it to develop good relations with the local states. What she liked least were the various offers the nobles and envoys threw at her. To their credit, she supposed, it wasn't just betrothal offers. Although there were too many of those. They also tried to set her up with young nobles who would act as her companions. At least in that regard, the arrival of the others had helped. Some seemed incapable of realizing that being a high-ranking member of Regina's hive didn't necessarily mean Zoe was a lady, in that sense. Although the fact that she was a warrior caused enough talk. June just tried to ignore that unless it was egregious, and at least Zoe only laughed at anyone who expected her to conform to their ideas. The worst offer, though, came from the king of Prekan himself. Admittedly, he wasn't the lowest-ranking person who tried to win her hand. Although he hardly tried to court her, not that that would have made it better. Instead, it was clearly a political proposal, but she had the sneaking suspicion he expected her to be his bride instead of applying to be her consort. I assure you, my princess, you will not regret becoming my queen. I will give these concessions and agree to the Empire's demands, a small price to pay for your hand, he said. Actually, maybe he just wanted her dowry? They were currently speaking in relative privacy. After a larger session of court in the morning, he had asked her on a walk, and they were now standing on a veranda overlooking a small flower garden. There were enough people around it wouldn't count as private, but at least he hadn't asked in open court. June took a deep breath and put a smile on her face. I am honored by your suit, truly, my lord king, she lied. Unfortunately, I regret that I must decline. His expression darkened and she could sense his growing anger, with a side of offense. So quick to deny me, my lady? You have not even passed my words on to your queenly sister, or to your master. June inclined her head, keeping her smile. I judged it best to be clear and not offer you any false hope, your majesty. It is not because of you, far from it. If I was at all open to a political marriage, your suit would certainly be one of very few I would have given very serious consideration, she lied again. But that is not the case. I am needed in the court of Cernlia as my sister's heir, and I must needs focus on my magical education and my duties, not marriage or children. Both my sister the queen as well as her imperial majesty understand and support this. They have assured me that neither would be entertaining offers for my hand at this time. Apparently, her words managed to soothe his anger somewhat, and he nodded curtly. I see. Then I thank you for the clear response, Your Highness. It took a few more minutes for her to extract herself from the conversation until she could flee his presence, and June left hoping he couldn't see that she had to consciously moderate her pace. This was hardly the first suit she had received, but something about being away from home, in his center of power, with an entitled man used to wielding power, that made it uncomfortable, and she was sure most women would feel the same. Not that she would let it stop her from succeeding here, of course. Still, she hadn't liked the way he looked at her as he made the proposal, like he was cataloging every perceived flaw and benefit. It wasn't lust, or she didn't think so, she would have known what to do with that, or at least recognized it. June idly played with her bracelet while she walked. She was wearing more jewelry than she'd become used to, here. Regina had sent some along with Zoe's party and the new attendants, although she still preferred the set she'd gifted her for Christmas. This one had a hidden thorn that would jump out when she pressed a tiny lever with her finger, though, so it was her new favorite. Not that she wasn't often wearing a dagger, anyway. She met Zoe before she could dwell on it for much longer. Although that was putting it nicely, in fact she almost ran into her. You look upset, the drone observed. June glared at her, half-heartedly. The king tried to ask for my hand. I don't want to talk about it, she said shortly. Zoe raised an eyebrow, but nodded. Come on, let's go to the stables, she suggested. We can get a head start, the royal hunt is still setting out this afternoon. I could use a few tips. June nodded and let herself be guided back in the direction she'd come from previously, going to her rooms to change and eat a light lunch, and then setting out again. She took off most of her jewelry for the hunt and chose an outfit with sturdy but fashionable boots and trousers under a short riding dress. One of the servants from Sarah put her hair in a robust updo and she selected a few hairpins. Then she dragged Zoe to the stables and selected horses from the options offered to them, choosing a black gelding they'd brought from Cernlia for Zoe and a beautiful and more fiery gray mare she'd been gifted here for herself. Despite being intended as a distraction, it was fun and Zoe really did benefit from a few tips. Like a few other drones, mostly warrior types, she'd been learning to ride, but it still wasn't exactly natural for her. For June, it was a nice enough diversion while the rest of the hunting party assembled. She wasn't sure why they wanted to start in the afternoon, especially since the servants had clearly prepared for overnight stays, but she wasn't complaining. The king was apparently in a good mood, but she could tell it was an affected display. June kept just close enough to him not to cause offense and otherwise avoided his company as subtly as she could. Accompanied by some of her own companions and many more local nobles and envoys with their entourages, as well as a small horde of servants, and the animals they managed, from Precan, they cut through the city and then passed fallow fields for a few minutes before entering the forest. June discussed local hunting traditions and falconry with several people while keeping an eye out for Zoe and the others. She wasn't too fond of the large hunting hounds apparently bred locally, but that was fine. June was more interested in a nice hunt than killing any game, she'd never quite developed any taste for that. They went deeper into the forest without her enthusiasm or lack of it becoming apparent, as there was very little game to be found. If the king's affability and good cheer had been a mask, it started to crack. We will continue. I will not go home without having personally shot a stag or a dangerous monster, he declared when someone suggested turning around. As expected, they camped in the woods. That night, June slept between Edmund on one side and Zoe on the other in their best tent. The hunting party was woken early and they started riding before the camp was fully packed up by the servants trailing behind. Almost immediately after splitting into smaller groups to hunt, they started encountering a lot more wildlife than anticipated. Unfortunately, it was not game they wanted to hunt, or at least not the mundane sort, but monsters. June kept to the center of the party with the others sticking close to her as several other nobles rode further out, clearly trying to prove their bravery. Sometime in the afternoon, the largest trouble yet came. There was a howl from the northwest. They turned around and several of the men-at-arms accompanying the party moved in that direction. Unfortunately, that was when a group of canines with eyes burning in various colors melted out of the trees to the southeast, the direction they'd come from. Duck! Zoe called to her. June ducked low over her horse and felt the hairs on the back of her neck rise as something sailed over her head. Looking up, she saw several of the wolves advance, squinting at their descriptions. Ice wolf, level 38. Short and to the point, and borne out when the monster sent several more icicles in her direction. June ducked again and tried to guide her horse to turn. Unfortunately, she'd forgotten that her current steed was new and apparently not trained for this kind of battle. The mare stepped back, ears laid flat to her head, then reared. June clung on, but lost control of the firebolt she'd tried to form and sent it flying off into the trees. That was the last straw for her horse, which turned and fled. She tried to slow her, then tried to direct her flight, but failed to break her panic. June! She heard Edmund call, before she sensed him speed up as he tried to keep up with her. Zoe had more trouble, but clearly tried the same. After a minute, her horse had exhausted herself a little and June finally managed to regain control, making her go in tight circles in a zone relatively free of trees until they transitioned down to a walk. Unfortunately, that was when another of the wolf monsters stepped out of the trees. June greeted it with a fireball to the face right away, this time. Her horse panicked again, but she kept her head better, and June managed to fire off another spell, this time a pair of magic missiles that hit the wolf right in the head, before she managed to direct her horse in a semi-controlled gallop away. Maybe I should have rethought riding a white horse for the hunt, she mused distantly, before June had to duck and direct her mount around a tree. Another group of mines came closer, and she recognized the king before she could see him. To his credit, King Stephen was riding at the front, his spearhead bloody and a rip down the side of his coat that showed he might have fought dismounted. "Princess June," he called as he saw her. "Over here, we have beaten back the pack here." June smiled thinly and continued. Unfortunately, she'd been too distracted and missed another threat. Just as she passed another old, overgrown tree, riding on a thin game trail, a snake's head shot out and took her horse in the flank. June barely had enough time to see it before she fell. Core blood adder, level? June hit the earth with a crunch, feeling a sharp pain shooting down her arm. Her head hit the dirt and she almost blacked out. She blinked against the forest suddenly changing orientation on her and swaying. It took a long second for her to get her bearings back. Then she tried to scramble out of the way as the snake struck for her next. She managed to dodge, but then an ice spear from some other hunter hit the dirt, narrowly missing the snake, and it snapped forward. June screamed as she felt its fangs sinking into her already injured arm. She managed to cast another firebolt more out of instinct than thought, sending it scuttling back. The next moment, Edmund appeared beside her, his sword striking down and narrowly missing the snake. It tried to flee, only to run into the king, who dismounted and swiftly decapitated it with a swing of his sword. June breathed in heavily, pulling herself up a little by the corpse of her horse with her left arm, trying to ignore the pain and dizziness. She vaguely heard other people talking. "Your Majesty, we need to move. There are more of the monsters and they're coming back." "We are not going anywhere without the princess and her companions," the king replied sternly. "Can you move?" Edmund asked. She sensed his concern, but the feeling came in waves and spikes. Was something up with his emotions? It was like his head was hanging upside down over her. Oh, that was funny. Then he turned. She blinked hard, and managed to realize that whoever had spoken was right, there were far more monsters coming now. The other party had lost several horses and a few of the men were clearly injured. 2 more howls sounded, closing in on them, and then the first wolves showed up, circling around them. June's eyelids slipped closed and she agreed with herself to rest them for just a moment. The moment dragged on. Around herself, she sensed the ebb and flow of emotions, it was almost soothing. Although there were too many spikes of anger, fear, and pain for it to be beautiful. Finally, she forced her eyes open again, squinting upward. At some point she'd slid down. Something streaked by her and she shuffled to the side on instinct, then winced as something feathered crashed into a tree right beside her. Someone screamed. Edmund cursed and moved a few meters away. Then she heard another kind of shout and laboriously moved her head. King Stephen was standing in front, his sword bloody, his shield at the ready, the corpses of several monsters around him and more monsters advancing on his defense. But then the light that surrounded him got brighter. At first June thought she was now properly hallucinating, detached in a way she knew boded ill, but there were more exclamations and she knew others saw it too. A sigil made of light appeared over the king's head. In her present state, it took her a long moment to make it out. A circle, a thin diamond pointing out of it, and a rectangle at the bottom. It was familiar but she didn't know why, until someone breathed by the gods and she vaguely realized, guess that's why. Stephen swung his sword and struck down the monsters in front while striking the ones in the back with fear. They ran, she felt their minds getting further away until her sense almost cut off. "Praise the gods, praise be to the gods," another noble said, almost chanting. "Praise the Lord of the earth, Gidiarno the steady hand." I think that's not good," June mused, but it was getting hard to think. She didn't hear their replies because something had moved her to the sea and the rushing in her ears drowned out everything else. Her sight had developed large dark spots and she closed her eyes to clear them. It was more comfortable than she'd thought lying here. She'd stay right here and have a little rest. Her mind drifted away. Chapter 376, Champion. The golden light of the sigil flooded the forest with color. It threw everything into sharp relief and tinted the leaves and needles of the trees a deep, orange color. Only once it receded did everything return to what it used to be, but different, as if someone had tossed the scene into a mortar and shaken and stirred it. The stark play of light and shadow made it look deeper and more forbidding, and the figure of King Stephen rose out of the forest floor and the dead monsters around him like a tower climbing toward the heavens. Other people seemed almost washed out in his presence, although it could simply be their expressions and the awe and wonder, sometimes tinted with a bit of fear, that they projected as they looked at him. In her current state, June at first thought she was receiving some sort of vision, or still hallucinating. Unfortunately, staring for several seconds didn't cause her vision to change. Then she blinked and reluctantly turned her attention to the people hovering over her. She was still in pain. Quite a lot of pain. Her arm felt like someone had shoved a red-hot poker inside it. But at least she was a little more capable of thinking clearly. Everything that had happened before she blacked out felt strange to her and had a dreamlike quality. It was why she had to look around to reassure herself she hadn't imagined the thing. Which she would worry about later because by the gods, God, she was not dealing with that right now. Princess June, one of the strangers asked. Can you hear me? Do you understand me? June slowly raised her head, then decided to abort that operation. She nodded slowly instead, trying to make her field of view stop swimming. Are you all right? Edmund asked, leaning closer. She felt his concern. I'm fine, she responded, grateful not to have to talk out loud. What happened? Who are they and where are we? Still where you fell fighting the snake, he answered unhappily. It hasn't been long, this divine mark only showed up for a few minutes, apparently. These people have some healing abilities and one of them cast a spell that should heal you, and also awakened you. She had only been unconscious for a few minutes, then. That was good, June supposed. She still felt tired, but she knew she couldn't go back to sleep. Back off, Zoe warned the strangers, taking a step closer to her, her blade arm trailing on the ground but held at an angle that signaled subtle danger. We thank you for your help, but clearly it was not enough. Her Highness is still injured and ill. We must take her back to the city and proper medical care. Right you are, Lady Zoe, the king responded, suddenly appearing beside them. She could tell he hadn't actually teleported, but he had moved fast. Did he move that quickly before? I don't think so. June cleared her throat and licked her lips. Zoe produced a leather cup someone had filled with water and held it so she could take a few sips. She nodded gratefully at her, then looked at the king. At least he wasn't growing brightly anymore. Thank you, she croaked. It was the only thing she could say. Well, the only thing she wanted to express out loud, anyway. Do not worry, Princess June, I will ensure you reach the city and the hands of my healers safe and sound, he promised. She almost winced at his volume. My king, someone else spoke up. You have been chosen as a champion of the gods. This must be celebrated. You will lead Precan to greatness, this is certain, now, and your subjects deserve to know, just as the world must be told to take notice. A part of June hoped for him to deny this assertion. Unfortunately, King Stephen only laughed. It sounded good-natured, the sort of laugh that invited one to relax and enjoy amiable company. She was fairly sure he had not been this charismatic before, but maybe it was only the psychological effect of being, well, she had to face it, of being marked as a champion of a god. For all the worst-case scenarios June had thought of regarding this mission, this was not one of them. She almost hoped she was hallucinating the whole thing, but unfortunately that seemed unlikely. The pain in her arm, still sharp and stabbing, made a good argument that this was all real. She had to exert quite a bit of self-control to stay calm, keep a smile in place, not let on how much pain she was in, and not start shouting and raving about this. All of the work I did here, most of it's going to be useless now. What did the gods think they were playing at, just outright taking a monarch of a neighboring nation like this? It was probably disrespectful or blasphemous to think like that, but she didn't care at the moment. Let us not get ahead of ourselves, the king was saying. We can speak about celebrations when we are back. For now, we must find the rest of our party and return. She looked at him more closely. He was fairly good-looking as things went, tall, dark-haired and muscular, but nothing special. That hadn't changed. His system notification, too, seemed to be the same, no indication of his new status in it. Stephen of Precan, level 43 noble knight. June stayed quiet, at least apart from the occasional sounds of pain she couldn't suppress, as they loaded her onto a remaining horse and set off. Edmund and Zoe both walked without complaint, sticking close to her. Unfortunately, she was too distracted to pay sufficient attention to what was going on and the situation of the royal hunt in general. It took most of her focus just to keep herself in the saddle and lucid as they started moving, and she was jostled by the movement of the horse. She tried to use some healing magic to treat herself or at least numb the pain, but had to stop quickly. She barely even knew where to start with trying to heal this, and she just couldn't concentrate properly on trying to figure it out. Certainly not while trying to ride. June still had the presence of mind to reach out with her mind, though. This needed to be reported. Janice had returned to the capital in the meantime, but Madras was still closer, and Tia was with her, too, right now. June reached out to them, and she could tell that she got Madras' attention immediately. The older psychic stabilized the connection and pulled in Tia to their link as well. What happened? Why are you in pain and barely lucid? She demanded. I was on a hunt that went wrong, but we have bigger problems, June responded. The local king has been chosen as a champion of the gods. Giudiarno, specifically, it looks like. There was a moment of shocked silence. Madras tried to get deeper access to her mind, and being too tired to argue about it, June let her, focusing on her recent memories and a bit of context. Are you safe? Tia asked, concerned. June hesitated for a moment. I hope so. She knew they were both thinking the same thing. No one really knew how gods choosing champions worked, and she didn't know if Stephen had actually talked to Giudiarno in some way. If he had, and if the god had given him instructions for the benefit of their followers in the Western Confederation and Essaman, well, Precan wouldn't be much of a military threat, but she and her companions were completely in their hands right now. It could turn ugly. Especially if you considered that June had rejected the king's marriage proposal just before this happened. Hold tight and don't do anything stupid, Tia told her. I agree, Madras said sternly. Do not risk yourself. I will let everyone know and we will make a plan. Do not worry, we will handle it. Sure, June said. It's not like I could do much right now, anyway. For the rest of the day, despite the temptation, she didn't reach out with her mind again. It sapped her focus and strength too much, and she needed all of those that she could get. Her injury didn't seem to get worse, but it also didn't really seem to get better. The healer from before, clearly just a mage with a few minor healing spells, tried again, but it couldn't seem to flush out whatever poison the snake monster must have had, simply kept it at bay. June almost fell asleep on her horse despite the pain in the end, and she had barely been lowered to the blanket someone had prepared before she fully nodded off. She still slept fitfully in the tent they had erected around her, and had to be helped onto her horse the next morning. A few more people who had been part of the greater hunting party had trickled in, but the king clearly preferred to return to the city rather than wait further. Regardless, she felt several people watching over her almost continuously that day, primarily Madras and Regina. The feeling of them keeping an eye on her was comforting, even if they mostly didn't speak. Edmund clearly had more thorough conversations with them, and she clung to his mind a little more tightly than she otherwise would, too. Zoe also kept close to her, and June could sense her agitation. She was curt and cold to the rest of the people while looking after June and guarding her closely. Several other sapient drones, those who had come with her, gathered at the palace back in the city, and she suspected that they were preparing some kind of contingency plans. June doubted how useful that would be. After all, there were only a few drones against potentially all of the king's men. For now, she just tried to remain optimistic and hope it wouldn't come to that. When they finally made it back to the city, late in the evening, June was in pain, tired and feeling rather dizzy again, but she tried to power through and ignore all that to focus on the present. Her gaze followed the king as he rode into his castle to a hero's welcome. King Stephen only greeted them briefly before he turned his attention back to June and her companions, since Edmund and Zoe were crowding close to her again and the others had also shown up in closed ranks. Princess June needs medical attention, he said. I have arranged new accommodations for her and her entourage. Please cooperate with the healers, for her sake. I thank you for the consideration, Your Majesty, June rasped. We will try not to trouble you much further. Nonsense, he said, with a bit of emphasis. You are my guests, Your Highness. I insist that you stay in your rooms, rest and get well. Do not worry about anything else, I assure you I will let no harm come to you. June frowned, a growing tightness in her throat. I must return to the Empire soon, my Lord King. They are already missing me. Nonsense, he repeated. You are my guest. You will rest as long as necessary. The healers will be here shortly. But, she tried to object, to ask if he was going to hold her hostage, but he had already turned and stridden away. Instead, some of the nobles and knights who'd accompanied him on the hunt, as well as several men-at-arms of the castle, drew closer around them. June looked around, then reluctantly allowed herself to be herded into the building. She didn't think trying to fight would be a good idea right now. Edmund and Zoe accompanied her. She could sense their tension, and she was pretty sure that they were only going quietly like this because they were concerned about her. At least I'm pretty sure Madras can get us out if worse comes to worst, she told the others, trying to find an optimistic outlook. The three of us, maybe, Zoe said, tension clear in the feeling of her mind. But what about the rest? My siblings, all 4 of them that have come? All of the guards and servants that were sent with us and came to attend to you? June was silent. She didn't know. She and Edmund were not bad psychics, June was sure, but smuggling a group of people out of a guarded castle, even if it wasn't much of a castle, more of a residential palace by now, it still had high walls and proper gates, that would be a different matter. Hopefully, they would be able to just pressure the king into letting them go in other ways and wouldn't have to risk it. She didn't want to face the choice of having to leave her attendants behind to escape. Finally, they reached the new rooms assigned to them. They were on the highest level, she noted, close to the central staircase, and thus only 2 of the rooms had windows. They had clearly been hastily made ready and were frankly not up to the same standards for housing royal visitors as where she'd stayed before, although June was sure she would be told they were quieter and better to recuperate. The old rooms had also been on the ground level and had a door onto a veranda and large windows, and it was impossible not to think of that right now. Zoe could probably just climb out of the window easily, but June wouldn't dare try that even if she wasn't inured. Besides, you do need medical attention, an inner voice pointed out. At least King Stephen kept his word in that matter and did send healers to attend to her. There were several of them, all in the 3rd tier, and clearly professionals judging by their classes. From what she could tell, they did their best, but it was hard to be sure they didn't drag things out on purpose. She really wished she'd had more experience with poison, and injuries in general, instead of just sickness. Maybe then she could have healed herself. June tolerated their treatment, but flatly refused to undress more than she had to. Instead, she had the healers step out while Zoe helped her with getting out of her undershirt and putting on Zoe's, which bared her arms and shoulders but covered her torso. Her own barely fitted Zoe, but she didn't have another and they hadn't had their belongings brought here yet, and she refused to just let Zoe go without even if she was a Hive drone, so they had to switch. It was humiliating and June tried not to stew on it. Do mind your fingers, she said as one of the doctors started to poke around her injury. It still hurt, even if she'd started to get used to it. He gave her an apologetic glance and nodded. We are familiar with this venom, my princess. It should not resist our magic with proper application. We will need to purge it entirely before we can attempt to close the wound, however. June frowned. And there will be no other issues or side effects? Of course not, Your Highness, another healer, this one female, spoke up. However, we will need to conduct several sessions. Zoe shifted and she sensed Edmund's concern. Is that entirely necessary? June asked coldly. The woman met her gaze squarely. If you want to be properly healed, yes. Begging your pardon, Your Highness. June held her gaze for a long moment, before she glanced down at her arm again. At this point, a large part of her just wanted to get it over with. She didn't have any better alternatives than their treatment. Fine, she gritted out. Get started. As you wish, Your Highness. As expected, the first treatment session hurt, even if they just used a spell to send magic into her body. After it was done, June barely registered the healers leaving, too drained from everything. She sank down onto the bed, too tired to even change her clothes. At least Edmund's presence, staying close to her, was comforting. Chapter 377, Deliberation. I never should have left June alone, Madras said. I should have known there would be trouble. This is my fault. Don't be silly, Galatea replied with a dismissive gesture. This sort of self-deprecation is uncharacteristic of you, Madras. You couldn't have known. Besides, you were only separated from her for a few days. If you'd left her alone for weeks and months on end, it would be different. It was a bit more than a few days, Madras muttered, sighing. Do you think Regina is going to see it that way? I'll be lucky if I'm still allowed in the Empire after this is over. Stop being so dramatic, Galatea said. If she does blame you, it would be hypocritical. She's the one who allowed you to come here and help with this project, leaving June and Edmund on their own. If she complains about it now, I'll knock her head on straight. Madras raised an eyebrow. Gwen, who had been listening silently and was clearly growing more uncomfortable with the conversation, shifted from one foot to the other and started tapping her fingers on her leg. Tia also kept quiet. She had been listening to them with one ear, while focusing on what she could find out with the psychic link. Now she turned her attention back to her current companions. She wasn't a psychic herself, but she didn't think she needed to be one to assess their current mental states. It was clear everyone was a bit agitated and on edge. Tia was agitated, too, she just tried to keep calm. At least they now knew the identity of one of the new champions the gods were raising, but it was not good news that it was a king of a country to the east. And June being seriously injured and in his power made it worse, of course, especially since Edmund and all of their guards and companions were also there. It was galling to think that June might have been even worse off if this new champion hadn't been raised in such a manner, considering their fight against these monsters. That was definitely the feeling she got when she'd spoken to her mother. At least, Regina was clearly conflicted, but still furious. It almost made Tia glad not to be near her right now. Although it was a little funny, right now, to have all of these important and powerful people shut off in a small room not much bigger than a closet in the basement of a temporary structure atop an archaeological dig site. It was too new to be dusty, but she noticed Gwen was squinting in the dim light and Galatea looked more insubstantial than normal. What's the latest we have heard from June or Edmund? Tia spoke up. Last I heard, the king had put them in new quarters and healers were looking after her, but not giving them a good prognosis. Has something changed? Madras glanced at her and visibly released some tension. It's largely unchanged, she said. Although, there are more indications he's planning on keeping them there, he is simply not coming out and saying it. Taking them hostage would be one thing, insisting on good care and treatment is another. It's giving him a fig leaf for his actions. Though that might not last. All of June's servants have been restricted from leaving the castle and they're clearly being watched wherever they go regardless. The swarm drones they brought have also been moved. Zoe almost came to blows with some knights, Edmund said. Tia nodded. Are we still hoping to resolve this diplomatically? To be honest, I don't think Regina has really come up with a coherent plan yet, Galatea said, frowning contemplatively. That would mean it is on us to do so, I suppose, Madras murmured. Yes. Though given the circumstances. She trailed off, but they all knew that it was not a good time. There was a reason all of them were here, and if anything, they probably needed more soldiers sent to the east of Cernlia, not sent away to fight. Or kickstarting the war everyone had been anticipating early. I may not know all the details, Gwen spoke up hesitantly, but I do know this hunting party should not have been in such danger. The monsters were clearly too numerous and aggressive. Almost like a monster wave, which is not due right now. It's not a good sign. This increase in monster activity is itself increasing. We have a responsibility to deal with it. She's right, Tia muttered. It's still dozens of kilometers to the border from here, It's not good that this phenomenon is spreading so much, and it might be increasing exponentially. The only way I can think of to deal with it is if we break through that door, Galatea said with a sigh. It's not like we've been planning to do anything else. For which you need me here, Madras said, pacing a few steps up and down, constrained by the walls. That is a dilemma. Well, we can probably manage without you, Tia offered. We can move a few of the other students here. They should be able to at least help us hold out and monitor the situation for any change or increased danger from that psychic defense. I know we probably need a powerful psychic for the breakthrough attempt, but, no offense, at least you're not the only psychic we have. Well, if Empress Regina moved here, it would bring down all of the attention we've been avoiding on this place, Gwen said. Is there any other psychic student who could suffice for this purpose? Perhaps June, Madras said. But you see the problem. Tia frowned again. The way she saw it, the most logical course of action was for them to wait while Madras rescued June. Then they could help with investigating this find and stopping the surge of monsters. Of course, that would be easier said than done. I want to get Princess June back as much as any of you, Gwen said, although Tia privately doubted that. She didn't think the two of them were especially close. But we shouldn't risk escalating the situation. If Madras goes and takes her back by force, it will only push this king deeper into our enemy's camp. Maybe we should try and put diplomatic pressure on him. Perhaps Her Majesty can demand their return? We could at least force him to choose between tying his fate to that of the Essaman or backing down. If he refuses, we can always go with the extraction plan. I understand your point, but that would pose increased risks to June and Edmund, Madras said. It will be easier to get them out the sooner I act, and they're more likely to remain relatively unharmed if we don't give our enemies that kind of time and forewarning. And what about the rest of the people with them? Galatea spoke up again, sounding pensive. Including the guards and attendants. Do you believe they would be left alone, or might they be tortured or killed? Do you think you could get everyone out safely? Madras hesitated for a moment. I don't know, she admitted. I could try and assess this king's character. But you're right that it would be uncertain. Securing everyone would require a bigger operation. Then that speaks against trying to use force. We cannot simply abandon them, Gwen said. Demanding everyone's return won't make much of a difference diplomatically. They kept arguing for a minute longer, tossing opinions and arguments around, but mostly retreading old ground. The situation was pretty clear, in Tia's opinion, but what the best way out would be wasn't. Tia cleared her throat. You said it would need a bigger operation, Madras. That doesn't mean it's impossible. Who else would you need? Or what else? Madras visibly tensed. Taking enough control in that castle might require me to do things I am not certain I would be willing to do, even to help June, she said, clearly taking care to keep her words level. Otherwise, more psychics would be helpful. Perhaps a few powerful mages, but every extra person is an additional risk and burden, especially if they cannot shield their minds. Especially if we meet enemy psychics. What about other support? Drones, military forces? She frowned. It could be helpful, depending on the circumstances, if it comes to that. It still seems like our best bet, Tia said. We can start preparing. I assume it will take a little time anyway. In the meantime, Regina, or Kiera, or both, could deliver a diplomatic message straight away, demanding everyone's safe return. Maybe they can set a time limit, even? And if that doesn't work, we have another option. We just need to move quickly. Yes. Perhaps, Madras said, then paused. She, Gwen and Galatea all looked up and turned to the only door into the room. Tia raised an eyebrow and waited a few seconds until it swung open. Ices Alturiel looked in. So this is where you are, she said, cocking her head a bit as she swept her eyes over them. Did I miss something? Just some discussions. I'm sure you've heard what happened, Galatea said calmly. She strode forward and out of the room, calm as you please. Tia followed after her, glancing at the others. At least the corridor they emerged in and the room opposite, which housed their most important finds, were empty. "Alright. I'd like you to tell me later, but for now I believe your attention is needed," Isay said. "There has been some activity. Let's go to the door, if you don't mind." Everyone knew what she meant. They nodded and started moving. Tia exchanged a few glances with the others, then turned her attention to the psychic link to get reports from the other drones. The old priestess, or whatever she was, had only arrived recently, but she'd already helped quite a bit here, both in interpreting what they'd found and in analyzing the defenses they wanted to get past. Isays had confirmed that the symbols on the doorway were written in late Aeshan, and after waiting a night, the next day she'd even provided translations for parts of them. Tia wondered if she'd communed with Lion in some way, or maybe she'd just used some meditative technique to focus memories and knowledge. They walked mostly in silence, but quickly enough that the walk only took a few minutes. They passed a few other people on the way, who quickly made way for their group. Tia checked in with the drones stationed around the excavation site. When they reached the doorway again, she wasn't surprised by what she saw, since she had already asked ahead. One of the symbols was glowing. More specifically, a symbol, or cluster of symbols, really, which hadn't been glowing before was now shining with white light. Several others had already started glowing over the last few days, though not as strongly. They might be glowing a little more brightly now, too, though she wasn't sure about that. The others fanned out a bit as they approached the door, and Tia shivered slightly. She didn't really have magical senses, not the way a proper mage would, but she could still sense something. It was like her shell was itching. And there was the pressure against her mind, of course. It felt a bit distant, like someone was pushing a sharp point against a thick plate armor she was wearing, so the danger was blunted, but the pressure was still present, just milder. She knew the psychic link protected her, but it clearly wasn't perfect. Then Madras grumbled something to herself and the pressure decreased, while Tia was suddenly more acutely aware of the dark elf psychic's presence. Judging by the way the others relaxed, she had done the same for them. "What does this mean, Alturiel?" Madras asked, nodding at the door. Isay stepped closer, frowning slightly. "I'm not entirely sure about the order in which those should be read," she admitted, murmuring softly as if she feared to wake something. "But this is the word for power. I thought that was the word for power," Gwen said, pointing to another glyph further down. It definitely looked similar, but distinct. It was slightly glowing. "Yes, but more power in the sense of charge, like electrical power, the fuel for something," Isays explained. "This is a more general term for power." "It's similar," Galatea noted. "Some of the same letters." "Yes, they use the same base word origin." "Letters?" Tia asked. Isays glanced at her, then tapped against the air in front of the symbols. "Yes. Aeshan does have a limited alphabet, similar to Global. But unlike Global, words are formed by putting letters together in arrangements, with some overlap. Usually, anyway. It makes them more compact and quick to read at a glance if you're familiar." Tia nodded, looking more closely. It did seem like several simpler symbols were put together, sometimes rotated differently, forming patterns. "Do they do the same with words, to form sentences?" "Not usually, as far as I know." Isay squinted at the door. "But this does look familiar. Maybe it's an artistic form, or they did do such arrangements for magical arrays, who can say? I don't have the knowledge I would need to be sure." "As interesting as that is, and I'm always open to talking linguistics," Galatea said, "maybe we should focus on what it means." "They've been lighting up further. Is it a countdown? Is power related to the agitation of the monsters getting stronger?" Isays frowned. "I would caution you against letting it all light up, I think," she replied. "Apart from that, I can't say." "It's probably better to assume the worst here," Gwen said. "We should try to break through soon." She glanced at the others. "Whatever we're going to do, we need to do it soon." Tia nodded absently, still focused on the door in front of her. "And on what may lie behind it. It's a shame we can't just scry in," Isays said with a sigh. Tia nodded again, then froze. Her eyes slowly widened as she turned to the others. "I'm an idiot," she said. Have we actually tried to scry June, Galatea? Or what's going on in the east? The maniform was still, not emoting this time. I haven't yet. I will. Tia sighed. They'd basically stopped thinking of scrying as a go-to tool, in the preparations for the war that was coming, since both sides were setting up anti-scrying defenses regularly now. All major installations they knew about, or cities in general, were covered. And finding anything else, like forces gathering in secret, was hard, since they would have to search blindly, just poking at what each side thought were likely spots. Tia had personally participated in the arrangements to set up scrying blind spots more or less randomly across the Empire, mostly for less than critical locations. They would serve as decoys. The Western Confederation was probably doing the same. The Kingdom of Precan was far poorer and less prepared, they might get lucky there. At least they had a fixed location in the castle, it wasn't underground, which would have made scrying hard, and they could still talk with June and Edmund inside. Maybe, with Madras and the other psychics, plus support from the drones she would move closer to act as backup, they could actually do it. Chapter 378, Risks. June thought she would have been going crazy if she wasn't a psychic. It hadn't even been that long, but every hour seemed to drag on with the speed of an unenthusiastic snail. She could do little more than lie in bed, think about her injury and what little she knew of toxicology, and worry about her failure or stupidity having doomed everyone who was with her. And, of course, use her abilities. Which was what she did. Edmund was close enough, and since he was also a psychic, she could talk to him at length. Since doing it that way meant that none of the people who were probably listening in on them could hear them, she did a lot of that. But mostly, whenever she could muster the focus and mental energy, she talked to Regina and to the others, Madras, her fellow psychic students, the drones, Janice and, when she could, Kiara, though she kind of had to get help for that, considering the distance. She'd managed to talk Regina out of the idea of coming closer, although she suspected that it was only by the combined efforts of herself, Galatea, Madras and others that they'd managed to make her remain in Sarah. Regina wasn't quite reckless enough to go charging in to rescue her personally, or so June hoped, anyway, but she had clearly wanted to be closer to the action, which, to be fair, would have helped some things. Unfortunately, it was better if she didn't go off to the eastern border, that would have been a pretty big red flag to everyone else. The same went for Kiara. She'd also wanted to come and they had argued about it at length. June had managed to convince her sister that it would only make the situation worse, since she would be enough of a target that had to be protected, and she couldn't personally help much. Kiara was a good mage, of course, but her main use right now was in getting Cernlia to stay calm and prepare for war. They were already trying to gather some forces, the others had told her, as discreetly as possible, so as not to warn their enemies. For the Queen to show up would ruin that attempt at secrecy. At least you can be sure that we will avenge you if you do get killed out there, Janice said. June smiled and sent her a feeling of amusement at the joke. Unlike the other two, Janice was known to travel around the Empire and there was no real reason for her not to move to a city closer to her current position. It made it easier to talk to her. Although Janice would have preferred to visit Galatea and the Delvers excavation site as well, but she'd been judged too high profile for that too, for now. I expect at least a few statues across the Empire, June answered. Of course, Janice said solemnly. I will personally conjure the gold to plate at least one of them with. How tacky. But speaking of plate, are the soldiers ready? Because any kind of firearms will work wonders against the men-at-arms the king has. At least, the kind the Empire had certainly would. Let's hope it doesn't come to that, but yes, we're prepared, Janice said. We've already assembled 2 strike forces, while trying to keep it quiet, of course. We can't muster them directly at the border, but the drones have already started making some tunnels and we've been slowly assembling more flying drones than we should need. Good. Thank you. June paused. You're not planning to participate yourself, are you? She could faintly sense Janice shrugging with studied nonchalance. Not planning on it. Unfortunately, I may be more needed right here. If it comes to that, I'll personally lead the troops on this rescue mission, though. June suppressed a sigh. She already knew she couldn't talk her out of it. And frankly, despite her concerns about Jana's safety if she did, June found it comforting to know her friend would charge in to rescue her. Not that she would encourage her to risk her life, of course, especially since they still didn't know what King Stephen was capable of. "Have you seen any signs that they are aware of it or preparing for us?" Janice asked. "Not really, no. Obviously there's a lot of activity, and a lot of people might be nervous in a more general sense. The king has definitely put his soldiers on alert, too. I think that's more of a general precaution, though. I don't think he's specifically informed about any potential attack." "Hopefully. Good. You just need to hold on for a little longer, June. We'll have you out of there soon. As long as you get everyone out along with me," June replied, glancing at the door. In the next room, many members of her entourage were gathered. Living more or less in confinement in close quarters was uncomfortable, and didn't help the anxiety. It still wasn't everyone up here, some of them were further down in the castle, and she hadn't spoken to them since all this happened. "That's why Madras didn't just stroll in on her own to grab you and leave," Janice replied. June supposed that was true. If it had been just her and Edmund, she'd probably already be safe across the border. "I think someone is coming," she told June, sitting up in bed. "I'll talk to you later, Janice." "Of course. Take care." It turned out to be the royal healer for another checkup, as June realized by focusing on him for a moment. She tried to analyze his mental states for clues to the situation, but he was calm and only vaguely annoyed, which didn't seem unusual from the very brief time she'd seen him. Being shut up here, she was looking for every scrap of information she could get, but it had limited value. The checkup itself was unpleasant, although she supposed it could be worse. At least she didn't have to fully undress or anything. He insisted on touching, which was valid enough, and moved her arm enough that it was quite painful, but she had an increased range of motion again, so she'd take it. June considered herself a bit of a connoisseur of healers, and while the local ones were bad, maybe because they hadn't been hired by her parents and didn't have either of them looming over them, she'd seen worse. She tried to analyze and examine everything he did, to learn how to treat herself. "How long until I will be able to move freely?" she asked. The healer bowed his head slightly and made a face. "It will take at least a week longer, Your Highness, perhaps several. This poison is insidious and damaging. We must be careful and ensure we do not aggravate it or cause lasting harm, but fully flush it out of your system." June stared at him for a moment. It sounded reasonable, but she only felt her suspicions harden. Using healing magic should not risk making any damage worse except in the most select cases, and she knew enough about this poison by now to know this wasn't one such case. Plus, he still hadn't let her injury itself be healed completely. No, while she couldn't be entirely sure, she would bet they were dragging out her convalescence on purpose. "I am willing to take such a risk," she said. "In fact, I insist you intensify your treatment. Use more of your mana to heal instead of simply doing diagnostics." "Princess June, I really couldn't do that," the healer replied. His tone was apologetic, but he straightened up slightly and looked her in the eyes. "It would be immoral, I cannot condone the risk." "Your reluctance is noted. I still command it." "My princess," he set his jaw. "I answer to the king, who gave strict instructions to give you the best possible care. I could not show my face to my colleagues, who, I assure you, will agree with me." June stood up from the bed, reaching for her own mana almost on instinct. "You dare speak of morality, while being blatantly corrupt and disrespecting me." Her hand sparked slightly. "Get out." "Yes, Your Highness." Wisely, he backed away. Not so wisely, he lingered for a moment, saying, "Please do calm down. Hysterics will not improve your condition, but hysteria would." "Get out." It was a shame there was nothing throwable in reach, June reflected, as the healer quickly bowed and scurried out. Hysterics. She would have loved to throw something after him, just to demonstrate the matter. Scowling, she sat back down on the bed, sighing at another pulse of pain from her arm. "I suppose I would have had to throw with my left hand." One of the things Regina had drummed into her head when it came to healing was to respect her patient, their choices, and autonomy. It was the first principle of medical ethics, if she recalled. In this case, the issue was obviously deeper, though. He'd felt free to disregard her despite June ostensibly being a royal guest, not to mention a princess. It did not bode well, but lately, nothing did. Still, June was also a capable mage and healer. She settled back down. "It's fine, just keep them off me for a bit," she said, not looking at the people who were now tentatively peeking through the doorway. She closed her eyes and quickly touched Edmund's mind, updating and checking in with him. Then she focused on her magic and her body. June was familiar with both, and she still had some mana in her mana pool. She activated Heal, guiding the mana of the spell through her. She sent some of it sweeping through her whole body, but focused most of it on her injury. It prickled and burned, but the wound closed slowly. She proceeded very carefully, making sure there were no unpleasant surprises. In the end, she felt weaker than before the checkup and her healing, despite being pretty sure that she'd improved. It had simply drained her mana and her body. June sighed and leaned back on the bed, resisting the urge to curl into a ball. Instead, she carefully stretched out her arm and tested a few movements. It still hurt, though she wasn't sure if that was just the poison, but she did seem to have full range of motion now. After doing a few stretches and testing her finger movement, June sat back again and closed her eyes, reaching out with her mind despite the weakness dragging her down and the start of a headache. She couldn't afford that right now. She found Edmund's mind quickly. A few 100 meters away. Good. He had snuck out when the doctor came for the checkup, as they'd discussed. June knew he was weak enough that he couldn't keep this up for long, but unless there was another psychic here, she didn't think he would be discovered as long as he was careful and returned on time. It wasn't really invisibility. If the locals had some kind of automated sensors or the cameras Regina talked about, he would definitely show up there. But they had both learned a technique to fade into the background and be utterly uninteresting to everyone they happened to pass, even guards on duty. To use it fully, the technique needed to be extended to also cover animals, and full application would cause people to look away from one's position and literally not see the psychic. Tentatively, June reached out to him, choosing a moment when it felt like he was alone. "How is it going, Edmund?" This was mostly a scouting trip, done to assure themselves that he could do it, as much as for any other gain. That didn't mean that it wasn't risky or that getting a closer look at some elements of their surroundings wouldn't be good. "I've managed so far, June," he replied, skipping her title now. "The castle is clearly still on high alert. There are a lot of guards. I've heard a lot of complaints, also, though I've kept away from the truly important areas for now." Absently, June wondered how much they really knew about the situation. They had to know that provoking the Empire was abjectly stupid, but their king had just been chosen and raised up by a god. Of course they followed him. She focused on more immediate issues, though. "I understand. Could you sneak into the armory if necessary, though?" "I passed by the door. Unless they change their arrangements, it should be possible. I don't think arming our entourage is going to do us a lot of good, though," he warned. "Except for the Star Guard, they're not fighters. And even elite soldiers couldn't defeat every fighter gathered here. Unless you just want a distraction to cover an escape attempt?" "I wasn't thinking about that," she replied, trying not to show irritation at the assumption, or suggestion. Their guards losing their own weapons was really what had convinced her they were prisoners now. The king had been sneaky about it, too. They'd already confiscated all spare weapons and equipment when they'd moved her people to the new rooms. Then, their equipment had suddenly started to rust far too quickly. By the time they'd realized that the king's men must have used a spell or skill to do that, it was too late. Now, their weapons were largely too rusty to properly use. It was also an issue for every other metal object they had, of course. Thankfully, though, it seemed mostly to be a problem for, or targeted at, steel tools, so the occasional bronze tool, or her gifted jewelry made from platinum and other metals, was safe. June had still checked everyone to make sure there were no adverse side effects to their health. "To be honest, Princess," Edmund said, "I think we may have made a mistake. It might have been better to try and fight our way out as soon as we returned, or even in the woods." June sighed. "I know," she said. "I wasn't sure they would actually imprison us." And honestly, she'd been a bit too confused to think about it or plan a fight. And Stephen has only made it clear recently that we're prisoners, gradually upping the pressure. At least we're valuable hostages, Edmund said, clearly trying to find a silver lining in this situation. June snorted. I've had more than enough of being a hostage, honestly, she said. This is considerably worse than before. Bad service, would not recommend. Your first time as a hostage ended with your sister becoming queen and you being apprenticed to the woman previously holding you hostage who was now an empress, he pointed out, and she sensed his amusement. Yes, King Stephen really can't compare. June smiled a little. It was a bit ridiculous to compare the two situations, really, but at least pretending she'd been through something like this before helped her cope, and to be fair, she very much had been a hostage, even if she'd also been Regina's patient and all. It was not an experience she'd wanted to repeat. They fell silent, and she watched quietly for a little while as Edmund moved through the castle. June frowned at what she picked up from him. There was more movement than she'd wanted to see. I'll try to see what's going on, Edmund said. Carefully, he snuck across the bailey and further out. Then lingered as they saw an argument between two people dressed as minor nobles or functionaries, with a man in more practical wear standing by. We are already preparing everything as instructed, but the carriage still needs to be repaired, one of the men was saying. Unless you want a royal princess traveling in a carriage that would make a knight embarrassed? We'll have to make do with a supply wagon if you're not quick about it, the other man replied. The king wants this done as soon as possible. Once Her Highness is well enough to be moved. June bit down on her lip and suppressed the urge to swear. They're going to move you, Edmund said, grimly. It makes sense, I suppose. It would be much easier for the Empire to rescue you while you're here, but if they move you into Essaman or the Western Confederation. I know. And what will they do with my entourage? June sighed. I might have shot myself in the foot with the healing. Once the king realized she was already well, or much closer to it. Would he try to force her into that cart as soon as possible? Though he could have already tried, maybe he was waiting for an escort? I can try and sabotage the carriage, Edmund offered. If it's already damaged, it should be fine. Too risky, she decided. And they really might put me into a cart if there are no proper carriages. You can hardly break all of them. No, come back now. Your safety is more important. They would just have to come up with something else. Maybe she could protest and drag her feet and delay everything long enough for their rescue. Chapter 379, Infiltration. Madras found it a little amusing that they had chosen another underground tunnel to meet in. Of course, given that the hive was involved, it was probably natural, and she hardly minded either. Especially since these particular tunnels had been dug by dark elves, so she had been able to acquire a detailed map of them. She walked silently through the tunnel, watching the people huddling around a single candle in the middle of the cavern, where the tunnel widened a little to allow for people to rest or gather. They were close enough to the surface that any more light or loud noises would be risky. The male dark elf beside her was just as silent as her, and she wondered what the eclectic gathering looked like to him for a moment. Galatea wasn't currently here, so the single highest-leveled person in that group was Zephyr. Madras would not trust him completely, but the mage was powerful enough that leaving him behind would be unwise, and she struggled to see any possible motive he might have for betraying them on this mission, anyway. Currently talking to him were two of her psychic students. They were weaker and greener than she'd have liked, but with Helen's betrayal and Edmund trapped with June, they were the only ones she felt were ready to help. The other human present was Mars, in case they needed a frontline fighter and because he had experience working with psychics. Specifically, with her. They'd tried to keep this group as small as possible, so anyone else was considered too weak or untrained. The drones were also weaker, of course, but they were also present to establish communications in case they had to split up. And because Regina probably wouldn't have let them go without at least a few people from the hive contributing. At least they'd been smart about who they sent. She knew that Jem in particular was pretty vital in the hive, for the psychic link, but he was also the most experienced and highest-leveled keeper, and him being a keeper should help in playing well with her and the other psychics and supporting the operation in general. Then there was Ace, one of the oldest drones and their best scout along with his sister Ada, who Madras knew a bit better but who was needed on the northwestern border. Instead of the psychics or mages, it was Ace who noticed their coming first, raising his head and turning to face them. The others clearly took note of it and the group turned to welcome them. "Welcome back, Lady Madras," Zephyr greeted. "I assume this means the Dark Elves are willing to support us?" The Dark Elf who'd accompanied her, Tekmi as a Naven, stepped forward and half-bowed. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Master Zephyr," he said. "Not all of our people are willing, of course. But my house, Inaven, following houses Alarin and Irizen, as well as a few others, have agreed to support Eminent Mistress Shilavin and your own efforts." "They decided it this quickly?" Ace asked. "Local representatives have had to take some responsibility and make decisions," Madras conceded. "Their support is also limited. Tekmi here has been sent to act as a guide, and they will let us use their own tunnel network and cover our escape if necessary, but they're reluctant to commit soldiers to open fighting. Not that I would demand something like that. Luckily, the local authorities and the actual control of this part of the Eternal Dark's auxiliary territories lay firmly in the hand of houses allied to her, or rather to Ikmes. What they did wasn't actually illegal, even if some other matriarchs wouldn't exactly be happy with the decision. It wasn't like they never conducted operations of their own, though, so she didn't worry about any eventual complaints. If anything, it might actually be a good thing to create a bit of a fait accompli, as Galatea might say, in terms of the Dark Elf's relationship with the Empire. Before she could continue the conversation, another presence moved into the light from the opposite tunnel. Madras had been aware of that person's approach, and turned to look at her now. "Good, you're here," Ices Alturiel greeted. "We are," Madras replied to the old elf. "Is everything ready? Any unexpected complications?" "Not that I could tell so far," she said. "We should get a move on, though." Madras glanced at the others and nodded. "Yes, we should. Remember the plan. Be willing to adapt and improvise, but talk to me and to each other. Communication is key. Don't fight the mental touch of your companions, relax into the link. Let's go." Tekmi looked curious, but didn't ask any questions as he took the lead to guide them toward the tunnel exit they had already discussed on the way here. Madras probably wouldn't have needed his help, but it was better to have and not need and all that. And he could be helpful if they needed to flee and shake off any pursuers. She put herself at the front of the group, and Ices took the place by her side. Madras glanced at her. She wasn't ashamed to admit that the old priestess demanded respect even from her. She wasn't much of a psychic herself, at least not when it came to reaching out to other minds, but her specialty in teleportation would come in useful, as would whatever she might know when it came to those chosen by the gods. And she apparently also had some, minor, but who would have more than that? Knowledge or skill in soul magic. As they neared the exit of the tunnel, Madras prepared to use her own abilities. From experience, she knew that every drop of energy she could wring out counted and she had to husband her strength and focus carefully. She reached out, lightly touching the minds around her, then focused on a familiar mind further away. Tia received her mental connection as well, and as discussed, called for Regina's attention and pulled her in. Madras felt her student's attention settle over them, lightly amplified by the drones present. They were still within her range right now, if rather far at the edge of it, but it was enough for Regina to use her class skill and forge a link between them, or at least to start the process. Madras carefully took hold of it and quietly, ever so gently, wrenched it from her control, feeling Regina let go of it. The full link snapped into place, some unholy hybrid of what would be granted by the ability and Madras' own abilities, connecting her group, minus Tekmi, together. Focus on supporting the link primarily, and help with concealment as a secondary priority, she reminded her students. By the time they emerged into open air, her party was as good as invisible, the attention of any humans around directed away from them. Still walking quickly, they made their way out and towards their goal. This exit was recklessly close to the castle, but outside the city proper, hidden by a ditch and a few bushes. Tekmi stayed behind to help conceal it, she vaguely sensed him moving the hidden door. Madras focused on her students' minds in the castle up ahead. June and Edmund were tensely waiting, ready to link up with her group and provide them any information, or to start fighting or use their own abilities to escape. With a light mental touch, Madras reassured them and told them to keep waiting for now. They moved to the city wall closest to the castle and passed through the still open gate. It had been one of the reasons they'd decided to move before nightfall. The gate guard's eyes slid right past the group, and in the press of people, it would be hard to single them out. All of the citizens of the city walking around them were seemingly ignoring their presence, never once looking at them or jostling them. If someone was immune to their manipulation, it would probably be rather apparent to that person, which was, in fact, one of her major concerns. She knew the Empire's enemies had capable psychics, and Prekin had clearly thrown its lot in with them. It would make their task much harder. Madras reached out with her senses, trusting in the others to keep their current link going and keep their concealment up while she supported it. This link was a little different than what she'd felt before. It was tight, everyone was aware of each other almost intuitively, even though it didn't share everyone's thoughts with the group. But she was still aware of their intentions and where their focus lay. As Madras shifted to concentrate on detection, Jem stepped in to coordinate everyone's input, what they saw and where they were going, and plan the next leg of their route. The city and the castle were clearly on edge, but not too anxious. Evidently, the true implications of all that had happened weren't clear to everyone yet. There were a lot of soldiers around. Madras couldn't sense another psychic yet, not on a broad sweep from this distance, anyway, but she could tell there were more men than there should have been in and around the castle. Some felt a bit different. She dove a bit deeper, checking it out, then refocused on her companions. As expected, she reported. There are fighters from Esseman, and probably a few from the Western Confederation. In particular, Order fighters. Edmund had seen signs of it and June had suspected this based on what she'd sensed, but it had been too difficult for them to get full confirmation. It was easier for Madras. They appeared to have all had some training in resisting psychic invasion, but it was of highly varying quality. She suspected this particular order had instituted that as a general policy, but weren't always able to provide such training with good quality control. It still indicated they had psychsis in their ranks, though, and it confirmed the impression she'd gotten of their identity. The Order of the Sun Temple. Perhaps the most dangerous of them, exclusive enough to only field good fighters but still numerous enough to do things like this. We should avoid them, Isays said. Over the wall at the back? As discussed, yes, Madras confirmed. She was glad they'd been able to do some extensive scouting by using scrying, and made detailed plans. By now that scrying was much harder, an attempt only sporadically went through, showing that they must have put up defenses. Maybe the Sun Temple's work? They were likely here to escort June and possibly her companions back to their core territory. She would make sure they went empty-handed. The wall was high and under guard. They could deal with the guards, but it was too high to just jump over without help for some of them, probably including herself. Climbing up a sheer surface was difficult, at least while focusing on other things. So instead, Zephyr and Isays called up their magic for an air spell, and Madras intensified her focus to try and hide their mana from any mages that might be looking. They reached the top of the wall without incident. Madras mentally called a pause and stopped, looking around and scanning the minds of the people around her. There was an uncovered walkway around the wall, with arrow slits and the like, and several staircases leading down or up. It overlooked the outer courtyard, which was bustling with activity. They used the moment to reorient themselves, before they would descend into the castle and make their way further in. Getting in was, of course, the easy part. Madras reached out to Edmund, quietly asking for an update. He reported that everything seemed quiet so far. Then she asked him to confirm everyone's locations and mentally went along with him. Most of their people were shut up with June in her assigned rooms, but some were still held further out. Mostly the lower-ranking members, various servants. They were clearly put to work, too, in anything that wasn't sensitive, and watched closely. She already knew they hadn't had much contact with the other group. There were still a few sapient drones remaining, too, with June, though Regina had already summoned some of them back to her. She hadn't had time to rescue everyone, though. Madras nodded and gestured for the others to descend. She waited for them to precede her before she followed them down the closest staircase, still making sure to keep everyone's attention off her group. A soldier who was about to go up the stairs spontaneously realized that he had forgotten something and turned to ask another man about the watch rotation. They didn't get any new information, but at least it allowed her party to smoothly slip down the stairs into the courtyard. Her own attention was already focused on the mines further in, and she slowed down as she noticed something she had missed before, in the crush of foreign mines. "There's another psychic," she informed her companions. "Take cover. Then, Lily, Fred, take over shielding. I will try to deal with him." It would be tricky. She could easily defeat him in a straight-out psychic duel, but they wanted to be stealthy, if possible. Not only did she have to conserve her strength, she had to at least try to deal with this man without alerting anyone. As the group moved into the shadow of an outbuilding, pressing into the space between it and the back wall of a larger stable, Madras focused on her unwary adversary, who was currently sitting down in the keep. It was not anyone she recognized. That didn't alarm her. He must be new. She could tell from his mental defenses alone, he had some strength, but little experience. Perhaps someone offered a transition to a fully psychic class when he had just been a mage or something else before. If he'd had minor talent and dabbled on a few occasions, that was possible. Regardless, it made dealing with him easier. Madras contacted June again, keeping her tight focus on her quarry. "Distract him, subtly," she instructed. The young princess didn't ask questions, but started mentally knocking on the human's shields. Madras watched closely. He stirred. It took a few long seconds before he even seemed to realize his psychic senses were the reason for his sudden unrest. She felt his focus sharpen, but not in a way that indicated danger, and held for a minute. When she sensed his mental walls waver as he tried to reach out with his own mind, Madras struck. She exploited his preoccupation, reaching out mentally and catching his mental probe at the same time. It slid off the invisible wall she'd just erected, and he reeled back slightly. Madras continued bearing down on his mental defenses. At the right moment, she struck and shattered them. He was inexperienced. It might have been the first time this happened to him at all. He didn't have the experience or skill to keep focusing through the backlash, which allowed her to push further inside. She ignored his scramble to collect his shields and instead pushed a powerful command on him. "You must sleep to repair your defenses." Distractedly, he uttered a few words to another person in the room, a servant, she realized, still listening in through his mind. Then the man stumbled to his bed and tried to unfasten his shoes for a few moments before he fell down and was out like a fire in a closed-off tunnel. She made sure he was sleeping deeply with another gentle push. "Done," she told the others, refocusing. "He's sleeping for now. It should be fine for a while, but he will wake up, and his behavior might raise suspicion. Let's keep going, remember your assigned targets." It was unlikely they would be able to get everyone out with only deception and stealth. The presence of a psychic increased the risk further. Madras set off again, letting herself be subtly guided by Ace as they walked, while she focused on the mental landscape around her and reconnected with June and Edmund to check in. "It's time," she told them. In the same vein as before, they continued through a smaller gate into the inner courtyard of the castle. Then Madras sent a few guards on the main keep nodding off for a moment, and they slipped inside. It was not until they had entered the main building that Madras realized it would not be that easy after all. A familiar mind made its way quickly up the main street of the city toward the castle. She had almost missed it, given the perfected mental defenses that made the person seem quite different than when she had known them. They were probably working and sleeping in shifts, she realized. The first psychic going to sleep alerted her. Helen was stronger than before, clearly having profited from Honor's intensive tutelage, and perhaps a few risky training strategies. Her mind shone with determination, their characteristic walls firmly in place. Madras almost sighed. "Minor change in plans," she informed the others, calmly. "Helen is here. We need to capture her." June spoke up right away, noticeably getting more excited even as Madras felt her tension ratchet higher. "You need to focus on escaping," Madras corrected her. She glanced at the others. "We'll split up. Go on and free everyone up here. Keep the link up to coordinate the timing. I'll make sure you're not disturbed." Getting June out was still the priority, Madras assessed. Getting information from Helen would be a good bonus. Although Regina would certainly want the girl dead for being a traitor. Chapter 380, Plan C. June had made a bit of a bet with herself on how long it would take until the plan went completely off the rails. That didn't necessarily mean they would fail. They had multiple plans and contingencies for that reason. But Regina liked to say how no plan survived first contact with the enemy, or at least, several of the Hive had picked up that saying and kept it going, but it must have come from her, and June was trying to be prepared. Still and all, she hadn't really expected to run into Helen of all people here. Silently, she exchanged a look with Edmund. The young knight had suddenly gone much tenser. She'd only really felt him appear that way when he was in combat training, though she supposed actual combat came close. She didn't exactly remember the disaster hunt in proper detail. She was pretty sure he hadn't seemed almost eager then, though. Madras will deal with her, she told him. It was half promise, half warning. She understood if he wanted to fight her, or even just test himself against her, but they couldn't risk messing things up. Edmund seemed to shake himself slightly. Of course, milady, he answered. Are you ready to break out? Beyond ready, June said. She focused on the area in front of the door again, then nodded. It's empty. Let's go. There was a heavy lock on the door, and also a magical lock, but neither of them stood a chance. June had always been good with magic, and detailed mana senses helped a lot in dealing with this kind of thing. It was more than enough for a lock of dubious quality. She sent some of her own mana through, cutting through the corner of the sigil formed by it and smothering the structure by surrounding its end with her own mana. After a moment of strain, the lock dissolved. Then she stepped back and let Zoe at the physical lock. She'd already conjured her a set of lockpicks earlier, and the drone made short work of the mechanism. June decided not to ask where she'd learned how to do that, or why. At least not right now. They didn't stop in the corridor beyond. June stepped to the side and made sure that everyone was ready and got through the door in proper order. It was too big a group to hide them all psychically, especially just on their own. Hopefully, Madras would distract Helen properly. June could already sense her mental presence almost coalescing, becoming sharper. It was like a banked lamp suddenly turning into one of the lasers Tia liked to talk about. Deciding that Madras had that situation well in hand and there really wasn't anything she could or should do, June focused on the rest of the people in the castle. Her own group was slowly going down the corridor, Edmund carefully keeping an eye out for anyone close by. Zephyr and the others were also making their way to meet them, keeping to the back of the structure, while the other two psychics were trying to hide them. It didn't always work, but she could vaguely sense Ices, Zephyr, and the others, all quite powerful, after all, ambushing and silencing those who would have raised the alarm. They worked seamlessly together, using Ace's scouting ability with Gem's coordination, Mars' physical force, and the others' magic. The alarm had still not been raised, despite the fact that Helen must have been able to sense them by now. It looked like Madras was preventing her from contacting any others. Which might explain why her presence still shone strongly. Needing to keep Helen contained would hamper her efforts to decisively bring her down. If Madras needed to focus on keeping her cut off, it meant she couldn't bring all her effort to bear on just tearing through her defenses. And that probably went for Helen in reverse, too. What about the rest of our people? Zoe asked in a whisper. June focused on them briefly to check in. They've gathered as we asked, she reported. Still trying to avoid suspicion. They had also brought the swarm drones to the outside of the group, ready to fight and, if necessary, die. June was just glad their current captors understood that swarm drones needed supervision and orders, or, well, they might have overstated it slightly. It wasn't like the king knew much about them and it was pretty easy for her to agitate them a little at strategic moments. Probably he would start killing them right as he moved her to Essamon. Not that June had managed to speak with King Stephen herself since the hunt. She had tried, of course, but he'd always rebuffed her attempts. She'd tried to send her demands through servants and messages instead, but, of course, he'd blocked all of them. She knew why. Of course, if she officially demanded to leave and he denied it, it would be evident that he was holding her prisoner, a framing of the situation that he was clearly still trying to avoid. Not that sending messages wouldn't make that clear, but they weren't necessarily seen to have the same weight. It was easier to ignore a servant than a princess. There was still the rather pointed diplomatic message Regina had sent, though, demanding their release, so it wasn't like they had nothing to show. She focused on her surroundings again instead of dwelling on that. They were coming up on more populated parts of the castle and she needed to concentrate. Unfortunately, there was no way to get from a castle entrance to their rooms by going only through back passages and servants' stairways, which was probably on purpose, so meeting up with the others would be risky. "Let's stop here," June whispered, glancing at her party as they reached the corridor she knew would lead into an inner courtyard which was overlooked by several vantage points. She could sense people on several of them. Trying to distract them all would be tricky, easier for the smaller group to come here. "We're not getting past there and out without alerting anyone," Edmund said. "Joining up will just make our group larger and make it even harder." "I know, but it's still better that way," she replied. June took a few steps back and ordered the others to do the same, then focused on keeping this part empty of people for now. It only took a few seconds for the rescue party to appear on the other side. A little bit of the tension she carried eased immediately upon seeing them. The party stopped and she noticed them shifting position. Zephyr stepped forward, raising a hand slightly. A moment later, they shimmered and vanished, leaving only a hazy blur in the air where they had been. Immediately, the group moved forward. Since June knew they were there, she was able to track the slight distortion, but she hoped no one else would see it. She could faintly sense his mana at work, manipulating the air and the moisture in it. It was a clever and sophisticated bit of air magic to manipulate light refraction that she itched to learn but knew she wouldn't be good enough to perform yet. Being tightly focused on them, June also vaguely sensed Fred and Edmund reaching out to turn a passing servant's attention away from them. She redoubled her focus on their surroundings, but before she could try anything, they were already across the danger zone. June stepped back and sagged a little in relief as the incoming party became visible again right in front of her. They exchanged nods and she had to exert all her self-control not to fall right into Gem or Ace's arms. Before she could be further tempted, both Zephyr and Ice stepped up to her and took her arms. June tensed slightly, but didn't otherwise react as they started calling on their magic. She shivered slightly at the feeling of their mana sweeping through her. Neither of them were really dedicated healers, but they were powerful and no strangers to healing magic either. Her whole arm tingled slightly, but then she did feel a bit better. Once they were finished, she wobbled a bit, and might have lost her footing if Ice hadn't reached out to catch and subtly brace her. June smiled at her, then took a step away and scanned the group. She reached out to them with her mind. "I'll start sending people to safety then," Ice said promptly. June nodded, but her other mentor had already turned and made her way to grab some of the attendants who had been shut in with her. Unsurprisingly, they must have discussed it. She grabbed the youngest ones first. She was pretty sure Kiera had at least had a hand in the selection of people sent here, because she didn't think Regina would have chosen teenagers on her own, even if it was perfectly normal for others. Lisa, one of her current handmaids, was only 14. One of the squires who'd been mostly meant to help Edmund and one of the grooms were both 15. There were a few older teenagers, too, both here and with the other group. June smiled at the younger ones, feeling their uncertainty, but they put up a brave front. Ice took Lisa's hand, exchanged a few hushed words, and then, with a faint magical wave, the girl vanished. June assumed she'd safely landed back where their reinforcements were gathered. "I think this raised some attention," Edmund said. June nodded. She could also sense the slightly shifting current in the mental landscape outside. Many of them might not have even realized what they sensed. Maybe a few mages did and were going to investigate. She'd always suspected they would only have a limited time. She'd argued hard against the idea of being sent back first. For one thing, June could tell that even with all their healing, some of the monster's poison still lingered in her body and teleportation might not be a good idea. That was the argument they'd accepted, in the lead-up to this plan. The other reason was that she was the best psychic after Madras and they would need her if they wanted to get everyone out. She was not going to head off to safety and leave her people to fight and die behind her. June shifted uneasily as Ice teleported the next few people. The level of alertness in the castle's population was definitely increasing. and people were starting to move. June tensed up, mentally pulling back a little to look at the general situation in the castle. It was spreading fast. Then Ices cursed audibly. She turned around, watching the old elf stagger back, clutching her head. The young attendant she'd just tried to send to safety was lying on the floor. Still moving, thankfully, she was already standing back up. "They've definitely noticed us now," Ices said. "They must have put up some kind of teleportation ward. We should have expected that." "What's going on with you?" Madras asked. "I've secured Helen for now, but it won't be easy to take and hide her. Should we have?" Zephyr asked. "I assume this is connected to the new champion," Ices said. "They know Lion's specialty, it stands to reason they would take it into account." June wasn't sure whether to be relieved or more anxious. Ices had only managed to send 4 people to safety, that was good but far from enough. At least the youngest were out of danger. And she could sense the growing alarm in those of their people gathered in the lower castle, too. She felt the soft brush of Regina's mind. Should I send in the flying drones? June didn't have to think long, even as she felt Madras' agreement. Yes, seems there's nothing to lose now. They were past trying to get out peacefully, unfortunately. Time for the contingency plans. "We'll fight our way out if we have to," June said. "But we must move quickly." "I'll wait here," Madras said, also connecting to the others and giving them an impression of a location close to the inner wall. "Yes, let's go," Zephyr agreed, striding forward, then turning into a run. June quickly fell into step with him and hurried across the courtyard, ignoring the exclamations from more distant people. She sensed her group following, tense but resolved. There was a crack in the air and one part of the parapet overlooking the courtyard to the north crumbled. She felt several minds flinch in pain and then fall silent. Zephyr turned, taking June's arm and hauling her forward. "We have the advantage of speed," Edmund said. "Soldiers need to muster and move toward us first. We might do better with a defensible location, though. Not if we can't teleport out." "They'll grind us down eventually," Ace replied. "A fighting retreat is the best option." June kept running, moving through some corridors she'd seen earlier, before all this happened. A few people were still here, possibly fighters. She didn't pause to be certain before sending them flying with a short burst of mana. Edmund slowed, heading through a doorway, and reappeared a few seconds later with a sword, running to catch up. Through the link, everyone was aware of their route. Mars guarded their backs, with help from Ices, while Zephyr took the lead. They both used magic to clear the way, and June knew they wouldn't be able to keep it up indefinitely. For now, their group still had the advantage. To not lose sight of the larger situation, she checked on their second group. "You should help the others," she told Madras. "They're starting to be targeted." Their swarm drones had just dealt with a party of men-at-arms. They'd won the short and bloody fight, with the help of a few servants throwing things, but several of the drones had died. A few seconds later, they emerged into the open space in front of the inner walls. The gate was closed and there were archers on most high surfaces. A group of men had assembled in front of it, building a shaky shield wall. June could sense others scurrying away and the air was filled with shouting and the clanging of metal. "Reinforcements are on the way, but it'll take a bit, be careful," Regina informed her before withdrawing again, letting them focus on the battle. Mars moved to the front of the group. He and Ace charged forward, with the others right behind them. June decided to rely on her more unique strengths and attacked the minds of the soldiers instead of using offensive magic. It turned out she needn't have bothered, they crumpled pretty quickly. The men tried to surround them and take advantage of superior numbers, but Mars ignored all their efforts, wading through them like a farmer with a scythe. A blue shield appeared above her group, and arrows thudded into it. June took a step to the left to stay below it, readying to use another spell. Then they were through, the last of the soldiers turning and fleeing. She let them, they had to conserve their energy. Zephyr sent the gate crashing open. With the others following, June hurried through it. More fighters were assembling at several points, they needed to move. Then the earth underneath her feet shook. June tried to keep her balance, but it was impossible. The dirt seemed to grow and rise around them, forming high walls curving inward. Her companions, especially the lower-level ones, tumbled into each other and fell. At the same time, light filled the space around them. June scrambled up, turning to look forward. There were more men assembling, in much better armor. The Order. But at the front of them stood a man she recognized. King Stephen was not glowing, but there was still something about him that drew her eye, as if the air was heavier around him and gravity bent to his will. Stephen of Precan, level 46 noble knight. He went up 3 levels in a few days? Remember, he won't be able to actively channel divine power for long, Isays said. Not until he gets a proper class for it. But he's still a champion and may have more defenses. Zephyr stomped his foot. The earthen walls around them stopped growing and started shaking. She felt Isays' mana reach out, too, and the walls slowly started to crumble, with parts reconstituting themselves before disintegrating as well. And all the while, more soldiers were streaming toward them. Surrender and none need be harmed, the king called. Princess June, this is beneath you. I must take you into custody, but your attendants will be free to go. If you insist on resistance, they will die. June didn't have to think about it. Never, she said. You took me hostage against all law and custom, while I was your guest. You have no honor and no one will believe your words. If you do not let us go, we will make you. It is the will of the gods, he replied, raising his sword. The next moment, the knight behind him moved forward, thrusting with his own blade. It deflected on a faintly glowing shield that appeared around the king, but he still stumbled to the side. The knight retreated, throwing down his blade and looking around with wide eyes. The psychic illusion he was caught and broken. June looked at Madras, who'd appeared on the other side of the courtyard. She walked forward, while the fighters closest to her started backing away, some of them dropping their weapons and others dropping to the ground. Behind her, June saw the swarm drones and then the other Imperials. She turned her focus back to the Order fighters, searching for a man with weak mental shields and bearing down on him. Then the air was filled with fire, ice, and electricity as the fight ratcheted up.